अरविन्द एव प्रभुः पिता मे भगवत्स्वरूप सेवे सदाहं पदरेणुमस्य समर्प्य तस्मै सकलं स्वकीयम् समर्प्य तस्मै सकलं स्वकीयम्। नमस्कार, आप सभी को पुनः एक बार स्वागत इस त्रिदिवसीय राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी श्री अरविंद और संस्कृत विषय पर। तो आज का कार्यक्रम अंतिम दिन में, जैसे कल जैसा हमारा थोड़ा सा टाइट स्केड्यूल है, अंत तक बहुत सारे पेपर्स है जिसको हमें पढ़ना है। कल जैसे आप लोगों ने टाइमिंग मेंटेन किया था उसी प्रकार टाइमिंग हम मेंटेन करें तो ठीक समय से हम उसका कंप्लीशन करा सकते हैं। और आज हमारे समक्ष उपस्थित है प्रोफेसर जय सेन जी, जो आईआईटी खड़गपुर से आए हैं। तो उन्हें मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ वो स्टेज पर आएँ और उनका व्याख्यान आप सुनेंगे। और कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मैं आरती पंचाल को यहाँ निमंत्रित करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
सर्वेभ्यः नमो नमः। श्री औरोबिंदो एंड संस्कृत के इस राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के तीसरे दिन में आप सबका स्वागत है। सो वी विल स्टार्ट टुडे विद द प्लेनरी सेशन. This seminar is the second plenary session by Professor Joy Sen. Professor Joy Sen is the chairperson, Center for Excellence for Indian Knowledge System, IIT Kharagpur, and professor and former head of Department of Architecture and Regional Planning, IIT Kharagpur. He'll be speaking on the new lights on Sanskrit and its episteme based on Sri Aurobindo's Secret of the Vedas. And now I'd like to invite Professor Niranjan Kafleji to felicitate Professor Joy Sen.
Suprabhat, a very good morning. It's really a matter of immense pleasure to be here in this very august gathering, especially when I face a very august and a learned coterie of eminent experts in Sanskrit. And to that coterie I don't belong, because I am essentially an architect and just an ordinary planner. And because of my 35 or 40 years of gradual interest through history of architecture, sir, and through planning of human settlements, I slowly got interested into Indology, Indic studies, and eventually what is known as Indian knowledge systems today. I think I'll be a misfit here. I am almost an outlier. If you see that, that whole hump, it's called a bell distribution of the number of students that you may have in a class, say about 100 students. So some students are excellent, they just wait for a very good teacher to speak on the best things. But a good teacher will always address looking at the middle range of it. But mostly there's some students who are always trailing in. So what happens in a class, there is always a spectrum, there's a spectrum. There's something like an infrared portion, which is not visible. That means students who are not visible in a class. They're very weak, they're trailing, like me, in Indological studies with little understanding. And on the other hand, there are students on the other side, of your classification and of your status and of your levels, who are excellent, who have dedicated their life for years and decades in this area. But of course, there's a broadband. So my focus will be to move from the left-hand side to the middle portion of it. And middle portions will move it to the excellent portion of it. And there are some students who are really exceptional because right from day one, they look like teachers. They look like teachers. When they enter the class, the teachers, the good teachers like Professor Mishra and others, they wait for them. They wait for them. And they just want to pick up these students. And one day, that student may get a call from the teacher that I cannot take the class today. Can you take my class? Because I think you follow what I say. In fact, you follow more than what I say. And I think you know a little more than what I say. So these are not only excellent students, these are these are students who are beyond excellence. And they become people like, I should not say this, but I'm just making an example. They become people like Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose or Mahatma Gandhi ji, or Martin Luther, or Richard Feynman, or Professor Sir Albert Einstein. They are like the exceptional people. So I'm saying this because this is a spectrum. This is a spectrum. So when we look at Sanskrit, with my little knowledge, I saw the whole language is actually like a spectrum. It's like a spectrum. And in the spectrum, in this Rashmi Buha, in the Prajapatya Buha Rashmin, which is there in the Isha Upanishad. The whole Prajapatya, that means the Prajapati, the supreme Rishi who is in charge of the cosmos, arranges and marshals in the language of Sri Aurobindo. They marshal the rays in a perfect distribution of spectrum from the very low to the middle and to the high. If you come back in the reverse order, from the very excellent collection of rays in the universe to the middle band rays of the universe, and you come back to the lowest point, and if you put that in the case of Sanskrit, in the case of Bach, then it becomes the four spectrums of the Sanskrit literature, which we call Para Pashyanti, Madhyama and Vaikhari. Para Pashyanti, Madhyama and Vaikhari. So if we come down in the reverse order, we see that the eternal Omkar, the Shabda Brahman, the word of God, the word of the cosmos, is decomposing. It's like a tree. It's like Urdha Moolam, Adha Shwakam. So it's coming from the highest level and it's descending to the lower and the lower levels until it touches a level which is Vaikhari, and it becomes visible speech. It becomes visible speech. So this everyone knows. And in this whole communion, there is actually a demand and supply. There is a demand and supply. It's like the teacher and the students. So the teacher is like the supreme. The teacher is like the supreme. And the students represents the rung of evolution. That means they're moving from animal consciousness to human consciousness. And from human consciousness, they're slowly moving to divine consciousness. And in the words of Sri Aurobindo, then they move into the summit of divine consciousness, to the highest point, which Sri Aurobindo says, the divine of the divine. You go beyond Dhyava, Antariksha, Du, you go to the fourth level, which is Paradu, which is Surya Mandala, which is hinted in the Ved Rahashyam, the secret of the Vedas. And they are just not rishis, they are the rishis of the rishis, of which in the whole, it's like this aircrafts are going right on the top. So they are like in the topmost level. And they are in the highest celestial world. They are the Param Rishis, or the Para Rishis, the Param Rishis. If you go to the Mundak Upanishads, it says Param Rishi ko Namaskar. So they are the Rishis of Rishis, of which the crown belongs to the seven Rishis, the Saptarshis. Sri Aurobindo calls them the seven sages of the Angirashas. Anga is the earth consciousness. And what we extract out of the earth consciousness is the rasa of the Anga, which is Angirashas. So all the sages, Bhrigu, Bharadwaj, Atri, Agastya, Vasishtha, they are all the supreme sages of Angirashas. So this is my little understanding that I have. And the entire presentation is based on this understanding. So this presentation goes like this. In the first part, there is a small expression, what I've tried to do in my own little capacity is that it's a new light, but it's actually not a new light. It has been a new light in my life, but the light is always there. So it's not an invention, it is actually a discovery of something which is there. And to everything, there is a syntax and a semantics and a semiotics. Syntax is like that, if I say this is mic, M-I-K-E, so M-I-K-E, it's composed of 4 alphabets, Ma, E, Ka, and E. So these are the syntax, but if I combine them in a particular form, M-I-K-E, it becomes a mic. It means a mic. That's called semantics. But if I just change one alphabet, M-I-C-A, it becomes mica, which means a metal, which carries electricity, semiconductors, and things like that. And so that means the meaning changes from a mic to mica. So that is called semiotics. That's called semiotics. It's a meaning. So when Shabda, when the words are formed out of the 48 vowels and consonants, the Uno Panchashat Marut in the Rig Veda, they have a syntax and then they form the words and finally they vary. They vary in meaning. So that's why in Sanskrit, every word stands for multiple meanings and combinations, permutations and combination, because it is a very sacred, relationship between the word, which is Shabda, and its artha, which is semiotics. So it's a connection between the semantics and the semiotics. So I'll do that in the first maybe 10 minutes based on my limited capacity. And then we'll get into Sri Aurobindo's one of the largest contribution to recovering the Vedas, which is the secret of the Vedas, which is the whole idea of the ascent and the descent. And I already gave you an example. So the students are actually ascending up to the teacher. They are going to be the teachers. So there are 2 classes of students. They'll go up into the college and they'll pass and they'll never come back. But there are some students, they'll pass and they'll probably be an industrialist, but they'll come back to the school as a teacher. So these are the 2 classifications of the Jiva-katis and the Ishwar-katis. The Ishwar-katis are the avatars. They come back to the universe as teachers. And Sri Aurobindo is an Ishwar-kati of the Ishwar-kati, the Brahma-kati, the Brahmarshis. So he comes back as a teacher. That's called the descent. So it's a double intender. The word double intender, Sri Aurobindo has used in his literature, in his works, I think about 100 times. The psychosomatic tradition, the physical and the psychic going side by, the Agni and the Soma. So the Agni is going out of the material and taking you to the non-material, the spiritual. And the Soma, the Amrita, is coming down from the spiritual and descending into the material. And the whole sadhana and the meditation is the interpenetration of the 2 triangles. That is the whole symbol of Sri Aurobindo, and it's also there in Judaism, the Star of David, or the Seal of Solomon, the ascending, the Unmana, and the descending triangle, which is the Samana. So the 2, when they meet, so the Agni and the Soma, the ascent and the descent, the presence of temperature, heat, tapasya, and the response to the heat coming from the heavens, which is Soma, which is just not a plant. It is Amrita, which comes like Alakananda, Ganga, and Bhogavati. So it comes in 3 levels, is the whole foundation of the double intender of the Vedas. And if I have time, I wish I have time for this, I'll just explain you one word from the Veda, which is Matarishwan, which is there in the Rig Veda. And it comes till about the Isha Upanishad, and then in later Vedantic literature, it vanishes because we come to the later Vedantic, post-Vedantic, Puranic, and Buddhist age, and it just vanishes because the later age, Satya, Treta, Dapar, from the Dapar age, the people are unable to retain that capacity which was created. Somebody commented yesterday, the Deva Bhasha, the Deva Parimarjan, the Deva, the weightage of the Deva, the Dev, the Krita Yuga, we drop, and the material fascination increases. The spiritual fascination takes a back seat. So the descending triangle recedes away, and the ascent remains, and finally the ascent also collapses, and we come back to Kali Yuga, which is Iron Age. And we are exactly right now in this age. But Sri Aurobindo says there is a recovery. I'll just have a bit of water. So I come to the first part. So the first part is the code. What is a code, and why do we call it a code? The code is actually, today in computational language, we use a code. The code is that we see the whole universe, but the universe can actually exist in the form of a code. I have the whole water in the reservoir, but I have a code which is called this water bottle. That means for me, the code is the water bottle. I don't have to go to the water reservoir to get a glass of water. This is the code. So if I open up the bottle, and if I have a little bit of water, I decode, the water comes out to me. So this is Bijam, Bija Praktam Sanatanam. So this is Bijam, the seed of the universe. So I may not look at the whole universe, I look at the seed, the Vij, which is the Moolam. So that's why in the Gita, it's called Urdha Moolam, which is somewhere high there. Adhashwakam, Prahur Abbayam, Ashatvam. So Ashatha, the ficus religiosia, the sacred tree of meditation under which all the Vedic rishis up to the time of Buddha, even Gautama Buddha sits under the Ashatva tree. So even in Buddhism there are traces of Vedic religion. So right from Vedic Mandala 164, the pippal tree comes down to the times of Buddhism, and Buddha accepts a portion from the ancient Vedic age, and he reforms the later portion. So let's not get into that. Sanskrit is actually a beautiful thing, and every shabda has multiple meanings. I'm not an expert, but from my architectural language, there are two words like Purba and Uttar. Sam Veda has Purba Archik and Uttar Archik, which means the archi or the offerings through Agni, which was occurring in the past, and the Uttar, which will happen in the future. But Purba also means the east, and Uttar also means the north. So the word Purba both stands for space and also time. The word Uttara also stands for space and time. This is the beauty of Sanskrit language. Almost all the words in Sanskrit is spatio-temporal. So when you look at one of the greatest scientists of the world, Werner Heisenberg, I'll show him in the last slide. He said, I'm fascinated with the Upanishads, with the Vedantic literature. And he came all the way in 1929 to Kolkata to meet another Nobel laureate, Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore. And he said, Gurudev, the things that we are finding in the experiments, in the machines, in the external laboratory, how come you have written all that in your poetry? So this is actually the whole beauty of the language code. So if you look at this, this is a triangle. So this is the moolam. So it is coming down. It is coming down from levels to levels. And so this is something that you see in an elevation. This is an engineering drawing. If I project it, I get the circle. So the moolam is right there, and then the other levels is this circle, the next level is this circle, and the next level. I think everybody can follow this. So if you look at the upper diagram, it is urdha moolam, adha shwakam. If you look at the lower diagram, it is antar moolam, bahir shakam. So in the upper diagram, it is the idea of a God above, a divinity above. In the lower diagram, it is the idea of the divinity within. Angushta matra purusham sada jananang hridaya shannivishta. That is the whole Upanishad. So the divinity which is beyond everything, he is the Chaitya Purusha within us, Sri Aurobindo says. He is waiting for you. What time you have decided to become good, he gives the first impulse and you respond back to it. That is the beginning of sadhana. And you think, I am heading for God. You think you're heading for divinity. I think I'm heading for divinity. But the secret of sadhana is that he approached me. That's why I'm heading for him. It is there. Brunute, tapasya, brunute. So the acceptance has happened. Mother has accepted me. So that's why I have developed a liking to proceed. So the descent, the involution precedes the ascent or the evolution. This is the samana precedes the unmana. So this is Sri Aurobindo's supreme contribution to sadhana and recovering the whole spiritual. All the other Advaitabads or Dvaitabads till date have emphasized more on the ascent of man, sadhana. You go beyond. Sri Aurobindo is inverted. He brings down the supreme into this universe and how he transforms the material existence. The whole world, the whole existence manifests at God, manifests as God, as divinity itself. That is the highest, not only the highest, the complete spirituality of India. It is not Brahma Shatta Jagat Mitha, it is Brahma Shattasya Shatta Jagat Shatta. Brihadaranyak Shukla Jajurveda, Brihadaranyak Upanishad. The Supreme Brahma is the truth of truths, and that's why the world is also truth, because it's exuded from the Brahman. So it is Paravak Parapashyanti Madhyama Vaikhari. So the whole world, so the word structure, the language of Sanskrit, the structure, the episteme of Sanskrit is also the episteme of the universe. So Sanskrit is a code. It's a code of the universe. So when I understand Sanskrit deeply, I unlock, I uncode the universe and its relationship with the divine. This is what we have understood. Now, this understanding did not come in a day. It took about 25, 35 years of a group of people in IIT Kharagpur. And we did some work which I should not discuss here. That's personal. So the Mundak Upanishad says, Tapasa Chiyate Brahma. It is right there in the Vedanta. And the Mundak Upanishads, in the words of Sri Aurobindo, is one of the closest to the Rig Veda, the Atharva Veda, the Yajur Veda, and the Sam Veda. The Chatur Veda, the quadrangle, the Chatur Veda. It's like a cross. The Chatur Vedi. And it is from the Chatur Vedi, the idea of the cardinal and the Garden of Eden, the Charbagh, and the Christian cross. They've all come from there, from that one symbol. The 4 crosses. It's like this. The Vitruvian Man of Leonardo da Vinci, which he has used in Europe. They all come from the Chatur Veda. So either it is Atharva Sirasi or Atharva Pucham. In Taittiriya Upanishad, it's Atharva Pucham. And in Shukla Yajurveda, it is Atharva Sirasi. It's in the head. So the Atharva Veda fluctuates between the lowest and the highest. And you get the 2 cardinals. If you're interested in all this, you may get in touch. In IIT Kharagpur, we have unlocked a little bit about this understanding of the Chatur Veda. So the beauty is that Tapasa Chiyate Brahman. If you concentrate on the word Chiyate, Chiyate means like a beach, you put water into it and it sprouts, ear of the corn. So the Brahman exudes, the Brahman by virtue of its own tapasya, self-automated tapasya, self-enlightens itself and expands at the universe. So if Brahman is the cause, which is truth, the effect has to be also true, because it is cause and effect relationship in science. Tapasa Chiyate Brahman. And that is actually discussed and developed by Sri Aurobindo again and again in his Ved Rahashyam, which is a very important concept because it is coming down. It's not going up. It's coming down from above. Right on the stage, I can see the diagram which has been drawn. So one triangle is descending towards you. The other triangle is going away. And these are the 2 smallest triangles inside the Sri Chakra. Inside the Sri Chakra, you get the downward triangle, and you take the other triangle, which is the upward triangle, which is the Unmana and the. So if you take it to science, I come from IIT, so I don't belong to the previous slide, I belong to this slide. So if you take it to science, if you take it to Vigyan, Vishesh Rupe Jnanam, then what happens, you have a code. So one part of the code is Sabda. So we have found out the word Safta or soft. The word soft has evolved from the word Sabda. So every code has a soft side. So if you want to run the computer is the hardware. But the computer won't run unless and until you put the software. So it's a combination of the hard. And the hardware is the artha, hardha, which is hard. So sabda and artha are the softwares and the hardwares of the universal structure. Sabda and artha, I'm saying again, are the softwares and the hardwares of the universal structure. And this is essentially etymological. Shabda dhatu se iska udbhav hua. So this whole connection is the connection between the universe. So either the sea is calm, turyatitam shivam, or it is with waves, shakti, the prakash, tapasa chiyete brahma, and that's converted into sound waves. And that gets reflected into audio signals. So this is audio and visual, nad tatha jati. Audio and visual, nad tatha jati, jyoti. And the whole thing gets converted. So the whole universe is a response of what you see and what I see. I was discussing with someone yesterday, suppose in my place, just imagine, I should not say that, suppose in my place Sri Aurobindo was standing and giving this talk, it will be of this level, isn't it? Something here. And suppose in my place, a dog was standing here, a dog. And the dog will just come here and look for a bone and start barking. But this is the same auditorium, the same crowd, the same audience, the same national seminar. So that means the three speakers has three levels of interpretation. So that means there is actually no objective universe. It is all based on subjective reflection of the objective universe. Tagore says, it is in my consciousness, an emerald is green, an emerald, panna, sabuj hai. Otherwise, who will say? Will a dog say? Or a bird will say? Or it is only the human consciousness. And the rishis will say much more. So this whole relationship between the outside and the inside is the connection of the sound structure, is the connection of the sound structure, the two worlds, which is inside and outside. So let me move on, because otherwise I'll take up a lot of time. And this was actually expressed by Swami Vivekananda, a personality who was very close to Sri Aurobindo. If you know the history, Swamiji and Sri Aurobindo had a very intimate Bidehi relationship in Alipur Central Jail. If you know about that story. If you know, it's wonderful. If you don't know, maybe you can just have a look. There are about 25 websites on Google which talks about that relationship. And this is what Swamiji says. The microcosm, Pinda, and the macrocosm are built on the same plane. And therefore, it is actually the idea between I'm reading the fourth line, it is the idea between the idea, the artha, and the word, the shabda, expressing it. Thought is impossible without words, and words have no meaning without thought. So this is the connection between semantics and semiotics. And this dual aspect of the universe is eternal. The eternally formed, which is Shakti, and the eternally formless, which is Shiva. Instead of Shiva and Shakti, you can also call it Parama Prakriti and Parama Purusha. So it's like a didal, bijam. It's like a dicotyledonous seed. Bij mein hota hai na, dicotyledon hota hai. Chanak, dalaka. So one of the chanak goes down into the roots, urdhamulam. The other chanak comes out, adhashvakam, manifests. So this portion is Purusham, or Shiva. The other is Shakti and the whole universe. And this is finally expressed by the guru of Swami Vivekananda, that's Sri Ramakrishna. And he expresses that beautifully. It is there in the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna through the parable of a ghanta. Tam. And it just makes the Karan Samudra vibrate, and the university comes out. The universe, and the university of the universe comes out. And then there's another tam, and then the universe dissolves in the consciousness. So this is actually expressed in this whole journey between, so in the descent, it is Mahakarana, Karana, Shukshma, Sthula. In the ascent, it is from the Sthula, Shukshma, Karana, Mahakarana. So in the words of sadhana, the ascent is sadhana, and the descent is kripa. The ascent is Agni, Kroma, and the descent is Soma. The whole Vedic foundation is based on the ideas of Agni and Soma. Agni and Soma. And this in the word structure is based on the ideas of para, pashvanti, madhyama, vaikhari. So at vaikhari, we are at the level of vaikhari, but there's some exceptional people in whom the internal sound structure has started flowing. That's called madhyama. In Tantra, we call it kulakandalini jagaran. The internal force starts emulating. And then when you reach the end of sadhana, the first phase, then you can see the truth. Tad Vishnu Param Padam Sada Pashvanti Suraya. So the devatas can see the truth from a distance. The Param Padam, the Param Padam. But the devatas of the devatas, the rishis, crack the Surya Mandala and enters inside. And they reach the fourth level, which Sri Aurobindo says, Swara. So in the secret of the Vedas, the Veda Rahasya, Sri Aurobindo, for the first time in the world, unlocks the truth. He brings out the mystery which is embedded in the Surya Mandala. And I cannot explain that because I don't have the capacity to explain that, but I am doing it my way. So the secret of the Vedas, the Veda Rahasya, is like a key. It's like a key through which you can unlock the secret of the universe and the relationship between the Pinda, the individual sadhak, and the Brahmand, which is the universe, and the reality which is behind it. So Sri Aurobindo says there are three levels: the individual, the universal, and the transcendental. The individual, the universal. He says that about 500 times in his Life Divine. If you read the Life Divine, he's saying that again and again and again. So let's move on. So this is the whole descent of the column of light. I'm not getting much into it. So the Rig Veda says Chatwari Baka. So this is right in Rig Veda, Mandala 1. So the Rig Veda Rishis Dirghatama explains that the entire word structure of the universe is manifested in the Para Pashyanti, Chatwari, Para Pashyanti, Madhyama, Vaikhari. The four substructures. So look at this. Right in the Vedas, whenever it was composed, we have no idea. There is a direct hint of the Vijnana, the deepest structure of Sanskrit. It's right there. So it is high time we scientifically unlock this code and start understanding. And that thing which is visible, in the whole universe, Brahmanda, is also visible in the human body. So this is a Brahmand and this is the Pind. So the Gita 6.29 in Dhyan Yoga is a beautiful sloka. Lord Sri Krishna says to Arjuna, there are lots of yogis, Raj yogis, Karma yogis, Jnani yogis. But hey, my dear Arjuna, the yogis amongst all yogis are those who can have this realization. And he says, Sarva bhutastatmanam, Sarva bhutani chatmani, ikshate yoga juktatma, sarvatta shamadarshana. So, hey, my dear Arjuna, he is the greatest amongst the yogis who can see that urdhamulam, that one in everything down here. And he can take back everything here back to that one. Sarva bhutastatmanam, Sarva bhutani chatmani, ikshate yoga juktatma. Sanjoga yoga itvata khetragya paramatmana. These are the words of Maharshi Gorakshanath and Jagdavalkya, which is there in the Jog Karikya. So the whole yoga is a sanjog, the communication between the two yogos, one going up and one going down. And when does that? He becomes ikshate, ikshan, parjavakshan, anuvikshan. He can see everything in everything, all in all. From infinite to infinite. Sarvatra shamadarshana. Even the earth consciousness becomes divine. It becomes absolutely divine. Everything. Mother says, even the grass starts talking about the divine. Even the peacock makes a sound, you can hear the divine sound. Even in the clouds, in the roll, you can hear the divine sound. Even in the ghanta, tam, you can hear the omkar. Even in the chair, like Prahlad, even in the pillar, you can see the divine. He is everywhere. Everything is divinized. Sarvatra Shamadarshana. So that is the highest point of the yoga. And that has been expressed, I'm not spending any time here, by one of the greatest yogis who was born almost the time of Sri Aurobindo. This is John Woodruff, whose name was actually Arthur Avalon. And he published a book called The Garland of Letters, which is shown here. So this Uno Panchash Marut, which is there in the universe, is also inside us as the garland of letters. The garland of letters. So these are the Sat chakras. So the entire structure of the consonants, the Vyanjan Varna and the Saravarna, which helps us to see the universe and express it with a language structure, is actually inside us in our Shata chakras. And he wrote a great book against the British. He himself was a British. He was the first British who revolted against the British. And Sri Aurobindo says, here is the turning point. You'll find a Wikipedia. He's known as Arthur Avalon. His actual name is Sir John Woodruff. He was a judge in Calcutta High Court the time of Sri Aurobindo. And then he met a great yogi called Shipchanda Vridhanab. He went to the Himalayas and did 16 years of intense sadhana, and he attained Siddhi. So when he came back to his guru, he said, I want to give a guru dakshina. The guru said, you don't have to give me any dakshina. The only thing that you do, this country is suffering with misinterpretation and misunderstanding. And on top of that, the colonial force, the Macaulayan onslaught, the onslaught by Randolph Winston Churchill, who was the father of Winston Churchill. He closed all the gurukuls and everything between 1895 and 1915. And that is how India's education system was destroyed. And instead, he implanted a Christian missionary form of education. There's nothing wrong with Christianary missionary form. But you cannot destroy one system for the cost of others. That is very uncivilized. So who is uncivilized? India or the British? So John Woodruff wrote this book, this beautiful book. Oh, I have not kept this book. There's a beautiful book. I think I had that book in a preceding slide. Is India civilized? So this book is available on the net. And Sri Aurobindo said, this is one of the first response by a yogi British against the British. And he said, he was one of the first person, in addition to Swami Vivekananda, Lokmanya Tilak and Sri Aurobindo, that the Aryan invasion myth concocted and manipulated by the Western historians is a 200% error through which they're trying to manipulate, which Vedviji was trying to explain. So that as per the Usher Lightfoot chronology of the Bible, humanity started about 6000 BC. So you have to package and put everything within an history. And you have to say, before the British came to India, about 16th century, and the other British came, they had come once, the Caucasian race, somewhere around 2000 BC. And they were all barbarians, and when they came to India, suddenly they got civilized. And they started writing the Vedas. So the whole thing was that when they found out that mathematics is in the Vedas, physics is in the Vedas, they wanted to find out a way to prove that they got the idea from Europe, but they developed it in India. So Sri Aurobindo says these are the widely popularized errors. They are not only errors, but they are popularized. Not only popularized, but they are widely popularized. So much is the impact that it enters the psyche of the Indians over 6 generations. And then I'm trained like Professor Joyson, who cannot speak in any other language but English, can only write his thesis in English, and only can talk on his phone in English, and still I call myself a Bhartiya. So by transforming about 6-7 generations, you replace the Indian generation with an alienated, subservient, docile Indian generation who thinks everything that we have inherited from the past is bakwas and magic and superstition, and all that the Western missionaries have got to us is supreme, it's beautiful, and that needs to be tasted and embraced. So this is where Sri Aurobindo protested, Swami Vivekananda protested, and one British man protested with another Irish lady. Her name was Sister Nivedita, if you have heard about him. So they too protested against this. And that is the turning point. So we at IIT Kharagpur has picked up this mandate, and we are trying to do several things, which I'll complete in the next 10 or 15 minutes. I think I've already taken up a lot of time. So Sri Aurobindo says it is Agni and Vayu, it is Tapasya and Shakti, which is movement, not Indra, the gods, who are the original artificers of human language. So it is Tapasya, it is Agni and Vayu, which produces the Sanskrit literature, which produces Sanskrit. This is what Sri Aurobindo says. So this is the whole structure of the Urdhvamulam, Adha Shakam of the language structure. And let's move on. So the tree looks like, the normal tree looks like the root below and the branches above, but the actual tree looks like Urdhvamulam and the branches below. So the lower tree is known as the tree of life. The lower tree is the tree of life, and the upper tree is the tree of wisdom. In a very recent movie, an English director, his name is James Cameron. He is the director of the movie called Titanic. He made another movie called Avatar. So in that, I don't know how many of you have seen that movie. In that movie, he has shown the true trees. Jivan Briksha or Bodhi Briksha, tree of life and tree of wisdom. So the earth people, because of arrogance, they could destroy the tree of life and they could not destroy the tree of wisdom. Before they did that, they got destroyed. That is the whole movie. And one person from the earth goes to a highest level of consciousness and gets the blue body, which is the ethereal body, and he becomes an avatar to save a distant planet, number one, and make the earth people understand that all this material science and everything is only creating arrogance. You need a higher level of civilization to understand them. This is a movie called Avatar. So you see, Western people, some of the good Western people are understanding Indian ethos in such a great way. So we have to expand. Yesterday we are discussing that we have to create a brigade of good people around the world. It's not India versus the West. It's actually the fight between the people who want to do it and the people who don't want to do it. And the people who don't want to do it, they also are within India and outside India. So it's not the question of India versus the West. It's a question of the people who want to do it and who doesn't want to. They are trying to stop it. Because Sri Aurobindo says, if India is alive, then the world will change. Swami Vivekananda says, it is India, the country, who is the only hope of spirituality. If India is erased from the face of the earth, spirituality will cease to exist in the world. True spirituality, which is not religion, which is not institutional religion, organized religion. It is sadhana, Gnosticism, gnosis, sadhana, being and becoming. So I don't believe in a God outside. I believe in my own self, who is the God. Angushtamatra Purusham Sada Jananam Hridayashan. So by worshipping on God, one day, by my Guru's grace, I become God-like. Brahmaiva Brahmavida Bhavati. The person becomes Brahman by concentrating on the Brahman. This is called gnosis, being and becoming. Being and becoming. Let's move on. So this is the whole structure. So this is the whole structure of the language tree. In statistics, you call it a dendrogram. So right at the top is Moolam, Para. Then it's Pashvanti, then it's Madhyama, and then it becomes the word structure. So this is natural language processing, NLP of Sanskrit, through which it has been found out today. It has been proved by science today that Sanskrit is not a language. It is a system of language. So if I improve English one day will become perfect and it will become Sanskrit. If I improve Latin, it will be perfected and it will become... So Sanskrit is not a language. It is a system of language in which all the languages, evolution and involution exist. This is called natural language processing, and the computers have found out by virtue of 8 cases, if I'm right, and 48 vowels and consonants. The computer can use Sanskrit, so I think everybody knows here, as the most perfected language. And I think there's a news just 3 days back that some of the German computers for cryptic knowledge are using Sanskrit to code the secrets of deep installations in the universe. The Germans. So Sanskrit is becoming the most popular language in language coding. So I quickly come to part 2, and I think I have already made the point, so I'll be a little faster. So this is the double intender, the psychosomatic, the Agni and the Soma, which is there. So this is Agni, this is Soma. This is Agni, this is Soma. So this is Unmana, this is Samana. this is Unmana, this is Samana. So this is linear, but actually it's not linear, it is cyclic. So what is actually linear program is actually non-linear. Chakrabat parivartante. So Brahma Chakra, Agastya Muni says that in the Rig Veda Prathama Mandala, one of the second last or the third last sloka, the Brahma Chakra. This is Vayu Chakra. This is Pran Chakra. This is Jala Chakra, the hydrological cycle. This is the temperature cycle. In physics, we call it the Carnot cycle. The Carnot cycle. So the entire science today is based on these cycles. So this is actually based on diffraction of light and the polarization of light. I'll keep this portion very simple, and this is what we have done at IIT Kharagpur, and we have published a book recently, so if you're interested. So this is a Surya Mandala. Do I have a mic there? Is any hand mic here? Excuse me, any hand mic here? I'll just explain one slide. So this is Pinda, that's Brahmanda. It will take some time for the signal to come here. So this is Samana, and this is Unmana. Okay, I think I am audible. Because in my class I shout a lot. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, that's too loud. So this is Surya Mandala. If I can explain one slide, this is Surya Mandala, and this is Ayan Chakra. So this is Uttarayan, this is Dakshinayan. This is Ashwini Nakshatra. So this is spring, this is Vasanta. Vasa Anta, and this is Hemanta. So this is Uttarayan and this is Dakshinayan. If you take the two, it becomes the Ratha Chakra, which is Rathayan, and that is the Ramayan. That is the whole allegory of Ramayan. So Ramachandra comes down to the south, recovers Shakti, and goes back to Ayodhya. The day he returns back to Ayodhya, there is Dev Dipavali. So this is Uttar Archika and this is Purva Archika. This is what I will do as a sadhaka, and this is what the rishis have done as an initial sacrifice. This is there in the Isha Upanishad. Om Kratu Swara Kritasara. Om Kratu Swara Kritasara. Remember what was done and remember what shall be done. So this is Purva and Uttara. This is Purva. This is not East and North. This is Purva and Uttara. So if you project the four, this becomes the septuple, the Sapta Rashmis, the four-headed word. And by virtue of polarization, which is this, it is diffracted back to the single light, which is Ashtama. So that is Bhag. Bhagashtami. That is there in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. So this is a model that we have developed in IIT Kharagpur. It is there in all our publications. And this is creating a bit of ripple. So this is the code of the Surya Mandala. This is Veda Rahashyam, the Ayana Chakra. And this is what is described in the various slokas. I'm not mentioning this. So let's move on. So this is the secret of the Vedas, the orbit of the Surya Mandala. Yeah, so you can see Sapta Disho, Nanam Surya. So there are 7 ways of expression, various suns in the Surya Mandala. So this is Rig Veda. This is Rig Veda, where it's describing beautifully. And this is what Sri Aurobindo unlocks in the Veda Rahashyam, the secret of the Vedas. And this is where the entire structure is actually coming out. And this finally leads to the matrix of things, which is the part 3. So if I go back, this is actually the matrix. This is the matrix. In the Veda, Matarish matrix. So the word matrix, we have traced it through NLP and other sound coding, that the modern mathematical word matrix has come from the ancient Sanskrit word Mataris. Matarishwan. That means Prajapatta Bhuha array, Bhuha Rashmin, marshalling thy rays in a septuple, Sapta Chanda, Sapta Rishi, Sapta Dhenu, Sapta Dhenava. The septuple chord, the Sapta Tantu of the Veena, the 7 lights, the 7 sound. The whole universe has a code of 7, the Sapta Sapta. Sapta Sapta, it's there in the Mundaka. In the Maru. Sapta, 7 by 7, the Unopanchashad Marut. The whole universal structure is based on this code. It is fantastic. It is a science which Sri Aurobindo for the first time has revealed unto us. And that is the Veda Rahasya. And I think I've already explained what little I know. And this goes on to the founding of the word Matarisha. So this is the explanation of the whole thing. And so when it's going up, Uttarayana, it is yoga. And when it's coming down, it is kshema. So Pahi kshema uta yoga. So that is the whole Surya Mandala. So this is Agni, which is yoga. And that is Soma, which is kshema. Yoga kshema baham maham, which means I am in charge of the ascent. I am also in charge of the descent. I am everything. I am what I am. Soham Shmi. That is Isha Upanishad. I am Eka Rishi. So I don't see many rishis. I see one rishi. Eka Rishi. Eka Rishi. So the whole concept of the Vedic pantheon is millions of rishis. The whole deeper construct of the Vedic pantheon is one rishi. Eka Rishi. Eka Rishi. That is the foundation of the Isha Upanishad. There's only one rishi who is like a module, and all the rishis are going in and becoming a rishi. So it's like a module, it's like a mold. So this is the spiritual code of the universe through which you crack the Vedic Sapta Mandala. And this is exactly what Sri Aurobindo has done. So you see the drawing which has been developed by IIT Kharagpur on the one hand, and you can see the brilliance, the spiritual brilliance. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The Sapta scored, and this is Bakashtami. Finally, the avatar is born. He represents the lotus. So he is immanent Brahman. He's Brahman here, immanent. And the other side is transcendent Brahman. So he's descending, he's coming. So this is Sri Aurobindo. So Prajapatya Bhuha Rashmin Samuha. Beautiful. I mean, beautiful is the person who composes Isha Upanishad. And beautiful is the person who is Sri Aurobindo, who unlocks that. Though before Sri Aurobindo, Swami Vivekananda writes Isha Upanishad in his famous writing, God in Everything. So if you read God in Everything by Swami Vivekananda, you'll get a simplified version first, and then I would suggest you read Isha Upanishad. So Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo cracks the Vedic code, cracks the two rishis who comes from that level in the present time, and they crack the Vedic code. So Sri Aurobindo says, Matarishan is a philosophical expression for Vayu, the Shakti. It means that which moves in the mother or matrix. So Sri Aurobindo says, it means Matari, and the other is Shwa, Talaba Shwa and Va, which means expansion, like Nishash, Prashash, Bishash. Even in the word Shiva, you have Talabasha and Ba. So these are foundational vibrations of the universe. Shaba, which is latent Shiva, and Shiva, which is express Shiva. So in Kali, Shiva is lying as a latent one, which is Shaba. And in Lalita, on the upper side, Durga, he is in the Kailash. So there is one Shiva as Rudra, and the connection is Rudra, Ekadash Rudra. And the maintenance is done by the 12 Adityas, which is Surya Mandala, and the foundations is done by the Ashtavashus, and the two ascents and the descents are the two Ashwini Kumar. So you add up 12 plus 11 plus 8 plus 2, you get 33, the Tetrish Devatas. And all others are the derivative of this 33. All others are the derivative of this. 12 plus 1 plus 8 plus 2. They become the derivative. That is the foundation, the secret of the Vedas. So the entire Vedic epistemology, sir, is actually based on a mathematical module. It's 100% scientific. There is no superstition or barbarism in this. So all the distortions and the manipulations which were done by the colonial scholars and unfortunately the brigade of Max Muller and Griffith and others, fine, good, they have tried it. It's erroneous. It's not only 100%, it's 200% wrong. It's absolutely a misinterpretation of all this. And today, through science, through natural language processing, through data structure, to the language of coding, to the language of the codes of numbers, the truth is coming out. Nobody can suppress the truth. You can suppress everything, but truth will reveal one day, because it is sattva sattvam. So almost I'm coming to the end, to the conclusion, my last 3 slides. I thought there'll be some very young people also, just not learned people, experts, but also some young scholars, including a very young scholar sitting there in the second row. The second row, that's a youngest scholar, and he's just watching at me with a hand in his, and he's wondering, what is all this? And maybe one day, he'll become the holder of the truth. So this is, madam, what you're saying, this is Kumar Sambhavam, and this is Kalidas in Meghdutam. So he has Purva Megham and Uttar Megham. Purva Megham, that means the clouds of immortality before and the clouds of immortality later. That is Mahakavi Kalidas. So Kalidas brings forth the whole foundation of the Vedic ideas of space and time between Ujjain and Kashmir. The clouds are going up and the clouds are coming down. So one is Uttar Megha, and the clouds which came before are the Purva Megha. So this is the whole foundation, the spatio-temporal foundation of Meghadutam. And the person who is able to hold it, Shiva Shakti Ananta Milanam, that is Kumar Sambhavam. The entire second mandala of the Rig Veda is almost Kumar Sambhavam. So if you go through the first 3-4 suktas, you will see the word is born, the sun is born. So the entire Rig Veda is a precursor to Kalidas's Kumar Sambhavam. And the Kumar Sambhavam again comes in the Ramayana, in Adi Kandam. So it is a foundation. It comes again in the Skanda Puran. It comes again today in Sri Aurobindo's work. So this is eternal truth. It's recurring, because this is truth. It comes again and again. So this is what I was trying to share. So this is something you may enjoy, may not enjoy. Today the beauty is that Indian knowledge system is supported by the latest of modern sciences. और हम लोग का अंतर में जो वायु चक्र होता है, सूर्य और चंद्र का रश्मि का ऊपर निर्भर जो हम लोग का ध्यान चक्र होता है, वो हम लोग योग भाषा में बोलते हैं प्राणायाम का वायु चक्र. So today the pranayam ka vayu chakra has been recognized by the West, by the 3 Nobel laureates 2017. The Nobel Prize goes to Professor Jeffrey Hall, Michael Rauschenbusch, and Michael Young. That is called the circadian rhythm. The Western science has realized that every living system in the world is attuned to the macrocosm. And the sun and the moon, the Surya Nadi and the Chandra Nadi inside us are absolutely synchronous with the Surya Mandala and the Chandra Mandala. Fantastic. So the modern science of 2017 has actually, the Nobel Prize of 2017 has actually proved the ancient ages, the ancient sages whom we don't know, and then a relatively later sage whose name is Maharshi Patanjali, who was born around 1400 BCE, around the times of Buddha, because Buddha's birth date has been corrected. Professor Vedbir Arya and we at IIT Kharagpur have corrected Buddha's birth date to about 1900 BC. The problems between Shaka and Shaka of the calendar. So if you're interested, you can come to IIT Delhi on 17th, 18th, and 19th. We are presenting those papers, the Bharat Barsh conference. I've come to Delhi for about, madam, I have come here for about 7-8 days. So Delhi ka laddu, ek laddu mil gaya, iska baad fir aur ek laddu. But Delhi is the place, this is Dharmaksheta, Kurukshetra, this is Indraprastha. You have to come here and fight it out. So these are the things which have to enter our textbooks, and it has to change the mindset of this little boy who represents modern India. That little boy who is watching me and thinking, what is he saying? I have never heard this before. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, maybe it's right. So this is the change. So this is the change. So this is Nobel laureate Schrödinger, and this is Heisenberg, the 2 people who recognized Indian spirituality as the foundation of quantum physics. This is Enrico Fermi, who accepts Indian philosophy as the foundation of modern science. This is scientist Nikola Tesla. Everybody knows him. And Tesla was a friend of Swami Vivekananda in Chicago in 1893. And Tesla and Swamiji discussed about something which today is the foundation of information technology and vibrations, communication vibrations, electromagnetic vibration, and they talked about something which is wireless communication, and today is the foundation of this is wireless. This is wireless. So this is the foundation of WWW, the World Wide Web. So today's science is proving the wireless communications of the Rishis. So the Rishis had, so when a Sadguru meets the Shishya, he has or she has wireless communication with the Shishya. He doesn't have to touch. And Sri Aurobindo says once to his disciple, does it mean I have to talk to you and write something on your notebook? Maybe I'll write something, but whatever I had to give you, I've already given you. So it happened in wireless communication. So this is Nadi, or from Nadi to Nadi. Neuro, Narva. Even the word neuro has come from the Sanskrit word Nadi. Hundreds and thousands of words has come from there. And this is Charlestown, who was actually invited by ISKCON long back. And this is microbiologist, Nobel laureate Dr. Warner Weber. Way back in 1968, he came to Vidya and Bhavan in Delhi, and he gave the first lecture where there's a need to join Western sciences and modern sciences. And this is Nobel laureate Arthur Leonard Schawlow, who talks about a direct correlation between modern science and Indian spirituality. And all these are a part of a book which I have tried to pen. The name of the book is The Aryan Invasion That Never Was. So this book is slowly being accepted by scholars in India. And the other Nobel laureates are Professor Richard Ernst and then Nobel laureate William Daniel Phillips. So they have talked about the connection between the two worlds. And this is a great person on biology. This is Nobel laureate Craig Mello. He has talked about the relationship between spirituality and machine science. Same comment comes from NASA astrophysicist, Nobel Prize winner John Matthew, and Thomas Schelling, relationship between Indian spirituality and Western science. And this is Nobel laureate Lee Hartwell, who also talks about to go beyond material science and understands. But one of the most important Nobel laureate in my mind is Professor Ilya Prigogine. Ilya Prigogine, who got his Nobel Prize in 1977. And after getting the Nobel Prize, he published this book on quantum chemistry, nanochemistry, or what you call nonlinear dissipative complexity chemistry. From 1977, physics, chemistry, biology, and the whole of science has become nano. The word nano is also from Sanskrit, nuna, nunatama. That means nano, the smallest. So he, just look at this. He published his Nobel Prize winning book by putting the dance of Agni and Soma, creation and destruction. Creation and destruction, Soma, Agni, which is the dance of Mahakala and time. The main of the book is structure, stability, and fluctuations. Professor Prigogine says the image of Natarajan is probably the best depiction of modern science, of quantum physics. This is absolutely brilliant, where Indian knowledge system is getting recognized by 12 Nobel laureates in the last 50 years. This is absolutely brilliant. So with this, I come to an end, and this is what Werner Heisenberg says. So we need to see that the two meets, and that will lead to the supramental transformation, the supramental evolution must carry with it a lifting of the mind, which is unmana, of life, body, out of themselves into a greater way of being, in which yet by their own ways and powers should be not suppressed and abolished, but perfected and fulfilled by the self-exceeding, which is samana. So the entire supramental evolution is based on the double intender, and that is the secret of the Vedas, that is the secret of the Sanskrit structure, which has been forwarded by Sri Aurobindo. I hope I made some sense. Thank you. Thank you so much.
This interpretation, what way it will serve our knowledge? That's just a small question.
That is a very important question. Yeah, what Sir has asked is the first question. I think he will also ask me that same question. How will it solve my existence? This is all high knowledge. I mean, maybe I have to reach IIT or MIT or JNU or some college to reach this knowledge. I mean, how will it solve? Actually, the whole thing is that we need some, not corrections, but we need some transformations. So when you look at the geography book at class 7 or 8, when we describe the heliocentrism and the ayana and everything, probably 2 lines have to be entered there to explain. When you look at the physics book, which is force and matter, maybe a discussion of Nikola Tesla and Swami Vivekananda has to enter there and show what is force is prana and what is matter is akash. When you look at the biology book in class 9 or 10, maybe 2-3 lines have to enter there, where there has to be a mention is that prana, which is the physical force in the universe, at the psychic plane, that is the vital force, which Professor Samuel Hahnemann in homeopathy calls the Ellen vital. That's homeopathy. If you know about homeopathy, I'm sure a lot of people, it's under the Ayush spectrum. So this is where we start. So that means our textbooks, our school books, has to make initiative with a double intender, which is modern-centric and also Indian-centric. Then the change happens. On the other hand, so this is like Diwani Aam at the school level. On the other hand, there has to be an effort at the Diwani Khash. Seminars like this, some books, journal papers in Taylor and Francis. Some of our books have even reached Harvard University. They are working on that. So reaching out to people, and you'll get help. Why will you get help? Because there's a change in the earth consciousness, in the words of Sri Aurobindo. I mean, the darker forces are slowly, they're giving the last fight. And where are the darker forces? They're inside me. I mean, they're not outside. They're right. So they're right inside me. So I have to suppress my darker forces. Actually, you cannot suppress them. You have to transform. Rupantar. So Sri Aurobindo says the entire Indian sadhana is actually Rupantarer sadhana. In Bengali, we call it Rupa. So it is transforming the Tamamukhi Rajagun into Swattamukhi Rajagun. Inverting the whole thing. Inverting. That is the whole of sadhana. And then increase the Swatta little, until and unless you reach the Visuddha Satya. It takes a lot of... In sadhana, there is no shortcut. So this is the upper side. This is actually the upper side. But the first, it's a brilliant question by Sir. Simple. So these textbooks, we are trying to work it out. We are working with Ministry of Education. In fact, we are already a part of the new Parliament IK's Gallery project. So we are trying to put some of those, but that is Parliament, where only top peoples will visit. What about school children? So we have started exhibitions for school children. We just had a Ayush conference a week back in Kolkata. So we invited about 250 school children. Just 2 days later, there was a conference in Jadavpur at the Cultivation of Science, Association of Indian Cultivation of Science. There are about 500 students were there, all school children. So some of us had to go there and talk it out with school. So we have to give our time to children. We have to give our time to the young kids like him. He's looking at his mobile and phone. And you have to spend time with him, not as an intellectual person, but as a friend. You have to take him like that and bolo, beta or beti ye hai. Do you know, mera Bharat mahan hai, isiliye. Then he'll say, kaise mahan hai? What? I mean, how? And then he'll ask, kyun mahan hai? What? And kab mahan hai? When? And kidhar mahan hai? Where? So you have to answer the 4 questions. Then the job starts. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Sir has another question. So in that book, we have about 300 evidence. About 30 of them are archaeological, 40 are archaeoastronomical, about 30 are epigraphical. So we have anthropological. So we have combined. You'll know that the Indus Valley civilization is probably not the last thing in it. Very recently in Ratnagiri in Sindhudurg, on the western coast, about 15,000 to 10,000 BC, rock-cut petroglyphs on hilltop has been found, which has diagrams of Surya Mandala. And the Smithsonian Foundation, the BBC, and the Deccan College of Pune, they're all working on it. and the date is 15,000 to 10,000 BC. And that is Narmada, and that is exactly next to Bhrigu Kutch, which is the seat of the Saptarishis, Bhrigu Kutch. That is the ancient port of Bargaiza, Bhrigu Kutch, where the Greeks used to come thousands and thousands of years back. So we are trying to tie up these connections, just not science, but also archaeology. Just not archaeology, also maritime. Just not maritime, also word structures. So this is what we are calling in IIT Kharagpur cooperative religion. That means we are cooperating various inputs towards one matrix. So in the words of Isha Upanishad, Prajapatta Bhuha Rashmin, we are following the matrix of truth, rather than just looking at one dimension of truth.
Recently, the archaeologists have also endorsed this view.
Yes.
Like,
Yes. Yeah, Professor Shinde, Dr. Shinde of Archaeological Survey of India, he has given a wonderful lecture and a book. Yes, absolutely. And the first book was actually written by Professor Michel Danino, The Invasion That Never Was, and by Dr. Sujata Nahar. So this is just a sequel to that. Yeah, and David Frawley has also, who is known as Bamdev, he has also done various, so there are lots of work. So at IIT Kharagpur, the thing is that a lot of people have come together, and we have been given some funding and all that. So it's slightly easier to work in an institute format. So this book, the first stock is already sold, and the second stock has just gone into Amazon. If anybody is interested, I'm not trying to sell a book on a podium, but if somebody is interested, you can get a copy of the book. Today only I got a call from someone that we just received a copy of that book. There are about 4 or 5 institutes in Maharashtra who are trying to open up centers of Indian knowledge systems and trying to follow that.
Thank you once again, sir, for such an enlightening session. मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी इस सत्र के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर रविंद्र कुमार पांडा जी, वाइस चांसलर श्री जगन्नाथ संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी पुरी. I would invite Tanu to felicitate Professor Ravindra Kumar Panda ji. अभी मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ our first presenter, Professor Banabali Biswal ji, the Dean of Academic Affairs and Students' Welfare, Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi. And the topic of his presentation is Sri Aurobindo and his creative writings, with special reference to Bhavani Bharati. Our next participant is Dr. Kali Prasanna Satpathy ji, the Vice President of Divine Life Society, Kendrapara branch, Orissa. The next participant is Dr. Anil Kumar, Assistant Professor in Sahitya Department, Professor in Sahitya Department, Central Sanskrit University. And our last presenter of this session is Abhishek Tripathi ji, doctoral student at the Psychology and Cognitive Science Department, Sapienza University, Rome. So now I would invite Professor Banamali Biswal ji for the presentation.
बलभद्र सुभद्राभ्यां जगन्नाथाय ते नमः. वन्दे तं अरविन्दं च महामनां महर्षिणं साहित्यसर्जकं वन्दे सर्जकानां शिरोमणिं. कैवल्योपनिषद्विद्या येन दत्ता सुमेधया दत्तारविन्दनाम्नैव चोपनिषत् तथा परा श्री अरविन्दोपनिषत्. सावित्र्याख्यं महाकाव्यं दत्तं विश्वाय येन वै लोककल्याणमन्त्रश्च मन्त्रेणोपहृतः क्वचित्. येन तान्त्रिकसिद्धिश्च प्रकरणैः सुकल्पिता. तान्त्रिकसिद्धिप्रकरणं. येन तान्त्रिकसिद्धिश्च प्रकरणैः सुकल्पिता सप्तचतुष्टयं कृत्वा स्वप्रतिभा प्रमाणिता. लिखितान्याङ्ग्लकाव्यानि भिन्नरसान्वितानि वै संकलनं तेषां नैक पुस्तकेषु प्रकाशितम्। अनुदितानि काव्यानि तस्य भाषान्तरेषु वै तस्य काव्यरहस्यानि क्वचित् ज्ञातानि सर्वथा। स्वतंत्रता प्रदानार्थं राष्ट्राय चाङ्ग्लशासनात् आङ्ग्लकाव्यं कृतं तेन नाम्ना भवानी मन्दिरम्। संस्कृतेनैव राष्ट्रस्य जागरणं भवेत् क्वचित् राष्ट्रजागरणार्थं वै कृता भवानी भारती। दृष्टं रूपं भवान्याश्च येन भारतमातरि वन्दे तं राष्ट्रभक्तं च राष्ट्ररक्षापरायणं। राष्ट्रसेवा कृता येन देवीं मत्वैव भारतं भारतवरपुत्रं तं वयं नूमः सभक्तिकम्। A very good forenoon to all of you. At the outset, I'd like to thank and congratulate the organizers who have taken pain to organize this national seminar. Dr. Sampadanand Mishraji, the director of Rishihood University, and the Vice Chancellor of Central Sanskrit University, Professor Sri Srinivas Barkhedi, who has agreed to collaborate this national seminar. I welcome all my friends who are now the part of this national seminar on Sri Aurobindo and Sanskrit to observe his 150th birth anniversary. I welcome and congratulate our friend Professor Rabindra Kumar Pandaji, who is presiding this session, and I welcome all my well-wishers and friends, senior friends, Professor Prafulla Kumar Mishra ji, Professor Arun Kumar Mishra ji, Professor Shweta Prajapati ji, Dr. Lala Shankar Goyal ji, Dr. Purnachandra Upadhyay ji, Dr. Anil Kumar ji, Dr. Kali Prasanna Satpathy ji, and others. Sri Aurobindo, the great poet, philosopher, and spiritualist, has written many books to his credit. Prominent amongst them are Savitri, Sri Aurobindo Upanishad, Tantrika Siddhi Prakaranam, Kaivalya Upanishad Vidya, Sapta Chatushtayam, Mantraha, and Bhavani Bharati, etc. Besides, he has written several English poems compiled in his collected poems. In Bengali, he wrote Usaharan Kavya and Jagannather Rath, Chariot of Jagannath. As per the title of my presentation, I will concentrate only on his creative writings. That means, obviously, I will confine myself to Savitri, Bhavani Bharati, and his collected poems with a special reference to Bhavani Bharati. But before that, I will have a few words on Sri Aurobindo's personal profile. Sri Aurobindo was a person of multiple talents and accomplishments. He was a Rishi, or rather Maharshi, the founder of integral yoga, the prophet of the life divine, a fierce patriot and a revolutionary, a renowned scholar and Vedic translator, an unrivaled teacher and an exceptional poet, playwright, critic, and prose writer. Many of his contemporaries recognized the superhuman potential in him as a man of letters in excelsis or master of prose art and a dramatist and poet of tremendous force and versatility. Sri Aurobindo is the principal subject of attention today as the central theme of this national seminar is based on him. K.R.S. Iyengar is of the opinion that all aspects of Sri Aurobindo's many-faceted personality are all of a piece, or rather, it is the same diamond, the immortal diamond with different facets, torn to our gaze at different times. Sri Aurobindo once wrote, "No one can write about my life because it has not been on the surface for men to see. Therefore, before attempting to discuss his writings, we should have some understanding of his multifaceted life." Sri Aurobindo was a skilled poet who composed sonnets, epics, large narrative poems, and lyrics with a high level of artistic competence. In a style similar to Dante's Commedia, his Savitri transforms philosophy into the epic and dramatic form of Indian mythology. Sri Aurobindo was captivated by the epic form as it appeared in both Sanskrit and European heritage. In a long, unfinished poem, Ilion, he had essayed an epic parallel to Homer's Iliad, embodying Indian as well as Greek characters. Sri Aurobindo has developed such a definition of poetry which is noteworthy for its visionary spiritual quality. According to him, pleasure alone is not the purpose of poetry or art. He says, the highest art is that which by an inspired use of significant and interpretive form unseals the doors of the spirit. So I want some water if somebody can provide me. Is it there? Oh, I will take. Yes, ma'am. Its main objective is to give the inner imaginative delight. Sri Aurobindo describes mantric poetry as the ultimate type of poetry in his definition of poetry. To define poetry, he says, mantras comes as an expression of great heights of inner freedom. I quote him, "A mightier race shall inhabit the mortal's world on nature's luminous tops on the spirit's ground. The Superman shall reign as a king of life, make earth almost the male and peer of heaven." Sri Aurobindo's poetry and poetic philosophy have a futuristic feelings. He sees human beings as developing beings with capacities. The human being is in transition. He is advancing to attain supermanhood, that is, overmind consciousness or spiritual perfection. According to Sri Aurobindo, an eternal perfection is shaping us into its own image. As a philosopher and mystic, he lived as the Mahayogi of the Pondicherry Ashram and was revered and even worshipped by thousands of his followers. However, Sri Aurobindo was mostly known for his poetry. His entire body of poetry is mystical. In Indian English poetry, he is the foremost poet philosopher, poet prophet, and poet visionary. However, that I am already uttering these lines, so if you don't see, there is no problem. However, Sri Aurobindo's early poetry was influenced by the dissident writers. He adored and mimicked the great English poets like Milton, Keats, Tennyson, and Browning, along with his brother Manmohan Ghosh. But in his latter poetry, he reverted back to his own literary and cultural roots. Sri Aurobindo produced over 3,000 pages of poetry in the time span of 60 years. Chandidas and Jnanadas are two of his earliest poems. He skillfully captures the sweetness of their feelings as well as the original's spirit. He translated the Meghadutam, Vikramorvarsiyam of Kalidasa, and Niti Shatakam of Bhartiya from Sanskrit. He captioned Vikramorvarsiyam in English as the hero and the nymph. Sri Aurobindo as a patriotic poet. Chittaranjan Das praised Sri Aurobindo as the poet of patriotism, as the prophet of nationalism, and the lover of humanity. He was a committed revolutionary and nationalist who worked tirelessly for India's freedom. His poetry is notable for conveying his fervent patriotism and love of freedom in a few selected poems. I would like to quote a couple of examples in this connection from his Baji Prabhav and Bhavani Mandir. Baji Prabhav, published in 1909. His well-known poem, Baji Prabhav, honors Baji Prabhav Deshpande's great sacrifice of giving his life to ensure the liberation of the country. It anticipated a sudden emergence of tribe of Baji Prabhus. Exhorting his countrymen, Baji urged his fellow citizens to exploit the current era of freedom for the motherland. Death cannot deter the brave patriots from their noble pursuit of attaining freedom. In the twilight, Baji Prabhu exhorted his countrymen, "Make iron of your souls," I quote, "make iron of your souls, yet it Bhavani wills strengthen this word can stray our nation's future from overthrow till victory with Shivaji return. So I have got a note to complete it in within 2 minutes. I have 52 slides and I have covered only 13 slides. Okay, within 5 minutes I will just complete. So I did not read line by line. This Bhavani Mandir. Sri Bhavani Aurobindo was lord into Bengal's epicenter of revolutionary movements in 1905. In honor of Bhavani, he wrote Bhavani Mandir, a handbook for revolutionaries. So I have quoted some poems from this Bhavani Mandir. Sri Aurobindo urges his compatriots to abandon their incredible apathy and rise up with all of their might to free their motherland. The poetry and mysticism of Bhavani Mandir may be felt in its statement that this boundless energy or pure Shakti is Bhavani. She is also the adored Durga, Kali, Radha and Lakshmi. She is our mother and the creatress of all of us. The poem Bhavani Mandir is filled with intense lyrical feelings such as what is our country, what nation is our motherland, etc., etc. So instead of going into detail, so next point is, so mysticism in Aurobindo's poetry. According to Aurobindo, mysticism is a temper rather than a doctrine, an atmosphere rather than a system of philosophy. The basic fact of mysticism may be described as an attitude of mind founded upon an instinctive or an experienced conviction of unity, of oneness, of likeliness in all things. So these things are there. I have quoted few poems from the point of view of mysticism also. So I will skip those slides. And the poetic art and craftsmanship of Sri Aurobindo, that is a point. And I have quoted some poems of these Aurobindo's English poems. That is it. And Sri Aurobindo's Savitri as an epic. The epic Savitri is Sri Aurobindo's magnum opus, which was posthumously published in 1954. So it is published in some parts. Okay, I'm complete, no, don't worry. So these other points as modernism in Savitri, that is there. Sri Aurobindo's Bhavani Bharati, so some slides are on that also, so I have to complete. So in Bhavani, coming to this Bhavani Bharati. So Bhavani Bharati opens with a beautiful verse. Sukhe nimagnaha sayane jadasam madhoscha rathyasu manaschacara sachintayamasa kulani kavyam दारांश्च भोगांश्च सुखम धनानि. तो जब मैं सो रहा था तो मेरे मन में, मेरा मन, मधु मतलब बसंत, बसंत के मार्ग में चलने लगा, चल पड़ा, ऐसा कुछ है. सचिंतयामास कुलानि काव्यम दारांश्च भोगांश्च सुखम धनानि. फिर इसके बाद आई थॉट ऑफ माई पीपल. Okay, no problem. Of poetry, of wife and enjoyments, pleasure and passions. So I want to quote some verses from Bhavani Bharati, then I will conclude my speech. So the second verse, Kanteischa Srungara Juteischa Hrusto. I need not explain the verse. So why I am reciting this, I like these verses and I have collected them, so I want to utter. So I get satisfaction by uttering this. This is the thing. Kanteischa Srungara Juteischa Hrusto Ganehi Rasa Sachando Lalitam Bhavandha Jagoucha Kanta Badanam Sahasyam Pujyecha Matruscharane Garishte Chakranda Bhumi Paruto Parito Madiya Khalo hi putra nasuro mamarda Swarthena nito hamanarcha pade Duratmano bhatrubadhena lipte Sukham mrudabastarane sayanam Sukhani bhogan vasuchintayantam Pasparsha bhimena karena vakhyah Pratyaksha makhnoscha babhuva काली. तो जो व्यथा से कविता आती है, कविता उपजती है, ये भी एक निदर्शन अरविंद की ये भवानी भारती है. तो अब जब ज्वला कराला धरणी बहुव क्रुदेर ज्वलद्भिर गगनैश्च तूर्णैः हृषा रवीर दुंदुभि घोरनादि त्रस्ता धरा दुद क्या है धराभुद अनुजस्य युद्धे. एवं so I need not read all these things. Sandram. Okay. Everything is there. Pritir daya dharya madamya sauryam Shraddha titiksha vividhascha vidyaha Anantarupe tumasi prasida chiram vasarye hrudi bharatanam. So last verse I will quote. Sindhon himadrim cha sudho susomya bhasa Prakasayanti sudruda pratishtha तिष्ठ प्रसन्ना चिरमार्य भूमौ महाप्रतापे जगतो हिताय. Illumining these rivers and snowy mountains with most gentle lusters, be firmly established in this Aryan country. This is his wish. Abide forever gracious in this land. I am going, just coming. O mighty one, for the good of the world. So these examples clearly show that the poet has patriotic feelings and love towards our nation. I would like to conclude my presentation with these words of Deshabandhu Chittaranjan Das. Long after the controversy will be hushed in silence, long after this turmoil, the agitation will have ceased. Long after he is dead and gone, he will be looked down upon as the poet of patriotism, as the prophet of nationalism and the lover of humanity. Long after he is dead and gone, his words will be echoed and re-echoed, not only in India but across distant seas and lands. Therefore, I say, Chittaranjan Das says, that the man in his position is not only standing before the bar of this court, but before the bar of the High Court of history. So thank you all. So I had sort of time. I have prepared some 50 slides. Anyway, I could speak something before you. So that's a great opportunity for me. I thank the organizers and I remain here. So thank you all.
अभी मैं अध्यक्ष जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि प्रोफेसर वनमाली बिस्वाल जी को सम्मानित किया जाए. सर, अभी मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर काली प्रसन्ना सतपति जी को. उनका रिसर्च टॉपिक है श्री औरबिंदो उपनिषद एकम विहगवलोकनम.
नमः माता पितृभ्यां नमो गुरुभ्यो गुरुपादुकाभ्यः. औरबिंद पाद पद्मे प्रणिपात मातृपदाब्जे प्रणति पूज्य सभापतिं सज्जनमण्डलं कालीप्रसन्ननमति। अरविंद नभकल्पान् सर्वान् वन्दे मुहुर्मुहुः। जयतु स भगवान् पूर्णभागोरविन्दः, जयतु धवल शोभा लोकधात्री मिरम्बा, जयतु लसतु भूमा वेतयो पूर्णयोगः, जयतु तदनुगामी भाग्यवान् भ्रातृवर्गः। अस्माकं पूर्णब्रह्मस्वरूपः स भगवान् अरविन्दः जयतु। श्वेतकान्तियुक्ता लोकजननी श्रीमाता मीरा जयतु। भूमौ संसारे एतयोः पूर्णयोगः अतिमानससाधना लसतु तथा जयतु। तदनुगामी भाग्यवान् लोकवर्गः भ्रातृभगिनीगणः वा जयतु। श्री अरविंदोपनिषद एकं विहगावलोकनम्। आध्यात्मिक ज्ञान गुरु महान दार्शनिकः समाज संस्कारकः योगी अरविंदः भारतीय स्वतंत्रता सेनानी स्वयं सिद्धः कविः विश्वप्रसिद्ध महात्मा सततं वंदनीयः। लोकसमुदायस्य सर्वविध कल्याणार्थं दिव्यमार्गेण स सुतरां प्रेरयति। तस्य जीवनचरितम् उत्तम मानवनिर्माणार्थम् आदर्शस्थानीयम्। तस्य कालजयिनी रचनावली संस्कृत संस्कृति प्रणता मौलिक संस्कृत कृतयश्च आध्यात्मिक सारस्वत गगने समुज्ज्वल ज्योतिष्क समाः विभान्ति। बिना संस्कृत शिक्षकेण स्वयं संस्कृत भाषां संस्कृत शास्त्राणि च अधीत्य दिव्य पुरुषः योगी अरविन्दः देवभाषया दिव्य संदेश समूहं च वितरितवान्। योगिनः अरविन्दस्य सर्वाः संस्कृतकृतयः तत्त्वपूर्णाः। तासु श्री अरविन्दोपनिषद स्वतन्त्रं वैशिष्ट्यम् आवहति। श्री अरविन्दस्य संक्षिप्त परिचयः श्लोकाकारेण। वंगे च कोलकातायाम् आविर्भूतो महामनः 270 च तथा ख्रीष्टाब्दे अष्टमासे च दिने पंचदशे शुभे। माता स्वर्णलता देवी घोषकृष्णधनः पिता। बाल्यात् वैदेशिकीं शिक्षां प्राप्तुं च ब्रिटेनं गतः। नाना वैदेशिकी भाषा संस्कृतिश्च पठत् तथा प्रत्यागत्य स्वदेशं च भारतवत्सलोऽभवत्। भारते संस्कृतिं भाषा ज्ञात्वा प्रमोदमाप्तवान्। स्वातन्त्र्य समरे ज्ञानयज्ञे सदा रतोऽभवत्। 809 मिते कारागारं गतः। 909 पण्डिचेरीं समागतः। बहूनि चैव शास्त्राणि चालिखत् दर्शनानि च तत्रैव कृतवान् योग साधनां चातिमानसीम्। श्रीमाता परमाशक्ति तत्रासीत् दिव्यदर्शिनी। 50 वर्षे 1997 डिसेम्बरे 5 च दिव्यलोकं च प्रस्थितः। पाण्ड्ये पुडुचेरी धाम्नि महासमाधिमाश्रित महायोगी अरविंद दिव्याशीर्यच्छति सदा। अरविंदोपनिषदः रचनाकालः नामकरणं च। श्री अरविंदोपनिषद श्री अरविन्दस्य दर्शनस्य सारसर्वस्वम् इति प्रतिभाति। श्री अरविन्देन अस्या रचनायाः शीर्षकं न प्रदत्तम्। रचनायाः महत्त्वं दर्शनतत्त्वं च अनुभूय श्री अरविन्दाश्रम पुडुचेरी स्थित पुडुचेरी पक्षत श्री अरविंदोपनिषद इति सार्थकं नामकरणं विहितम्। अनुसन्धानेन ज्ञायते यत् श्री अरविन्द रचिताः काश्चन संस्कृतपङ्क्तयः पाण्डुलिपिरूपेण समुपलब्धा। तत्र छन्दोग्योपनिषदः एकमेवाद्वितीयम् इति मूलं वाक्यम् आसीत्। अन्यत्र पृथक् तथ्यं वर्णितम्। परवर्तिने समये संस्कृतपङ्क्तीनां सङ्कलनं श्री अरविन्दोपनिषत् नाम्ना प्रकाशितं। प्रायेण ख्रीष्टीय 1010-14-9-शततमवर्षमध्ये इयं उपनिषद विरचिता। इयं उपनिषद श्री अरविन्दाश्रम प्रकाशित प्रत्नानुसंधान आर्चिव्स एंड रिसर्च इति पत्रिकायां 8-7-9-शततमवर्षस्य 1978 AD डिसेम्बर मासाङ्के आङ्ग्लानुवादेन सह प्रकाशिता। ख्रीष्टीये 87-9-शततमे वर्षे 1987 AD जुलाई मासे श्री अरविन्दोपनिषद प्रथमं संस्कारणं प्रकाशितम्। श्री अरविन्दोपनिषदः वैशिष्ट्यं संस्कृतवाङ्मये उपनिषदां महत्त्वं सुविदितम्। आधुनिककाले अर्वाचीनासु उपनिषत्सु श्री अरविन्दोपनिषत् अन्यतमा स्वतन्त्रा च। सरलसंस्कृतभाषया विरचिता दिव्यदर्शनपूर्णा इयम् उपनिषत् भारतीयदर्शनस्य मौलिकम् उपादानं प्रकाशयति। अत्र अध्यात्मविद्यायाः सर्वविधाः रहस्यपूर्णाः विषयाः केवलं 19 अनुच्छेदैः वर्णिता। मानवजीवनस्य संशयनिराकरणार्थम् अत्र आनन्दविधायकं सत्यम् उपस्थापितं। भवसागरस्य मोहं मायाम् अज्ञतां च दूरीकृत्य परमात्मना सह मेलनम् उपनिषदिति प्राप्नोति इति अनया उपनिषदा। वस्तुतः उपनिषदसंज्ञा निरूपेण न ज्ञायते। उपनियतमात्मानं ब्रह्मापास्तद्वयं ततः निहन्त्य वेद्यां तज्जं तस्मादुपनिषद् भवेत्। एवं क्रमेण उपसामीप्येन नितरां निधाय अंतर्धाय सिदन्ति प्राप्नुवन्ति परं ब्रह्म जया विद्यया सा उपनिषत्। संक्षिप्त सारः श्री अरविन्दोपनिषदि नास्ति कश्चित् पक्षपात विचारः, नास्ति च कश्चित् गोष्ठी विचारः, पुनः सांप्रदायिक मतवादः। सर्वं खलु इदं ब्रह्म आत्मैव ब्रह्म। जो वै भूमा तत् सुखं नाल्पे सुखमस्ति भूमैव सुखं भूमात्वेन विजिज्ञासितव्यः। अत्रैव प्रतिपादितम् एको देवः सर्वभूतेषु गूढः सर्वव्यापी सर्वभूतान्तरात्मा कर्माध्यक्ष सर्वभूतादिवासः साक्षी वेत्ता केवलो निर्गुणश्च। एवं सर्वं तत्त्वं तत्रान्तर्निहितं। 19 अनुच्छेदेषु प्रत्येकम् अनुच्छेदः ब्रह्मणः स्वरूपं व्याख्याति। यथा ब्रह्म एकम् एव अद्वितीयं यत् किमपि आसीत् अस्ति भविष्यति वा तदेव सत् यत् च नास्ति न व्यक्तं भावात्मककल्पनाम् अतिक्रान्तं तत् असत्। सत् असत् च उभे अपि ब्रह्मणः रूपे। विश्वे यत् किमपि खलु यत् किमपि लघु वा बृहत् वा उच्चं वा नीचं वा तत् ब्रह्म एव। जगदपि ब्रह्म। सर्वं ब्रह्ममयं प्रतिभाति सत्यमेव भवति। ब्रह्म सत्यं जगत् सत्यं सर्वं ब्रह्ममयं जगत् एकमेवाद्वितीयं तत् जीवो ब्रह्मैव नापरः इति परमसिद्धान्तः। स एव परात्परः पुरुषः कालातीतः कालमूर्तिः चिन्मयः सनातनः भगवान्। स निर्गुणः परन्तु सर्वगुणान् धत्ते। यथा महाभारते उक्तं निर्गुणः परमात्मा तो देहं व्याप्यावतिष्ठते तमहं ज्ञानविज्ञेयं नावमन्ये न लङ्घये। तत्त्वतः परमात्मा निराकारः अनुभवेन साकारश्च। योगमाहात्म्यमपि प्राधान्येन प्रतिपादितं तत्र। वस्तुतः सर्वमिदं सत्यम्। इदं सर्वं व्यावहारिकदृष्ट्या सत्यं पारमार्थिकदृष्ट्या असत्यमिति कथनं मनसः तुष्टये एव विज्ञानार्थं तु वक्तव्यं यत् वस्तुतः सत्ये ब्रह्मणि किमपि असत्यं नास्ति। ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किंच जगत्यां जगत् यत्रैव ईशः विराजते तत्स्थानमपि ईशमयं यत् प्रकाशते जगदानंद एव तत् रसो वै सः ब्रह्मानंद सहोदरः इति भावः। जो हि जीवः स आनंदमयः प्रच्छन्न भगवान् स्वप्रकाशमयं जगत् ब्रह्म भोक्तुम् अवतीर्णः सर्वो हि सुखं वाञ्छति। गीतायाम् उक्तं दुःखे स्वनुद्विग्नमना सुखेषु विगता स्पृह वीतराग भय क्रोध स्थितधीर्मुनिरुच्यते। अरविन्दोपनिषदि एषः भावः प्रकटितः। आनंदमयः एव निरानन्दं भोक्तुं सहते अज्ञता एव दुःखस्य मूलं कारणं। विपदो नैव विपदः संपदो नैव संपदः विपद्विस्मरणं विष्णो संपन्नारायण स्मृतिः इति अत्र लक्ष्यते। अहंकार एव दुःखं ददाति। शान्ते जले सूर्यस्य प्रतिबिम्बः यथा एको भाति चले जले प्रतिबिम्बः बहुधा दृश्यते तथैव चिन्मयं जगत् चिदात्मनि भासते। अमृतस्य पुत्रः इति भावनया सर्वेपि ईश्वरसदृशाः अमृतः। जलं स्थलं वनं गिरि आकाश तब लीलानां सर्वत्र प्रकाश। आदि शंकराचार्यस्य तत्त्वमपि अत्र प्रतिफलितं। त्वं भूमिस्त्वं जलौघस्त्वमसि हुतवहो गन्धवाहस्त्वमेव त्वञ्चाकाशो मनश्च प्रकृतिरपि महत्पूर्विकाहं कृतिश्च। आत्माप्येवासि मातः परमिह भवते त्वत्परं नैव किञ्चित् क्षन्तव्यो मे पराधः प्रकटितवदने कामरूपे कराळे। दिव्यथर्वशीर्षानुसारम् अहं ब्रह्मा ब्रह्मणि वेदितव्ये अहं पंचभूतानि अपंचभूतानि अहमखिलं जगत्। भूमिश्च गगनं वायु अग्निनीरं तथैव च आद्याक्षराणि संगृह्य भगवान् परिकीर्तितः। श्री अरविन्दोपनिषदः संक्षिप्तसारेण सर्वत्र आनंदमय ब्रह्म दर्शनं कर्तुं ऋषि अरविन्द भगवता आदिष्ट इति निष्कर्षः। श्रीमद्भागवतानुसारं श्री अरविन्दस्य भावः सर्वथा प्रशस्यः। खंवायुमग्निं सलिलं महिंश्च ज्योतिंसि तत्त्वानि दिशो द्रुमादीन् सरीसमुद्रांश्च हरे शरीरं यत्किञ्च भूतं प्रणमेदन्यम्। उपसंहारः। श्री अरविन्दोपनिषदः दिव्य संदेश सर्वत्र सरल भाषया प्रसारितो भवेत् यदि तर्हि अवश्यं समाजे महत् परिवर्तनं सम्भवेत्। प्राध्यापकेन मुख्य संयोजकेन डॉक्टर संपदानंद मिश्रेण श्री अरविन्दस्य कृते यत् भक्तिपूर्णं निवेदनं मधुरभावेन परिवेशितं तदपि श्री अरविन्दस्य महिमानं प्रसारयति। मम स्वर नास्ति केवलं आवृत्तिं करोमि। सुन्दररूपं चिदात्मकं श्री अरविन्दं भजाम्यहं सद्गुरुदेवं योगेश्वरं सत्यं परं तं परात्परं ज्ञानसमुद्रं दयामयं योगपरं तं नमाम्यहं सर्वसहायं सदाशिवं प्रेमपरं तं कृपाकरं शाश्वतदेवं सनातनं सृष्टिपरं तं भजाम्यहं शुभ्रशरीरं सुनिर्मलं चारुमुखं चित्स्वरूपिणं विश्वनिदानं विभास्वरं तं परमेशं स्मराम्यहम्। ओं नमो भगवते अरविन्दाय। ओं नमो दिव्यजननी श्रीमात्रे। पुनः नमो नमः सर्वेषां कृते नमो नमः।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर काली प्रसन्ना सतपति जी। अभी मैं अध्यक्ष जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे डॉक्टर काली प्रसन्ना सतपति जी को सम्मानित करें। अभी मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार जी को, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इन साहित्य डिपार्टमेंट, सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी, और उनका शोध पत्र है संस्कृत साहित्य श्री अरविंद के ऊपर।
धरायां शोभते यावत्, धरायां शोभते यावत् कान्तिश्च निर्मला रवेः, महर्षिरविन्दस्य तावत् कीर्तिर्भविष्यति। नमामि तं महाभागं, नमामि तं महाभागं ज्ञानसुधासमन्वितं, सूर्यस्य प्रभावे हि दीपकस्येव मे गतिः। नाक्षरमपि जानामि चिन्तनस्य तु का कथा, तथापि च भवामीह कृपया तव योगिनः। सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः। यथा पूर्ववक्तृभिः उक्तं तत्परित्यज्य अग्रे गच्छामि। संस्कृतग्रन्थानां समीक्षा परम्परायां श्री अरविंद महोदयानां स्थानं मुकुटमणिरिव राराजते, येषां परिचयस्य न कस्यापि कृते आवश्यकता। अतः तेषां चिन्तनमेव मयात्र साक्षात् प्रस्तूयते। मानवजीवनम् अत्यन्तं दुर्लभं, ततोपि दुर्लभम् अत्र ज्ञानार्जनम्। यद्यपि नैव विद्यते कोऽपि धरायां यस्मिन् ज्ञानं नास्ति, यतो हि सर्वे चिन्तयन्ति, श्वसन्ति, लपन्ति, व्यवहरन्ति, तथापि किं तदेव ज्ञानं? वस्तुतः तद् अज्ञानं। यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम। ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्चित् जगत्यां जगत्, तेन तक्तेन भुञ्जीधाम घृतः कश्चिद्धनम्। अजो नित्यशाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे। एवं भूतं ज्ञानमेव ज्ञानमस्ति। यतो हि अध्यात्मज्ञानमेव ज्ञानं। यावत्पर्यन्तं सर्वत्र सर्वेषु स्वस्यात्मनः स्थितिर्नैव अवलोक्यते, तावत् कथं ज्ञानं भवितुम् अर्हति। यतो हि आत्मवत् सर्वभूतेषु यः पश्यति स पश्यति। इदमेव चिन्तनं विद्यते अरविंद महोदयस्य। विद्या विनय संपन्ने ब्राह्मणे गविहस्तिनि, सुनीचेव स्वपाके च पंडिता समदर्शिनः। सांसारिकं ज्ञानं तथा न विद्यते। यावत्पर्यन्तं च आध्यात्मज्ञानं नैव समुत्पद्यते, तावत्पर्यन्तं समदृष्टिरपि नागमिष्यति, न च योगस्यावस्था। यतो हि सुखदुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभौ जया जयौ, ततो युद्धा युज्यस्व योगः कर्मकौशलम्। अर्थात समदृष्टिरेव आध्यात्मनो मूलकारणं, तयेव ज्ञानस्य प्राप्तिः। येन ज्ञानेन ईश्वरस्य परां भक्तिं योगिनः प्राप्नुवन्ति। यतो हि ब्रह्मणि तेषां निरन्तरं प्रवहमानं भवति चिन्तनं। तत्रैव च नित्यं प्रसन्नवदनाः तिष्ठन्ति, ब्रह्मभूतः प्रसन्नात्मा च न शोचति न काङ्क्षति, सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते पराम्। उपनिषत्सु यस्या ब्रह्मविद्याया विस्तरेण वर्णनं विद्यते, तस्या एव वर्णनं गीतायां सरलतया कृतम् अस्ति। अतः एव गीतायाः अपरं नाम ब्रह्मविद्यापि। श्री अरविन्दस्य चिन्तनम् आसीत् यत् स्वात्मानम् अन्वेक्षणेन एव सामान्यजनोऽपि तामेव अवस्थाम् आप्तुं शक्नुवन्ति, यस्यां ध्यानावस्थित तद्गतेन मनसा पश्यन्ति यं योगिनः। परञ्च सांसारिकम् अज्ञानं यावत् नैव तिरोहति, तावत् पर्यन्तं किमपि नैव सिद्ध्यति। अतः आध्यात्मं परमं सुखम्। उपनिषत्सु माया जीवयोः या चर्चा विद्यते अरविंद मते तद्वत् वेदेष्वपि। उपनिषत्सु माया जीवयोः या चर्चा विद्यते अरविंद मते तद्वद् वेदेषुपि यतो द्वैत भावं पश्यन्नपि अद्वैतवादं सत्यम् आमनन्ति पंडिताः यतो हि परस्परं भावयन्तः श्रेयं परमाप्स्यतः। यथा च द्वा सुपर्णा सयुजा सखाया समानवृक्षं परिशस्व जाते तयोरन्यपिपलमस्वादवत्य अनन्यसंज्ञो अभिचाक्षिषति। परञ्च उभयोरपि नास्ति भेदः दृष्टिभेदात् तत्त्वभेदः। यतो हि सर्वत्र स एव तिष्ठति तस्यैव सत्ता। अर्थात सविकल्पक रूपेण स उभयात्मकः निर्विकल्पक रूपेण अद्वैतः। यतो हि तद् ब्रह्म कूटस्थ नित्य अपरिणामी चैतन्य स्वरूपात्मनः एव यथा पूर्वमेव उक्तम्। नेव जीवात्म परमात्मनोः भेद संसारस्य मूलमपि तदेव वर्तते। यथोक्तं यतो इमानि भूतानि जायन्ते येन जातानि जीवन्ति यत् प्रियन्त्यभिविशन्ति सम्पूर्णमिदं चराचरं तस्यैव प्रभावेण विभाति न अस्य संसारस्य प्रभावेण तद्ब्रह्म। यथा न तस्य सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकां नेमा विद्यतो भान्ति कुतोऽयमग्नि तमेव भान्तम् अनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भाषा सर्वमिदं विभाति। एवं आत्म परमात्मनोरेक्यं द्वैत भावं च सिद्ध्यति। अरविंद महोदयानां मते यद्यपि ब्रह्म सत्यं जगन्मिथ्या इत्यस्मिन् विषये नैव कुत्रापि विमत्यं तथापि मानवस्य यत् कर्तव्यं भवति तत् पूर्णेपि जीवगत ब्रह्मनिष्ठत्वात् जीवानां सेवनेनापि तत्प्राप्तिः निश्चितमेव। गीता मानव जीवनस्य यत् सत्यं तदेव बोधयति स्वकर्तव्यं प्रति प्रेरयति च। आत्मनः परमात्मनश्च योगः अप्राप्तस्य प्राप्तिः अपि च चिन्तनमेव योगः। यतो हि यन्मनसा न मनुते येनाहुर्मनोमतं तदेव ब्रह्मतं विद्धि नेदं यदि उपासते। यथा ज्ञानस्य ज्ञानम् आवश्यकं तत आवश्यकम अज्ञानस्य ज्ञानं। यतो हि विना ज्ञानात् अज्ञानं नैव विनश्यति। एकस्य अभावेन एव द्वितीयस्य ज्ञानं कथं भवितुम् अर्हति। अतः ज्ञानाज्ञानयोः ज्ञानम् आवश्यकम्। अतः उच्यते जानन्नपि योगी नित्यं जडवद् आचरेत्। अरविंद महोदयानां मते तदेव लौकिकत्वं विद्यते यस्य वास्तविक प्रकृतिरस्माभिर्नैव ज्ञाता अथवा यस्य साधनोपाया नैव लब्धा। कदाचित् बुद्धयोत्पन्नं ज्ञानं सत्यं भवति चेत् तद्विपरीतमपि सत्यमेव भवति। अतः सत्यस्यान्वेषणम् अति दुर्लभं। किंच यत् सत्यं मया अनुभूयते तद् अपरेण असत्यं प्रतिभाति। अतः सर्वत्र सत्यासत्ययोः ज्ञानमपि काठिन्येन संभवति। समाधेरादौ योगिनः कृते दृढाभ्यासस्य आवश्यकता विद्यते। यतो हि यावत् स्थैर्यं नैव भवति तावत् पर्यन्तं सांसारिकविषयास्तत्र बाधां जनयन्ति। अतः स्वाकारवत् भिन्नत्वेन निश्चलात्मिका बुद्धिः समाधेरेव जायते। काव्यास्वादनाय यमेव अवस्था साधारणीकरणस्य विद्यते। यतो हि न तत्रापि सांसारिकविषयाः स्पृशन्ति सहृदयान् वेद्यान्तरस्पर्शशून्यत्वात् न च ज्ञानस्य विषयस्तिष्ठति लोकोत्तरत्वात्। अपि तु शिवोऽहम् एवं भूतेन संस्कारेण सर्वत्र आत्मानं ते पश्यन्ति। यावत्पर्यन्तं समाधौ योगम् अवाप्य तामेव अवस्थां नैवाधिगच्छन्ति तावत् रसस्य प्रतीतिरपि नैव जायते। यतो हि योगिवत् रससन्ततिर् इति धिया ये काव्यं रचयन्ति ते योगिना एव। एवं महतां योगिनां श्री अरविंद महोदयानां चिन्तनं किमपि अद्भुतमार्गं प्रति अस्मान् नयति। रामायण महाभारतयोः साम्य वैषम्ययोः या स्थितिः विद्यते तद्विषये सम्प्रति अरविंद महोदयानां मते किञ्चित् विचारयामः। रामायणम् एकम् आदर्शभूतं महाकाव्यं यत्र स्वकर्तव्यस्य कृते किमपि त्यक्तुं जनाः समर्थाः भवन्ति। राज्ञो वचनं मातुः मोह, भ्रातुः स्नेह, पुत्रस्य कर्तव्यं, कुलस्य मर्यादा एतेषां कृते सर्वे प्रियतन्ते। रामः स्यात् रावणो वा, सर्वे स्वधर्मेण धनुश्रेय परधर्मो भयावह इत्येव चिन्तयन्ति। स्वमर्यादां पालयन्ति। यदि कुत्रापि विचलिता स्थितिः दृश्यते तदा तस्याः परिणामः कीदृशः एवमपि विचारयन्ति। मुख्यत्वेन अत्र चरित्रस्य प्राधान्यं, संस्कृतेर् विकसितावस्था, नैतिकतायाः श्रेष्ठता, परम्परायाः परिरक्षणं च सर्वत्र प्रदर्शितम्। आन्तरिकबाह्याभ्यां शुचिरेव स्वस्थसामाजिकजीवनस्य आधारभूतः सिद्धान्तः। मानवस्योन्नतिः तदेव भवति यदा चरित्रस्य संरक्षणं जायते। वाल्मीकिः स्वकल्पनया, संवेदनशीलतया, उत्साहेन च आदर्शसमाजस्य निर्माणकार्ये संलग्नः आसीत्। कदापि चरित्रस्य शैथिल्यम्, आतङ्कवादस्य स्थितिः तस्मिन् समाजे नैव आसीत्। सर्वान् प्रति स्नेहभावः, सहानुभूतिश्च सर्वेषां कुत्सित जनानामपि हृदि आस्ताम्। वाल्मीकिः प्रकृत्येव स्वप्रतिभाबलेन तानि तत्त्वानि प्रस्तोतुं समर्थः आसीत् येषाम् अनुकरणम् आदर्शसमाजस्य कृते आवश्यकम्। एकतो अत्र श्रेयसे सर्वे प्रयत्नमानाः आसन्, अपरतश्च एतादृशोऽपि समाजः विद्यते स्म यत्र बलप्रयोगः, उत्पीडनं, स्वार्थपरायणता, लोलुप्यभावः, अहङ्कारः इत्येषां प्राधान्यम् आसीत्। ते तदेव आदर्शभूतं जीवनम् अङ्गीकुर्वन्ति स्म। अनयोः समाजयोः वर्णनं कविना यथा कृतं न तथापि केन अद्यावधि पर्यन्तं विहितम्। उभयोः पक्षयोः नायकावपि तादृशो एव तत्र प्रस्तुतो। रामः रावणस्य विरोधितायामपि मर्यादया सह स्वधर्मपालनं तत्र मुख्यम्। उत्कृष्टताया अभावेपि सर्वोत्कृष्टता तत्र आसीत्। अतः एव अतुलनीयं महाकाव्यमिदं मानवस्य कृते वाल्मीकिना विरचितम् इति अरविन्दमहोदयस्य मतं। यथा चरित्रप्रधानं महाकाव्यमिदं सर्वेषां हृदि आदर्शभूतं समाजम् उपस्थापयति, तथैव आदर्शोऽपि कालः आसीत् यत्र अव्यवस्थायाः, राजनीतेः, अशान्तेः, विक्षोभस्य, विद्रोहस्य च क्षत्रियप्रधानं साम्राज्यम् आसीत्। महाभारतस्य कालः सामाजिकराजनीतिकभावयुक्तः परिवेशो ज्ञायते। एवं भूते समाजे स्वाचारसंहितायाः नीतिमपि अपरस्मिन् आक्षिपन्तः हठयोगस्य प्रभावं प्रस्तुवन्ति स्म जनाः। स्वाधिकारस्य चर्चा, नैतिकतायाः तिरस्कारः, पराक्रमस्य प्रदर्शनमेव विशिष्टरूपेण जनेषु तत्रावलोक्यन्ते। वस्तुतः महाभारतस्य कालः अभिजात्यवर्गस्य अव्यवस्थायाश्च कालो वर्तते, यत्र चरित्रस्य अप्राधान्यम्, अधिकारस्य च प्राधान्यं भवति, तत्रैव पतनमपि जायते। अतः चरित्रस्य रक्षा परमावश्यकी। यथोक्तं वृत्तं यज्ञेन संरक्षेत् वित्तमेति च याति च अक्षिणो वित्ततक्षिणो वृतस्तु हतो हतः। व्यासः तत्समाजे वसति स्म। तस्मात् कारणात् सूक्ष्मतया गुणावगुणयोश्चर्चा तेन तत्समाजस्य विहिता। परिणामस्य विषये यद्यपि जागरूकता तस्मिन् आसीत्, परं च भविष्यं प्रति अपि आशावादितायाः दृष्टिकोणो तत्र दृश्यते। एक तो रामायणम् आदर्शवादितायाः परम्पराम् उपस्थापयति, यया गतादर्शस्य पुनः प्रतिष्ठा जायते। अपरतो महाभारतं प्रगतिशीलवादस्य, यथार्थवादस्य चिन्तनं प्रस्तौति। व्यासस्य बौद्धिकतायां स्वरः, विचारेषु रुचिः, नैतिकसमस्यासु चिन्तनं, कर्तव्यमीमांसायां गतिश्च दृश्यते। एवं महाभारतस्य विषये बहुचिन्तनम् अत्र विहितं। समस्याभावात् अग्रे सरामि। अरविन्दमहोदयेन यथा शास्त्राणाम् अध्ययनं मननं कृतं तद्वद् काव्यानामपि नाटकानां च समीक्षापि विशिष्टा एव विहिता। कालिदासस्य कालः, अभिज्ञानशाकुन्तलस्य समाजः, ऋतुसंहारस्य मौलिकता, कवितायाः सारः, नाट्यपरम्परायाः विकासः, विक्रमोर्वशीयस्य चिन्तनं, पात्राणां निरूपणम्, एतेषां सर्वेषां तत्त्वानामपि अतिगम्भीरतया प्रतिपादनं श्री अरविन्दमहोदयेन विहितम्। कालिदासस्य ये ग्रन्थाः सन्ति तेषु प्रकृतेः स्थितिरेव प्राधान्येन विद्यते। कदाचित् कविः अचेतनत्वेन, कदाचित् कविः चेतनत्वेन, कदाचित् चेतनम् अचेतनत्वेन, परं च तत्त्वं तु एकमेव। अभिज्ञान शाकुंतलस्य मंगलाचरणम, यक्षस्य मार्गवर्णनम, ऋतुसंहारस्य प्रकृते सौंदर्यम, कुमार संभवस्य हिमालय वर्णनम, प्रकृतिरेव सर्वत्र विराजते। किमर्थम? यतो हि अस्माकं सेव परंपरा विद्यते। प्रकृति नैव संरक्षिता चेत विकृतिरागमिष्यति। यतो हि सेव सर्वेषां मूल कारणम, अतः उच्यते मूल प्रकृति। प्रकृतिश्च सृष्टुराद्याः सृष्टिः, प्रकृतिश्च स्वभावः, प्रकृतिश्च सर्वेषां जननी। यावत् पर्यन्तं मानवः प्रकृतेः संरक्षणं न विधास्यति तावत् पर्यन्तं मानवस्य संरक्षणं कथं भविष्यति। कस्यापि कवेः नायकयोः वर्णनमात्रं प्रयोजनं नैव भवति। वस्तुतः कस्यापि समाजस्य समस्याम् उपस्थापयति, गुणान् आविष्करोति, रामादिवत् वर्तितव्यं न रावणादिवत् इत्युपदिशति। काव्य माध्यमेन अंतस्थं विश्वमेव स प्रस्तौति, अतः स प्रजापतिः। अतः श्री अरविंदो वदति, काव्यमेकम् अपरमेव विश्वं विद्यते, यस्य रचना साक्षात् समाधावेव भवति, तस्मात् कविरेव योगी। योगस्य चावस्था सर्वेषां नैव सिद्ध्यति, तां तु यथा द्वित्रा पंचसावामः कवयो गण्यन्ते, कवित्वबीजरूपेण संस्कारविषयेण किमपि अनिर्वचनीयं काव्यं रचयन्ति, तद्वदेव ते योगावस्थामाप्य ब्राह्मणाः साक्षात्कारं कुर्वन्ति। शांता भावादेव तेजसः उत्पत्तिर्दृश्यते, अर्थात योगिनां या समावस्था भवति तस्यामेव प्रलयस्यापि स्थितिः तिष्ठति। यथा उक्तं, समप्रधानेषु तपोधनेषु गूढ़ं हि दाहात्मकमस्ति तेजः। कस्यापि योगिनः परिपूर्णावस्था तत्र विकृतिं न जनयति, अपि तु नियमयति। यथा ध्यानं रत्नशिलातलेषु विबुधः स्त्रीसन्निधौ संयमो। गृहस्थे तथा भूता भावना निश्चितमेव विद्यते। मानवस्य सामान्य जीवनेपि नियमानां परिपालनं विशिष्टोन्नतिकारकं भवति, यतो हि तथा भूतं जीवनं समाजस्य दर्पणः। अतः कवयः तदेव काव्ये प्रस्तुवन्ति, अभिनन्दन्ति च। कालिदासेन येषां राज्ञां वर्णनं कृतं तेषां जीवनम् आदर्शभूतम् आसीत्। यतो हि कालिदासस्य उद्देश्यं समाजे सनातनपरम्पराया वैदिक संस्कृतेश्च मूल्यानां स्थापना एव सर्वत्रावलोक्यते। तत्रापि सत्यं शिवं सुन्दरम् इति भावना परमावश्यकी, यस्या वर्णनं रघुवंशे वयं पश्यामः। यथा विधिहुताग्नीनां, यथा कामार्चितार्थिनां, यथा पराधदण्डानां, यथा कालप्रबोधिनां, त्यागाय संवृतार्थानां, सत्याय मितभाषिणां, यशसे विजुगुषाणां, प्रजाय गृहमेधिनां, शेष्वे अभ्यस्तविद्यानां, यौवने विषयेषिणां, वार्धके मुनिवृत्तीनां, योगेनान्ते तनुत्तदां। जीवने एतादृशाः गुणाः यदि भवन्ति तदेव मानवस्य कल्याणं भवितुम् अर्हति। अरविंद महोदयानुसारं मानवस्य आकारानुसारं प्रज्ञा, प्रज्ञानुसारं वेदादीनां ज्ञानं, ज्ञानानुसारं च कार्यारम्भः, कार्यानुसारं च उन्नतिरिति नयः। अतः एव कालिदासेनापि तथा विधानां राज्ञां चरितं स्वग्रन्थेषु प्रस्तुतं, येषां विरोधाभासेनापि शोभन्ते नितरां गुणाः। आकार सदृशः प्रज्ञया सदृशागमः, आगमे सदृशारम्भः, आरम्भः सदृशोदयः। अपि च ज्ञाने मौनं क्षमाशक्तो, त्यागे श्लाघा विपर्ययः। एवं कृतदोषस्य प्रायश्चित्तेन मानवः पुनः प्रतिष्ठापदम् आपनोति, अतः तेषामपि वर्णनम् आदर्शभूतमेव। कस्यापि साहित्यस्य गुणानुकीर्तनं तदेव क्रियते यदा तत्र समाजाय किमपि शिक्षणीयं विद्यते। अरविंद महोदयेन स्वयोगिक साधनया वेदानाम्, उपनिषदां, शास्त्राणां, काव्यानां च आध्यात्मिक चिन्तनं यद्विहितं तेन एको नूतनः मार्गः योगिनां कृते, समीक्षकाणां कृते, सहृदयानां कृते च प्रसृतो जातः इति शम्।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार जी। अभी मैं अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार जी को सम्मानित करें। मैं अध्यक्ष जी प्रोफेसर रविंद्र कुमार पंडा जी को फिर से आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी और मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी अभिषेक त्रिपाठी जी को Abhishek Tripathi is a doctoral student at the Psychology and Cognitive Science Department, Sapienza University, Rome. और उनका रिसर्च पेपर है तांत्रिक सिद्धि प्रकरणम.
So at the outset, I would like to thank Rishihood University, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, and in particular Professor Mishra for inviting me for this seminar. So unlike many of you, my first encounter with Aurobindo happened to be with this text called Tantric Siddhi Prakaranam. In fact, I came to know I have studied in school and all, but not any other text. So this happened to be the first text which I encountered. And later on, I'm still a student of Aurobindo, and I'm trying to read some of his work itself. This is one of the original. So my paper, since it is one of his original works along with Bhartiya and other texts, in this paper I am trying to elucidate these three very important points. That definitely it is one of the original Sanskrit contributions, and then to see Aurobindo both as a philosopher but also as a practitioner of a tantric practice, but how he introduces the bhakti element into his tantric philosophy. I mean, when he is elucidating this Tantric Siddhi Prakaranam. We will also see that though this text is a very small text of 35, 37 sutras, and it is incomplete because maybe he could not, or he delved into some other works of his, other works of great importance. But then when I was reading these 35 sutras, I found, and I studied some of his text later, and then I found that you could see a lot of his other works in these 35 sutras in some form or the other, whether it's Divine Life, Life Divine, or Bhairav Bharati, or any other things. So these 3 points, and then I'm trying to do a hermeneutical analysis to elucidate all these 3 points. So it was the text which was probably written in 1911 or 12. Thanks to Professor Sampadhanand Mishra, we got this copy. Otherwise, it would have stayed in the, I think, probably the diary of Aurobindo himself. So thanks to him that we could get this text. It's an incomplete work. It's very much visible. The format, you could compare this text with Yoga Sutra-like treatise, in the form of sutras. So probably he was aiming to complete this as a tantric treatise. Maybe it would have been a parallel to Yoga Sutra. So in the introduction, so I was also, those who have been aware of his Sri Aurobindo's journey, we know that how Swami Ramakrishna Paramhansa's teaching of Advaita has a great influence on him, because Paramhansa, even when he was introducing this Jnana and Vijnana, also given a very different elucidations or interpretation in that sense, even than that of Shankaracharya. So I think he got very much influenced by the teaching of Advaita of Swami Ramakrishna Paramhans. But at the same time, I think my feeling is that he was also influenced by the practice of worshipping Kali from him. This is my feeling. And there is no, and it's very now that when he was asked about Ramakrishna, and he said that maybe he was the last avatara or the greatest of all avatara. So we could see a sense of admiration. I think it's because of the practice which he got influence from him. The other influence of maybe some of the tantric experiences, we have read in some of his memoirs, his experience at Alipur jail It's very interesting that if you look at Aurobindo's tantric experiences, it has both Kali and Krishna. So, and he talks about this Krishna awakening and then a message from the Lord that you have to do so many things and you have here for some purpose and so on. So these two are very interestingly intertwined in his tantric experience. And I think somebody also quoted this morning about when we look at him as a mystique, he himself said, right, no one can write my life because it has not been on the surface. So these are some of the glimpses one could see in Tantric Siddhi Prakaranam also. So I think most of us are here a student or in some form a student of philosophy or the other way. So I will not much delve into this, but as we know, Tantra is a very plural tradition. It is probably most plural traditions of Indian philosophy, right from very pagan to very philosophical to Kashmir Saivism to Kapaliks to so many things. So, and it is as old as it could be traced back to Vedas, I think in Athar Veda, and I think there are some references of this in Gopath Brahman also. Then, not only in Hindu textual tradition, but also we find the traces of Tantra we all know, in Buddhist tradition. Vajrayana and Tibetan Buddhism is also got influenced by it, and the Jain traditions. And unlike, like we call it, Vedas, Shruti, Smriti for our textual tradition in Vedas, and mostly they are called Agamas, these Tantric textual scriptures. Again, these are some of the genesis of the word Tantra and how it has been used. So this word has used in so many ways. In astronomy or in Ayurveda or nowadays in our parlance, we always say Tantra as a system. So even in mathematics, geometry. But when I'm talking about Tantra Siddhi Prakaranam, it mainly talks about the last one, which refers to type of some ritualistic worship. The rites of worships are performed in accompaniment with the Tantra, Yantra, and Mantra. I mean, it's so ironic that nowadays we use it so loosely, but actually it is very integral part of any Tantric practice, the Tantra, Yantra, and the Mantra. So you could see Ayurveda and in astronomical and also in mathematics and geometry. So it's a very wide. So then when we come to Aurobindo, it's very interestingly he mentioned about, so the good part is that he clearly distinguished between these yogic system, which he also develops as integral yoga psychology. So he clearly says that yes, which is there still exists in India a remarkable yogic system, which is in nature synthetic and starts from a great central principle of nature, Prakriti, and so on. And we all know that how he was initially very much influenced by Sankhya. But when he talks about Tantra, he says it's a yoga apart, not a synthesis of other school. So he clearly says that it's a different form of practice and philosophy. So he addresses that, and we could see in his this text also is an amalgamation of obviously Shaktiya and all the Kashmir Shaivism part, but mostly the influence of Ramakrishna, and we also see some of the bhakti of Tantric manifestation, and has some devotional, which I feel probably he must have received in Krishnapur jail, Alipur jail, when he had this Krishna awakening experience. And in this text also he talks about the prerequisite of worshipping Kali as the goddess. So I'm using hermeneutics as a method. So it's basically an interpretation which I am doing. And one of the scholars, modern scholars, Hans-Georg Gadamer, he associates hermeneutics of interpretation of experiences, and that is what we see when we see this text, that how the practice and theory both of Aurobindo comes into the picture. So since I'm saying that this is the tantric bhakti, then we have to see they are all very reciprocal. So it's not that tantra is very different from bhakti or bhakti is very different from tantra, but there has always been some exchanges from 10th, 11th century, and all this has happened in the past. But basically, if you look at these two differences where in bhakti we see faith, reverence, service, and surrender, and we will see how much importance Aurobindo has given to surrender in TSP or Tantric Siddhi Prakranam. Whereas Tantra belongs to something we call self-empowerment or a quest of liberating knowledge. So it's not that quest of knowledge is not there in bhakti, but majorly we see these two as a distinguished factors. And bhakti also has developed, over a period of time. So from the first phase of faith, reverence, to cultivation or expression of emotion, passion, or love. And if we try to, there could be many factors and attributes, but if we look at these three attributes, surrender, self, and very importantly, even which Aurobindo talks about, is the done away with the sattvic ego. And when someone is free from all gunas, tamsik, rajasik, and sattvic. So even in the tantric practice, bhakti was considered, but bhakti was not considered as means to salvation as it was considered in the bhakti tradition. It was basically considered as some, if we look at the textual tradition of Kashmir Saivism, and also a text called Utpal Deva's text of Shiva Strotavali, you will find that he talks about the Saktipata. So it's a grace of Shiva by which one sadhaka gets initiated into the practice of Tantra. So bhakti was there, but not as a means of salvation. And in case of Tantra, Shaktipat, which is the grace of Shiva, is a prerequisite before getting into Diksha or initiation into the Tantric text. So there is some difference, though bhakti was also practiced. So now coming to the text, it's very important. So in the text, in these 35 sutras, he talks about two very important things. When Sri Aurobindo talks about the forms of worship to goddess Kali, he says there are two ways you could do it. One is the identification of sadhaka with the Kali, when he says, I am she here is goddess Kali, or when a sadhaka decided to experience, I think it's more of a Sankhya position where I am Purusha and she is Prakriti, Vibhuti or instruments of God. But very interestingly, he said, it doesn't matter whether you fall into first or the second, but here comes the angle or the introduction of bhakti when he says self-surrender. Bhakti as self-surrendered. He said either of two is fine, but self-surrender is common in both the first option and the second option. So here we see some of the glimpses of bhakti as self-surrender. So in the sixth sutra, he talks about this, that here also you could see the self-surrender phenomena. This sadhana is not mine, it belongs to thee. Thee here is the goddess Kali. The burden of doing sadhana is not mine, it belongs to her. Come, O Kali, thou art the doer. So all is, you are the force, I have no force of my own, and do out the... So actually invocation, this attitude is self-surrender. So again you see the glimpse of bhakti, as self-surrender as bhakti for initiation when he writes this sixth sutra. I'm closing. And then interestingly, as I talks about three attributes, sattvic ego, interestingly, in this text, I think 3 or 4 places he talks about sattvic ego. And imagine, he says, even a saint keeps the sattvic ego with him without offering it to God. So he talks about this offering, again, this surrender and things. Even for a saint, forget about the common sadhakas or people like us. So even for a saint, he said that this is sort of a pinnacle where he also shows this glimpse of bhakti when even a saint has to surrender himself, which is always done away with tamasic and rajasic ego, but he or she is still having some sattvic ego. Again, in the invocation of Kali, he again says about this, that at the end, after the Rajas and Tamas ego has gone away, she also helps you, the goddess Kali helps you to done away with the Sattvic ego. And then he talks about the third attribute, which is the gunaless feature of bhakti. And she lifts the sadhaka above 3 gunas or modes of nature. So these are some of the expositions. There are more, but I think time is not allowing me to go. So in conclusion, I find very interestingly that his genesis, or maybe, as I said earlier, influence is from Swami Ramakrishna. We all know him. And Swami Ramakrishna's Advaita exposition of Gyan and Vigyan, which was slightly different from even Shankaracharya's expositions. And then because he invokes Kali and he talks about the grace of Kali and all, it seems like having tantric bhakti needs some form of a divine grace. One can attain perfection and self-empowerment, which is again one of the goals in Tantra. Yoga Sutra like ties on tantric bhakti. So I think had he completed this, it could have been it is still very interesting and very important text to understand his philosophy, but could have been a Yoga Sutra like treatise on Tantra. I also read this text, and as I said, this is the first text I encountered of Sri Aurobindo, because it gives me a lot of gist. The lot of unknown things in Aurobindo, I found it here. So even I was listening yesterday and day before yesterday about some of the texts which I have not read, but even Savitri and all, I found a lot of connection over there in these 35 to 36 sutras. And when you read Savitri thereafter, you can easily connect yourself. So I think it's a very good text. You find practicing sadhaka, giving exposition on tantric bhakti. So thank you very much. These are some of the references. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you. I hope I have adhered to time.
Thank you, Abhishek Tripathi ji. I request the chair to felicitate Abhishek Tripathi ji. Now I'd like to invite Professor Bhagirathi Nandji, Professor at Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri, National Sanskrit University, New Delhi. The topic of the presentation is Aurobindasya Bhavani Bharati Ekam Samikshanam.
अखंड मंडलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। परम सम्माननीयाः समेपि उपस्थिताः गुरवः भ्रातरः प्रियांसः छात्राः भगिन्यश्च। मम विषयः भवानी भारती एकं समीक्षणं। यद्यपि अत्र समीक्षायाः बहवः विषयाः उपलभ्यन्ते, तथापि समयानुसारेण अहं स्थालिपुलाकन्यायेन किञ्चित् अत्र वक्तुम् उत्सहे। आशा से इतः बिन्दून् स्वीकृत्य अस्माकं शोधार्थिनः अथवा पाठकाः सहृदयाः किमपि नूतनं तेषां अध्ययनकाले अङ्गीकरिष्यन्ति, स्वीकरिष्यन्ति इति विश्वसिमि। तत्र भवानी भारती इति रचना संधिक्षणस्य, भारतवर्षस्य संधिक्षणस्य रचना। सामान्यतः अस्य दर्शनेन एवं प्रतीयते यत् इयं कापि सामान्या रचना वर्तते, परन्तु वस्तुतः यस्मिन् क्षणे अस्य ग्रन्थस्य रचना संजाता सः समयः अस्माकं कृते अत्यन्तम् उपयोगी आसीत्। तदानीम् अस्माकं किं करणीयं किम् अकरणीयम् इति पराधीनतया तया सर्वं विस्मृत्य यथा अस्माभिः जीवनं यापितं तदर्थं किमपि विशिष्टम् आवाहनमिदम्। आवाहनं सामान्यजनतायाः अपि भवति। ये बन्द करो। सामान्यजनतायाः अपि भवति। विशिष्ट जनानामपि भवति। अरविन्दमहोदयाः अत्यन्तं तपः पूताः। तपसा यद्यदि दृष्टं ते स्वयमेव अत्र ब्रुवन्ति यत् यद्यद् अस्माभिः तस्मिन्नेव काले दृष्टं वस्तुतः अद्भुतमिदं चिन्तनम् अद्भुतमिदं कार्यं वर्तते। मन्ये तस्य पूर्वपीठिकायां भूमिकायां तस्य ग्रन्थस्य अस्माकं मित्रवर्यैः आचार्य सम्पदानन्दमिश्र महोदयादिभिः यद्यत् तत्र उल्लिखितं तदनुसारेण एवमस्ति यत् अस्य ग्रन्थस्य किमपि नामकरणं नैवाकारी अरविन्देन, केवलं पद्यानि एव विरचितानि। पुनः तानि विरचितानि पद्यानि इदं प्रथमतया विलिख्य स्वनिकटे स्थापितानि, ततः आरक्षिभिः तदानीन्तन आङ्ग्लशासकैः तानि सर्वाणि अधिगतानि, बलादेव अधिगतानि। परस्तात् पुनः एतत् काव्यं तेषां हस्तगतं न जातम्। अतः तत्र तत्र दृष्टाः दोषाः यथाशक्ति परस्तात् प्रकाशकैः तत्र संशोधिताः। पुनः पादटिकायां तत्र ते प्रयुक्ताः शब्दाः उल्लिखिताः, ये शब्दाः अरविन्दमहोदयेन स्वपद्येषु लिखिताः। तत्र छन्दः वैयाकरणदोष इत्यादि कारणात् तत्र संदृष्टाः ये दोषाः ते यथाशक्ति अपाकृताः, परन्तु प्रकाशकैः परस्तात् ते शब्दाः न विस्मृताः, पादटिकायां ते दत्ताः। भवानी भारती इति नामकरणं परस्तात् तेषाम् अनुयायिभिः प्रदत्तमस्ति। भवानी भारती इति कथनेन भवानी इत्यत्र स्त्रीलिङ्गतया, भारती इत्यत्र स्त्रीलिङ्गतया, अपि च पृथक् पृथक् पदत्वेन व्यवहृततया तत्र को अर्थः इति अस्माकं मनसि एतादृशी शङ्का अवश्यं भाविनी। तत्र यथा अस्माभिः चिन्तितं भवानी भारती इति काव्यं 1904 तः 1918 मध्ये अरविन्देन प्रणीतम्। अभिधानमिदं न स्वामिना अनेन स्थापितम् अपितु परस्तादस्य प्रकाशकैरिदं कृतं। भवानी भारती इति यथा अस्मभ्यं रोचते, अस्माभिः केचन अर्थाः अत्र उपस्थाप्यन्ते, भवतां मतानुसारेण यदि किमपि नवीनं स्यात् तर्हि भवन्तः परस्तात् मां सूचयितुम् अर्हन्ति। भवानी भारती इत्यत्र भारती इति भारती इत्युपरि भवान्याः अभेदारोपात् भारती इति, भारती नाम भारतं, देशः देशमाता च। देशः इति कथनेन भारती स्त्रीलिङ्गमस्ति, अतः देशमाता इति कथनेन साधु। देशमाता चेति शैषा देशमाता भवानी काल्याद्यपरपर्याया इति, अथवा भवानी च भारती सरस्वती च इति विशेषणद्वयी सम्बद्धा उह्यरूपा भारतमाता। यहाँ भारती परस्तात् किमर्थम् इत्युक्ते भवानी भारती इत्यत्र परस्तात् अन्तिमेषु पद्येषु उपान्तिमेषु कतिचित् पद्येषु एवम् उक्तमस्ति यत् या काली शैव भवानी शैव सरस्वती शैव दुर्गा शैव लक्ष्मी इति अस्माकं भारतीय सप्तशती चण्डी इत्यादि परम्परायाः अनुसरणेन इदं यत् अत्र उपस्थापितमस्ति। अतः एकैव देवी भारती लक्ष्मी दुर्गा काली सरस्वती इति, भवानी च भारती सरस्वती, भारती नाम सरस्वती च इति विशेषणद्वयी सम्बद्धा उह्यरूपा भारतमाता विशेष्यरूपेण ज्ञेया इति अन्ततः भारतमातृविषयीभूतकाव्यसमुच्चयः भवानी भारती इति अर्थः। आहत्यात्र 1900 पद्यानि उपलभ्यन्ते। इदानीम् उपलभ्यन्ते 1900 पद्यानि, स्यान्नाम इतोपि अधिका संख्या स्यात्, परन्तु इदानीम् उपलब्धसङ्ख्या 99 1900। वस्तुतः काव्यमिदं लेखनात् परं रक्षपुरुषाणां हस्तगतत्वात् पुनः अवलोकनार्थं श्री अरविन्दस्य हस्तगतं नाभवत्। अतः प्रथमलेखने सञ्जाता अशुद्धिः निवारयितुं न स्वयं ससाक अरविन्दः। मूलपाठे तत्र तत्र दृष्टान् दोषान् यथाशक्ति निवार्य परिष्कारपूर्वकं पद्यानि प्रकाशितानि परस्तात्। परन्तु अयमत्र विशेषः यत् मूलपाठे विद्यमानाः प्रयोगाः तत्र तत्र पादटीकायाम् उपन्यस्ताः यैः श्रीमतः अरविन्दस्य वास्तविकः अभिप्रायः ज्ञातुं शक्येत। भवान् एतत्तु वस्तुतः योग्यप्रकाशकानां कर्तव्यं भवति। कुत्रचित् चेत् मूलपाठे अशुद्धं भवति, ते मूलपाठम् अशुद्धम् इति मत्वा न त्यजन्ति, अपितु पादटीकायां तानि पदानि तान् प्रयोगान् वा सन्न्यस्यन्ति। तत्र भवानी भारती इति काव्यस्य रचना अत्यन्तं कौतूहलजनयित्री। पाश्चात्यदेशे कृताध्ययनः पितुः आदेशेन भारतदेशे समायातः देशमातुः वक्षसि पादौ न्यसन् अलौकिकशक्तिम् अन्वभवत्। अयं कश्चन विशेषः। अस्माकं आधुनिक वेदकालादारभ्य अस्माकं पारम्परिक प्राचीन आलङ्कारिक वाङ्मये अस्माकं इयं काचित् सुप्ताधारणा न तु बहिः समायाता, अपि तु काचन सुप्ता। वयं राष्ट्रे जागृयाम पुरोहिताः, अहं राष्ट्री संगमनी वसूनां चिकितुषी प्रथमा यज्ञानाम् इत्यत्र अथर्ववेदेपि एवमेवं राष्ट्रस्य बहुधा कथनात्, राष्ट्रस्य स्तुतिकरणात् राष्ट्रबोधोपि काव्यस्य अन्यतमं प्रयोजनमिति वदन्ति अस्माकं पारम्परिकाः आचार्याः व्यङ्ग्येन। किन्तु परस्तात् आधुनिकाः आचार्याः स्पष्टमेव ब्रुवन्ति यत् राष्ट्रदेव प्रबोधोपि अस्माकं काव्यस्य किमपि अन्यतमं प्रयोजनम्। अतः अत्र राष्ट्रं लक्ष्यीकृत्य, राष्ट्रम् अभिमुखीकृत्य इदं यत् काव्यं विरचितमस्ति, अत्र वस्तुतः राष्ट्रदेवस्य प्रबोधरूपं प्रयोजनं काव्यस्य उपस्थितं भवति। तत् अपरं च मम पर्यायः आसीत्, अरविन्दः भारतदेशे समायातः भारतमातुः वक्षसि चरणौ न्यसन्नेव अलौकिकशक्तिं अधिगतवान् इत्यत्र कारणं भवति। वस्तुतः इयं काचन अस्माकं तादृशी राष्ट्रमातरं प्रति भक्तिः। यदि राष्ट्रं विलोक्य, राष्ट्रगीतिकां विलोक्य, राष्ट्रप्रेम विलोक्य, प्रेमाणं विलोक्य वयं तथा तदर्थम् उद्युक्ताः न भवामः, तथा संवेदनशीलाः न भवामः, तथा भक्तिमन्तः न भवामः, तर्हि अस्माकं राष्ट्रबोधे कश्चन अस्ति तथाभूतः अस्ति तथाभूतं याथातथ्यम् इति वक्तुं वयं शक्नुमः। अतः प्रथमपदपातकाले भारते तेन काचित् आन्तरिकी शक्तिः अनुभूता, ये परस्तात् तेन तपश्चकार, ततः बडोदाराज्ये निमन्त्रितः, तत्र शासनभारः गृहीतः, ततः आगत्य कलकत्ता पश्यन्तु, वयम् अत्र संस्कृतज्ञाः, अस्माकं कृते शिक्षकाः नियुक्ताः सन्ति तत्र संस्कृतशिक्षणाय। स्वयमेव संस्कृतं अधीतवान् श्री अरविन्दः। बडोदा सेवाकाले स्वयमेव पठितवान् संस्कृतम् एवं स्वयमेव पाठं स संस्कृतस्य अधिगमं चकार। येन स स्वयं काव्यानि पद्यान्यपि लिखति। इदं स्पष्टं प्रतीयते यत् श्रमेण तपसा योगेन कर्मणा किं न सिद्ध्यति। अतः अस्माभिः सर्वैः अपि कृतप्रयत्नैः अपि अवश्यमेव संस्कृतम् अधिगन्तव्यं स्वयमेव स्वश्रमेण इत्यत्र नास्ति विप्रतिपत्तिः इति एकम् उदाहरणम् अस्माकं कृते तत्र कोलकातायाम् आगतवान् बिपिनचन्द्रपालस्य वन्दे मातरम् इति पत्रिकायाः सम्पादनं स्वीचकार पुनः तत्र आदौ लेखान् प्रकाशितवान् अनन्तरं च स्वयमेव सम्पादकत्वं निर्व्यूढवान् ततः परं ईस्वीय 1904 वर्षे अरविन्दस्य जीवने महत् परिवर्तनम् आगतं तत्र भारतमातुः दासत्वमुक्त्यर्थं योगसाधना प्रारब्धा तो तदानीं 1918 वर्षे आङ्ग्लशासकैः असौ काराबद्धः आलीपुर कारागृहे असौ तदानीं कारानिबद्धः असौ भगवत् साक्षात्कारं लेभे सर्वं कृष्णमयं जगत् इति स अनुभूतवान् सर्वत्र भगवन्तं वासुदेवं भगवन्तमेव स साक्षात्कृतवान् एतत्तु योगिनामेव भवति योगी यदा समाधौ भवति तदानीं तस्य पुरतः एतादृश अभेदभावः तस्य मनसि समायाति तादृशः कश्चन अन्यतमः योगी आसीत् अरविन्दः येन साक्षात्कृतः वासुदेवः सर्वेषु जनेषु सर्वत्र आकीटब्रह्मपर्यन्तं तस्मिन्नेव कारागारे एकस्यां रात्रौ दूनायाः भारतमातुः शृङ्खलाबद्धं स्वरूपं स्वप्ने विलोक्य अत्यन्तं भावावेगेन इदं राष्ट्रभावनासमन्वितं काव्यं प्रणिनाय प्रस्तुत अत्र अस्माकं राष्ट्रदेव प्रबोधप्रयोजनं फलितार्थं भवति प्रस्तुतकाव्ये इदमेव वस्तु यत् भारतमाता पराधीनान् अज्ञानान्धकारग्रस्तान् लाञ्छितान् निष्पेषितान् अपमानितान् परस्परं विवदमानान् अपि पुत्रान् स्वदासतामुक्तये आवाहयति तदानीम् अस्माकं वस्तुतः वयं पराधीनाः अस्माकं ताः दुर्बलताः स्वतः एव परापतन्ति परन्तु परस्परं विवादः अस्माकं तदानीम् ऐक्याभावात् अस्माकम् उपरि शत्रोः यद् आक्रमणं तत् अधिकतरं भवति मन्ये समयः सञ्जातः भाई समय हो गया शायद समय हो गया क्या अच्छा 2 मिनट दे दो तो तदानीं असौ हाँ परस्परं विवादः हमारे अंदर जो ऐक्य नहीं है हमारी एकता नहीं है एकता न होने के कारण ही हमारे ऊपर जो शत्रु का आक्रमण अत्यधिक आक्रमण इसको अनुभव करते हुए सबको एक सूत्र में आबद्ध करने के लिए ही ये प्रयास था महायोगी अरविंद का तदानीं तत्रादौ अरविन्दः आत्मानं तदानीन्तन भारतीय जनरूपेण मन्यमानः वदति अहं वदामि अत्र अरविन्दः यत् वदति यत् मया स्वप्नः दृष्टः मदर्थम् इदम् आवाहनं तद् अहं स्वीकृत्यापि अत्र एतदपि अधिकतरं योजयितुम् इच्छामि यत् वस्तुतः तदानीम् अरविन्दः न अरविन्दः अपि तु सामान्यजनः भारतवर्षस्य कश्चन सामान्यजनः सामान्यजनस्य एतादृशं व्यवहारम् उपस्थापयितुं पुरस्तात् स इच्छति अतः आत्मानं भारतीयमानवीकृत्य अत्र स उपस्थापयति इति मन्मतिः तत्र स वदति अहं सुखनिद्रायामासं सामाजिकभौतिकसुखसाधनानि अस्मरं दृष्टोऽहं शृङ्गारमय रमणीयगानैः सुमधुरच्छन्दोभिः पत्नीस्मिताननस्य स्तुतिम् अकरवं सहैव मातुः स्तुतिमपि अकरवम् अत्र कश्चन तादृशः मनोभावः प्रतीयते यत् यदानीम् अहम् एवं भौतिकसुखेन व्यापृतः आसं तदानीं मम मनसि एतादृशः कश्चन विकारः आगतः यत् अहं तदानीमपि स्वमातुः सेवां कर्तुम् अचिन्तयम् स्तुतिं कर्तुम् अचिन्तयम् एवं समयस्तु सञ्जातः वक्तुं न प्रभवामि यथा साहित्यिकत्वेन हम लोग साहित्यिक हैं भाई तो साहित्य को साहित्य की दृष्टि से साहित्य के चश्मे से हम पहले देखते हैं कि इसमें क्या सुंदरता है, इसमें किस प्रकार के शब्द प्रयोग हैं। जनरली जब हम किसी इस प्रकार के राष्ट्र परक या देशात्मबोध परक कविता की समीक्षा करते हैं, तब हम देखते हैं कि देशात्मबोध कविता में इतना सौंदर्य वगैरह छांटना नहीं चाहिए और होता भी नहीं। लेकिन कहीं कहीं अगर वो आ जाता, क्योंकि उसमें तो मेन होता है कि लोगों को आहूत करना, लोगों को अभिभूत करना, लोगों को देश प्रेम के रस में ही अभिषिक्त करना। इसलिए वहाँ पर ये नहीं देखा जाता है, वहाँ पर एक प्रकार का वीर रस, और कहीं कहीं यहाँ पर जैसे वीर रस तो है और कहीं कहीं करुण रस भी है, और कहीं कहीं विभत्स रस थोड़ा बहुत तो दिखाई देता है, और शांत रस यहाँ पर व्यंग्य है हमारे विचार में। क्योंकि जैसे महाभारत में इधर उधर देखते जाइए, और अंततः ध्वन्यालोकार कहते हैं कि समग्र ध्वन्यालोक में सब कुछ होने के बावजूद भी, मारकाट होने के बावजूद भी तृष्णाक्षय लक्षण परिपोषः शांतः अत्र ध्वन्यते। उसी प्रकार का यहाँ पर भी अंततोगत्वा हम देखेंगे कि हमारा पर्यवसान किसी शांति में हो रहा है। यद्यपि शांति के पूर्वाभास के रूप में ये जितने सारे रस हैं ये दिखाई देते हैं। अतः एक वो विभत्स मतलब विभत्सालिंगित वीर रस का उदाहरण मैं सुना रहा हूँ, जो उदाहरण शुरुआत में ये देते हैं और जाकर के 40-50 पद्य के आगे उसको भी रखते हैं। वहाँ पर थोड़ा परिवर्तन है, लेकिन वो पद्य देखिए कैसे काली का स्वरूप वर्णन करते हैं, और उसमें उस पद्य का ये जो विभत्सालिंगित वीर का स्वरूप देखिए कैसे। और कोई शब्दों की बाजीगरी नहीं है, कोई शब्दों में अधिकतर व्यंग्य नहीं है, लेकिन शब्दों को सुनते ही जैसे भांकारे भीम में तत् निपतति व्यतो कुंभकर्णोत्तमांगम, इस प्रकार का जो सुनते ही जिस प्रकार का एक उद्वेलन होता है मन में, उसी प्रकार का देखिए किस प्रकार का ये आनंद इससे प्राप्त होता है। यद्यपि शब्द की कोई भी ऊंची पराकाष्ठा नहीं है और होना भी नहीं चाहिए। अगर होता तो ये देश प्रेमात्म बोधक संगीत में वो दोष होता। इसको भी एक योगी अच्छी तरह जानता है, ये प्रमाण है अरविंद का। नरास्थिमालाम नृकपाल कांचिम, और वहाँ पर यहाँ उपमा भी है, और वो करेंगे विचार करेंगे तो उत्प्रेक्षा भी होगी और रूपक भी होगा। नरास्थिमालाम नृकपाल कांचिम ब्रुकोदराक्षिम क्षुधिताम दरिद्राम, बहुत बड़े बड़े ये शब्दों के अंदर जो इन्होंने भरा है अर्थ, और वो राष्ट्रबोध के अनुसार उसमें महत्तर अर्थ उपस्थित होते हैं। दरिद्र, माँ को यहाँ पर दरिद्र, दीन दरिद्र कहा जाता है, अर्थात दुखिनी, इसका तात्पर्य है। पृष्ठे व्रणांकाम, पृष्ठे व्रणांकाम असुर प्रतोदयी सिंही नदंती मिव हंतु कामाम। हंतु का एक तरफ करुण, एक तरफ फिर भी वो शेरनी है। इस प्रकार के दुख दावानल में दग्ध होने के बावजूद भी, और इस प्रकार कषाघात खाने के बावजूद भी, फिर भी वो सिंही है। इसलिए एक तरफ देखिए ये परस्पर दो विरोधी रसों का किस प्रकार का समायोजन किया है योगी अरविंद ने। इस प्रकार के बहुत 4-6 पद्य मैंने लिखे थे, और उनका जो हमारे लिए जो आवाहन है देश मातृका के वरपुत्रों के लिए, जो उनका आवाहन है बड़ा उच्चांग है, बड़े उच्च कोटि के हैं, और उनके लिए जो मेरे ख्याल में हम लोग अगर लिखते, दूसरा कोई लिखता, या दूसरा आजकल के तथाकथित कोई बड़ा कवि लिखता, तो वो उसी प्रकार ही लिखता जिस प्रकार वो सोचता है। लेकिन ध्वन्यालोकार की भाषा में कि जब कवि तपोनिष्ठ हो जाता है, योगनिष्ठ हो जाता है, सो रससमाहित चेतसः प्रतिभानवतः सुकवे हैं काव्येषु अलंकाराः अहम अहम पूर्विकया परापतंती। तपस्वी को, योगी को ढूंढने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती, शब्दों की, अर्थों की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती, स्वतः वो अवभाषित हो जाते हैं। उसी प्रकार उनके जो शब्दावली, आवाहन की शब्दावली, वो सुनने देखने लायक है। मैं आशा करता हूँ अधिक आप लोगों का समय नहीं ले रहा हूँ, समय के अनुसार हम लोगों को चलना चाहिए, और इसको आप लोग पढ़ें। पढ़ें अवश्य। मैं तो चाहता हूं कि अगले साल हम स्वयं ही भवानी भारती पर काम कराएंगे। इतना कहते हुए सबको पुनः पुनः प्रणाम करते हुए विदाई लेता हूं। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद सर। Now I request the chairperson to felicitate Professor Bhagirath Nandaji. Now I invite Sangeeta Sharma ji. The topic of our presentation is Ramayana in the light of Sri Aurobindo.
सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः। मेरे पेपर का विषय है रामायण इन लाइट ऑफ श्री औरोबिंदो। सबसे पहले जब मुझे इस सेमिनार के बारे में पता लगा और मेरे दिमाग में आया कि मुझे पेपर लिखना है, तो जिस विषय ने मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा आकर्षित किया वो रामायण था, क्योंकि मेरी पीएचडी जो है वो वाल्मीकि रामायण पर हुई है। तो मेरे मन ने वैसे भी भारतीय संस्कृति और समाज को लेकर हमेशा मेरे मन में प्रश्न रहे हैं बालकाल से। तो मेरे मन में ये प्रश्न आया कि श्री अरविंदो रामायण के विषय में क्या सोचते हैं या उनकी क्या अपनी अंतर्दृष्टि है। एंड दैट वाज द नीड ऑफ द पेपर टू नो दैट अरविंदो की दृष्टिकोण में रामायण क्या है। आप सभी ने देखा होगा कि हम सभी रामायण और राम कथा से वाकिफ़ होते हैं बचपन से ही। हमने कभी सोचा नहीं इस बारे में कि क्यों, क्या कारण है, और सभी को रामायण अपने जैसी लगती है। रामायण के लिए हमारे मन में कोई दूसरा प्रश्न या भाव नहीं होता। ये प्रश्न मेरे मन में भी आया सबसे पहले जब इस पेपर को लिखने से मेरे मन में कुछ जो सवाल थे कि क्यों भारतीय संस्कृति में रामायण की इतनी महत्ता है। और जब मैं जगह जगह पर, क्योंकि अरविंदो ने स्पेसिफिकली रामायण के ऊपर कुछ एक जगह नहीं लिखा, आपको एक जगह द इंडियन कल्चर का एक जगह पे कुछ रामायण का मिलता है, एक दिलीप जॉय के साथ बातचीत हुई है उसमें कुछ रामायण का मिलता है, कहीं पर उन्होंने महाभारत और रामायण दोनों पर समीक्षा की है वहाँ मिलता है, और कुछ कांड और कुछ पर उन्होंने खुद से काम किया है वहाँ पर, वो काम उनका बिल्कुल अपना है, विच आई एम गोइंग टू गिव यू एग्जाम्पल। तो मैं जैसे ही पढ़ती गई मुझे मेरे मन में जो प्रश्न थे उनका उत्तर मिलता गया। उन्हीं उत्तरों को मैं आज यहाँ आप सबके समक्ष प्रस्तुत करूँगी। So the first question was that, how we all are aware of Ram Katha, or why we feel like it's our own. Because in Aurobindo's word, Valmiki has not written this poem for present only, like from that time when he's written, the Valmiki. He took sense from highly civilized Vedas, turned into practical, ethical poem for the future person. That's a very big thing. Because when I was reading another book which was on Kalidasa, I was reading it and मुझे लगा कि औरोबिंदो लिख नहीं रहे हैं, पढ़कर लिख नहीं रहे हैं। वो जब कालिदास पे लिख रहे हैं तो वो लिख नहीं रहे, वो वेद पर जब लिख रहे हैं तो वो लिख नहीं रहे, वो जी रहे हैं। वो उस टाइम में जा रहे हैं और उस टाइम में जाके वो केवल टेक्स्ट को नहीं देख रहे हैं, उस समय समाज में क्या स्थिति है वो समाज का एक अंग हो जाते हैं, और उस सेंस को लेकर दूसरे समाज जैसे रामायण का समाज या महाभारत का काल है उस कालखंड में जाते हैं। और इसीलिए अरविंद की राइटिंग में आपको एक सूत्रता दिखती है, वो जोड़ते हैं संपूर्ण भारतीय संस्कृति को। तो एक दूसरा प्रश्न कि अरविंद जो है वो संस्कृत के ऊपर तो हम बहुत सुन और बोल भी रहे हैं, भारतीय संस्कृति को कैसे पकड़ते हैं, तो वो किस तरीके से रामायण को वेद से, वो कहते हैं कि वेद में जो सभ्यता थी वही सभ्यता का जो लिखी हुई सभ्यता थी उसको हम प्रकट रूप में वाल्मीकि रामायण में देखते हैं। और आगे वो कहते हैं इन बोथ पोएम्स, ही इज रेफरिंग बेसिकली महाभारत एंड रामायण बोथ, इट इज अ हाई पोएटिक सोल एंड इंस्पायर्ड इंटेलिजेंस दैट इज एट वर्क। द डायरेक्ट इंट्यूटिव माइंड ऑफ द वेदास एंड उपनिषद्स हैज retired behind the veil of intellectual and outwardly physical imagination. तो ये एक पहला प्रश्न था जिसका उत्तर मुझे मिला कि क्योंकि ये हमारी जेनेटिक में, हमारी चेतना में कब से बसा हुआ है, वेदों के, वो एक उत्तर था. उसके बाद आई रियली वांट टू पुट वन इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग विच आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ पीपल आर नॉट अवेयर दैट उन्होंने किन वर्ड्स पे क्या क्या काम किया था या उनका काम किस तरीके का रहा था. सेमिनार में ये बात बोली गई थी कि उनका काम जो है वो ट्रांसलेशन नहीं है, ट्रांसक्रिप्शन है. वाई इट इज़ ट्रांसक्रिप्शन? सो आई एम गोइंग टू गिव यू वन एग्जाम्पल फॉर दैट ऑल्सो. उनका जो काम है वो बालकांड, अयोध्या कांड, अरण्य कांड और युद्ध कांड के कुछ सर्ग के कुछ श्लोकों पर मिलता है. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू मेंशन हियर. मैं सिर्फ सबसे पहले आपके समक्ष जो है वो स्पीच ऑफ दशरथ में जो उन्होंने ट्रांसक्रिप्शन किया है वो मैं आपके सामने पढ़ना चाहूँगी, जिससे कि आपको एक बहुत ही वृहद आइडिया मिलेगा कि किस तरीके के भाव के साथ वो लिखते थे. और जब आप सुनेंगे तो आप ये पाएंगे कि वो ऑल टुगेदर एक नई कविता की रचना कर देते हैं. सो इट इज़ अ स्पीच ऑफ दशरथ to the assembled states general of his empire. Then with a far reverberating sound as of cloud in heaven, or was drum's call, deep voiced to battle, and with the echoings in the wide roof of his majestic voice, that like the resonant surges outward rolled, moving men's heart to joy, a king to kings, he spoke, and all they heard him. तो इस तरीके का ट्रांसक्रिप्शन, और स्पेशली जो सीता और केकई वाला जो भाग है, दैट इज़ रियली इंटरेस्टिंग. सो नाउ आई एम गोइंग टू कम ऑन माय मेन टॉपिक विच इज़ लाइक ऑरबिंदोज इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑन रामायण. ऑरबिंदो जो है वो रामायण को इतिहास के अंतर्गत बताते हैं, और उन्होंने इतिहास के विषय में एक बात कही है विच आई एम कोटिंग हियर, दैट द इतिहास इज एन एंशिएंट हिस्टोरिकल लेजेंडरी ट्रेडिशन टर्न टू क्रिएटिव यूज एज अ सिग्निफिकेंट mythos or tale expressive of some spiritual or religious or ethical or ideal meaning and thus formative of mind of the people. तो उनका जो मानना है कि किस प्रकार से इतिहास जो है वो जनमानस का मस्तिष्क को बदलने की जो शक्ति रखता है. और उसके अलावा यहाँ पर अरविंद ने एक बात बहुत स्पष्ट तरीके से लिखी है. उन्होंने लिखा है कि उनकी दृष्टि में जो ये वाल्मीकि और व्यास हैं वो इतनी सुंदर भाषा में इतिहास को नहीं लिख रहे हैं. दे आर डूइंग इट बाय वेरी वेरी नेचुरली. सो इट इज़ देयर कैपेबिलिटी विच हैज़ नेचुरल पोटेंशियल. फिर उनका मानना है कि राम राज्य में केवल नायक की अद्भुत गाथा, मतलब रामायण में केवल नायक की अद्भुत गाथा से संबंध नहीं है. उसमें वो बोलते हैं कि देयर फॉर्म बिलोंग्स टू अ पीरियड ऑफ हाईली डेवलप्ड इंटेलेक्चुअल, एथिकल एंड सोशल कल्चर, is enriched with a body of mature thought and uplifted by ripe nobility and refined gravity of ethical tone. आगे सुनिए. These poems are the voice of the youth of a people, but a youth not only fresh and fine and buoyant, but also great and accomplished, wise and noble. वो हम सामान्य तौर पर सोचते हैं कि राम और राम की कथा प्रौढ़ों के लिए है, मैच्योर लोगों के लिए, बाल जनमन के लिए नहीं है. लेकिन वो यहाँ पे स्पष्ट करते हैं कि राम कथा जो है ना वो यंग लोगों के लिए. लेकिन कैसे यंग लोग? जो कि समझदार हैं नैतिक रूप से. And then he believes that the work of these epics was popularized high philosophical and ethical ideas and cultural practice. उनके मत में संस्कृति व दर्शन मूल रूप से इन ग्रंथों के अंदर विद्यमान तत्व हैं, जिनके कारण इनसे उत्पन्न व संबंधित काव्य कलाओं का प्रभाव पढ़े लिखों के साथ अपढ़ पर भी सुदृढ़ तरीके से हुआ है. तो उसके अलावा ये भी सुने. अच्छा, अगर कोई सोचता है कि राम और सीता जिन्हें हम सामान्य तौर पर मंदिर में रखकर पूजते हैं, तो उनके विषय में श्री अरविंद जी के क्या विचार है? बिकॉज एक अध्यापक होने के नाते और एक शिक्षार्थी होने के नाते और हमेशा, और ऊपर से एक रिबेलियस माइंड होने के नाते मैं हमेशा ये समझ नहीं पाई जब मैं वाल्मीकि रामायण पे काम कर रही थी कि रामायण को रख के पूजूं या भूखे पेट रह के थीसिस लिखूं. तो क्या वो अवतार हैं या वो हमारे सामने रखे हुए एक मॉडल हैं? तो उसमें अरविंदो जी के विचार जो हैं, then he says idealism of characters like Rama and Sita is no pale and vapid on reality. They are vivid with the truth of ideal life. of the greatness that man may be and does become when he gives his soul a chance. When man gives his soul a chance, तब आप राम और सीता जैसे स्थिति में आते हैं. That's a very beautiful thing. And श्री अरविंद कैसे राम को एक मॉडल के रूप में देखते हैं, ये इस विषय पर भी एक मेरी शंका थी, क्योंकि हमारे भारतीय समाज में अधिकतर सीता जैसी नारी को ढूंढते हैं और राम जैसे पुरुष पर थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा बात नहीं करते हैं. मतलब बात करते हैं कि राम कैसे एक महान पुरुष थे, पर कैसे हमारे पुरुषों को राम होना ही चाहिए या क्या हमें उन्हें मॉडल की तरह रखना चाहिए, इस पर मुझे इतनी बातें नहीं दिखी जितना सीता और सावित्री पर दिखती है. मे बी आई हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ माइंड. So Aurobindo says, Ram representative, sattvic man, a faithful husband and lover, and loving and obedient son, an elder and perfect brother, father, friend. वो यहीं पर नहीं रुकते हैं, वो आगे बोलते हैं, he is a friend of all kinds of people, friends of outcast like Gohaka, friends of animal leaders like Sugriv and Hanuman, friends of vulture like Jatayu, friends of even Rakshasa, that is Vibhishan. So it's a actually definition of complete men. So basically somehow Shri Arvind रामायण को न केवल भारतीय अपितु मानव जाति की चेतना का आधार मानते हैं. So उनके रामायण के अंदर जो तत्व हैं वो केवल भारतवर्ष के लिए नहीं, संपूर्ण मानव जाति का आधार है. So in last year I'm putting main points as in conclusion कि उन्होंने किस प्रकार रामायण में क्या क्या चीज़ें देखी. One is ideal manhood, divine beauty of virtue, ethical orders, a civilization on dharma, sense of dharma, public spirit, sense of order, and much more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji. I request the chair to felicitate Sangeeta ji. Now I'll welcome the chair for the closing remarks.
Namaskar to all of you. I must congratulate all the paper presenters who have very nicely presented their papers in this session. If I remember correctly, 6 presenters were here in this session. And I take this opportunity to thank all the professors, all the great scholars who enlightened me. And I found something interesting, something enlightening in their papers. To begin with, Professor Banmali Biswal, who is a great scholar and also a very well-known poet. He has massively contributed to modern Sanskrit literature. But in his paper, what was very interesting for me, that he brought to light the definition of a kavya given by Sri Aurobindo and the purpose of a kavya. We are used to think that kavya is वाक्यम रसात्मकम काव्यम रमणीयार्थ प्रतिपादक शब्द काव्यम शब्दार्थो सहितो काव्यम, because we are from this Sanskrit tradition. But I congratulate Professor Biswal because for the first time he brought to our notice that Aurobindo is not a poet, he is also a Shastrakar. He is a poetician and who has given a very interesting definition, and why poetry, that purpose is also given in his paper. Of course, he could not get time, but I will request from this forum to Professor Biswal to send the soft copy so that we will read in our free time. So I congratulate Professor Biswal for bringing to light all these noble ideas of Sri Aurobindo. Second paper was, I think, by this Satpathy ji. he introduced Aurobindo Upanishad. And it was very interesting and in very Lalita, Shabda Avali, Sarasa, Madhura, Pada, Vinyas माध्यम से वो हमको समझाए how the Aurobindo Upanishad is very interesting and useful. We must study that Upanishad, and also he made it clear that the title was not given by Aurobindo. It is given by somebody where his ideas are just presented in that book. Then that Anil Kumar ji very clearly presented the ideas of Sri Aurobindo in the light of our classical Sanskrit literature. He has given multiple examples. He cited many examples from our classical texts to bring home the ideas of Sri Aurobindo. It was very interesting as well as enlightening. Then I remember, I think, Professor Bhagirathi Nanda, who is a great scholar of poetics and also a well-known Sanskrit poet, he made a very systematic criticism of Bhavani Bharati. Bhavani Bharati is a text that can be interpreted from various perspectives. It is a philosophical poem. It is also a very interesting poem as per our classical traditions. There are very good meters. There are alankaras. Their rasa is tremendous. I would have been more happy if Bhagirathiji would have presented in his natural style as he presents his poems, because it is very, very fantastic, heroic. One can get up and will be ready to fight. That kind of emotion is there in that Bhavani Bharati. Tremendous poem. Of course, Shanta is there. But I'm happy to say that he has presented a very, in nutshell, a very good criticism. And as per our Sanskrit tradition, how a work like Bhavani Bharati should be studied, should be understood. I congratulate him once again for giving us very enlightening talk about a great work like Bhavani Bharati. I remember Sangeeta ji had some questions in his mind, and she was trying to get the answers from the mind of Sri Aurobindo. And I think she is satisfied and she is happy. And she had made good investigation and I think good satisfactory answers she could got. So I once again congratulate her. And also that, I don't remember, sorry to say the name of the presenter, but that Tantropakhyana, it is a very, very good text. And its style of presentation is very cryptic and also very useful text. I think we should read in future if time permits. And at the end, I don't have so much time to speak in details because time does not permit. At the end, I extend my heartful thanks and my gratefulness to Professor Sampadananda Mishra ji, who gave me this golden opportunity, at least to get the introductions about Aurobindo's philosophy, his ideas, his books, and his thoughts. I am very, very new to this field. It is not my area of study and research. But I was very happy, and I speak also very happily because it was a golden moment for me. I thoroughly...
So now we are starting our next session, and I would like to call upon Dr. Lala Shankar Gayawal for the chair. He is Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Sanskrit, RD Government College, PG College at Bharatpur.
Namah Sabhai, Namah Sabhapatibhyascha. Kalastu bala ativa chapala, samaya atigranta, kadachit vilambena tatra satram chalati, ataha तत्रम प्रतिजाने नियत समयेनेव मम प्रतिपाद्यम हम संपादयिष्यामि। तत्र कौन सा आगे पीछे होता, आगे पीछे, ये बैग, ये आगे फ्रंट। तत्र मम प्रतिपाद्यं वर्तते लोकचेतनायाः युगपुरुषः श्री अरविन्दः। श्री अरविन्दस्य साधनचरितम् इत्यस्य दृश्यकाव्यस्य विशेषसन्दर्भे तदत्र भवन्तः जानन्ति यत् यदा कदाचित् युगपुरुषः अत्र धरायां पदार्पणं करोति, तस्य पदार्पणविषये यथा भगवता श्रीकृष्णेन उक्तं गीतायां हि अंशावतारत्वेन गुणावतारत्वेन उभयथा एव तत्र पदार्पणं भवति। अत्र यत् साधनचरितमिति यत् दृश्यकाव्यं वर्तते, तदिदं दृश्यकाव्यं श्री अरविन्देन नैव विरचितं, अपि तु श्री अरविन्दस्य चरित्रयातं यत्र प्रतिपादयितं। यद्यपि एतत् दृश्यकाव्यं एकाङ्किकात्मकं वर्तते, अपि च एतत् तेलुगुमूलेन वर्तते। तत्र तेलुगुमूलीयः श्री कोङ्गरभास्करराय महोदयः वर्तते, तेन एतत् काव्यं विरचितं। परन्तु तत्र सावित्री प्रताप महोदया यया खलु संस्कृतभाषानुवादः कृतः, अस्मिन् दृश्यकाव्ये तत्र काव्यकारणे यत्र प्रतिपादयितं यत् श्री अरविन्दः श्री अरविन्दस्य यद् आगमनं यद् उद्देश्यं तद् उद्देश्यं तत् किं वर्तते, तत्र लोकचैतनात्मकं मूलम् उद्देश्यं वर्तते, लोकचैतन्यं तत्सर्वं वर्तते। अहं साररूपेण एवं वच्मि यत् अंशावतारत्वेन गुणावतारत्वेन यत् परमात्मनः अवतरणं भवति युगे युगे, अपि च पुरुषरूपेण महापुरुषरूपेण कदाचित् युगपुरुषरूपेण, अत्र अरविन्दस्य पदार्पणं युगपुरुषरूपेण इति प्रतिपादयितं। अपि तदस्य युगपुरुषस्य यद् आगमनं तस्य विशिष्टम् उद्देश्यं वर्तते यत् देशस्य राष्ट्रस्य च रक्षणं, तस्य उद्देश्यं वर्तते अस्य राष्ट्रं मम पिता अपि च माता भवति मम मातृभूमिः, एतदर्थं सर्वस्वं त्यक्तम् एतत् प्रतिपादितं तदेव विवेचयितं। अस्तु तावत् अग्रे सरामः। तत्र प्रस्तावना वर्तते, तरं प्रस्तावनां न तथा प्रतिपादयामि, भवन्तः जानन्ति एव। तदत्र अग्रे सरामि। तत् प्रस्तावनान्तर्गते तत्र पश्यन्तु, कान्तदर्शिभिः कवीश्वरैः स्वकीयकालजयीकृतिभिः पवित्रेयं धारा यथा नैरन्तर्येण परिपश्यमाना परिलक्ष्यते, अपि च तदस्याः सुरभारतीसरितः परिनिष्ठितधारायाम् एकविंशतिशतके अर्वाचीनसुरवाग्वद्भा लावण्यमधेधयत् सद्यः कुसुमितं युगपुरुषः श्री अरविन्दस्य साधनचरितम् इत्याख्यं दृश्यकाव्यं महापुरुषचरितामृताश्रयणेन सर्वथा पवित्रतमं सुप्रशस्यमेव। तदिदं यद् उद्देश्यं वर्तते तदेव अत्र प्रतिपादयितं। पश्यन्तु, किञ्च आधिभौतिक आधिदैविक आध्यात्मिक दुःखत्रितयसम्बलिते महामहान्धकारेऽस्मिन् परिवर्तनशीलसंसारे यदा मानवीयजीवनमूल्यबोधात्मकधर्मस्य अवपतनेन साकं तद्विपरीतस्य अधर्मस्य अभ्युत्थानं भवति, तदा परमपिता जगत्कर्ता लोकचैतन्योद्बोधनपुरस्सरं तद्वैषम्यापसारणनिमित्तं समत्वसाधनाय च प्रतियुगं नैकविधस्वरूपम् अवलम्ब्य अंशावतारत्वेन गुणावतारत्वेन वा आत्मानम् उद्भावयति इति तथ्यं नैकैः प्रमाणैः निश्चीयते। तदिदं तथ्यं प्रामाण्यते अंशावतारत्वेन भुवौ अवतीर्णेन भगवता श्रीकृष्णेन यत् प्रतिपादितं तत्तु प्रसिद्धं पद्यं वर्तते। तत्र अग्रे सरामः। तत्र युगपुरुषः यत् तेलुगुमूलस्य इति दृश्यकाव्यस्य श्री अरविन्दस्य साधनचरितम् इति तस्य संविधानं वर्तते, यस्य खलु सकललोकलोचनगोचरी चिकीर्षया संस्कृत अनुवादः कृतः सावित्री प्रताप महोदयया। महान् प्रयासः संस्कृतजगति अर्वाचीनसंस्कृतजगति विशेषतया महान् उपकारः कृतः अनया देव्या। तदेवं श्री अरविन्दस्य साधनचरितम् इति दृश्यकाव्ये प्रतिपादितं यत् अरविन्दस्य महनीयं जीवनवृत्तं तदा आविर्भावस्य उद्देश्यभूतं भारतीयसंस्कृतेः संरक्षणं स्वदेशस्वातन्त्र्याधानं च इत्यादिकं लोकचैतन्य अवबोधकं तत्त्वजातं तदेव नो स्वदपत्रस्य प्रतिपाद्यं तद अग्रे सरामः श्री अरविन्दस्य जनिभूतं तत्परिवारश्च तदधिकं न वच्मि भवन्तः जानन्ति तत्र अग्रे गच्छामः तर्हि यथा तत्र आगमनस्य यत् प्रमुखम् उद्देश्यं वर्तते तदुद्देश्यं पश्यन्तु तथ्यस्य प्रामाण्यम् उपलभ्यते यत् तृतीयसन्ततित्वेन यत् अरविन्दस्य स्वपित्रोः गर्भात् अवतरणं जातं तत्र तस्यां सन्ततौ इति अरविन्दे तस्य पितुः अत्यधिकः स्नेहः आसीत् इति प्रामाण्यमपि प्राप्यते अस्मिन् दृश्यकाव्ये प्रतिपादितं तर्हि यतः अस्माकं सर्वेषां तस्य अग्रजः एव वदति विनयभूषणः यतः अस्माकं सर्वेषाम् अपेक्षया अरविन्दे पितुः विशेषप्रीतिः ततः अरविन्दः तेन अधिकं स्मर्यते एतदर्थम् अरविन्दः तत्र प्रशासनिक अधिकारी भवतु इति तस्य उद्देश्यम् आसीत् परन्तु तद् उद्देश्यम् असफलीकृतं श्रीमता अरविन्देन यतोहि तदीयम् उद्देश्यम् आसीत् यत् राष्ट्रस्य रक्षणं राष्ट्रस्य पालनं तदर्थं सः अग्रे एतदर्थं कार्यं करोति नाधिकं वच्मि अग्रे गच्छामि एतत् सर्वं प्रतिपादितम् अग्रे सरामः तत्र भूमौ अस्यां श्री अरविन्दस्य पदार्पणप्रयोजननिरूपणकामेन काव्यकारेण नैकत्र तथ्यमिदं समर्थयितं तदत्र उद्धरणमेकं उद्ध्रियते दृश्यकाव्यात् तस्मात् तत्र पात्रविशेषः कश्चन नागरकः इति वर्तते सः कथयति किञ्चित् जलं देयं तत्र कथयति किन्तु श्रीमन् भौतिक आध्यात्मिकजीवनयोर्मध्ये सञ्जातं दूरं प्रपूरयितुमेव एतद्वयम् अनुसन्धातुमेव समत्वं साधयितुमेव आगतः महामनीषी योगेश्वरः श्री अरविन्दः तत्र पश्यन्तु स कथयति तस्य जीवनवृत्तं ज्ञातुं वयम् उद्युक्ताः इति स कथयति तदस्मिन् उद्धरणे उपनिषद्गतं जीवनदर्शनं सन्निहितं परिलक्ष्यते यत् मानवजीवनस्य लक्ष्यसिद्धये न केवलं भौतिकज्ञानं समर्थं न च केवलम् अध्यात्मज्ञानम् इति सुष्ठु अभिजानाति स्म तत्र श्री अरविन्दः तदेव प्रतिपादितम् अत्र यत् उपनिषदि तत्र ईशावास्य उपनिषदि तत्र उल्लिखितं वर्तते विद्यां च अविद्यां च यस्तद्वेदो भयं सः अविद्यया मृत्युं तीर्त्वा विद्यया मृतमश्नुते इति तथ्यं प्रतिपादितं अत्र युगपुरुषस्य श्री अरविन्दस्य राष्ट्रियचेतना सर्वथा अनन्या एव तत्र अपि च अत्यन्तं गूढो अन्वेषणोपेता च सो अरविन्दः वैदेशिकानाम् आङ्ग्लजनानां कवलात् स्वकीय मातृभूमेः भारतवर्षस्य स्वातन्त्र्याय गूढरूपेण गवेषणात्मकम् अध्ययनं तदनुसारं च उपायसंविधानात्मकतदीयप्रयत्नः ननु प्रशंसनीयो एव तदत्र विनयमोहनयोः सम्भाषणविशेषः प्रतिपाद्यते एतौ तस्य भ्रातरुः आस्तां विनयः कथयति भवान् न जानाति तस्य भ्रातुः कृते न जानाति किम् एषु दिनेषु अरविन्दः भारतस्य विषये बहु अध्ययनं कुर्वन् अस्ति भारतः स्वतन्त्रः भवेत् इति अत्र डेगर् अण्ड् लोटस् सङ्घ कश्चित् गुप्तं कार्यं करोति स्म इंग्लैंड आगताः भारतीय विद्यार्थिनः एतं स्थापितवन्तः तत्र अरविन्दोऽपि गमनागमनं करोति स्म अस्तु सः सङ्घस्य सम्यगेव कार्यं करोति मन्ये भ्रातृषु अपि रहसि तस्य कार्यकलापः खलु एतत् गर्हस्य पूर्णं कार्यं सम्पादयति स्म अरविन्दः तस्य भ्रातरौ अपि तत् न जानीतः स्वदेशप्रीतिस्तु तदीया सर्वथा अनन्या एव उच्चशिक्षितोऽपि मेधावी अरविन्दः स्वपितुः तदीय प्रशासनिकाधिकारित्वमनोकामनां तिरस्कुर्वन् दिवानक्तं शयने स्वप्ने जागरणे अरविन्दः स्वपितुः तत् स्वदेशस्वातन्त्र्याय कायेन मनसा वाचा च प्रयत्नशील परिलक्ष्यते तत्र मनमोहनयोक्तिर्यथा अस्तु पिता तु अरविन्दः एशियस् पठतु इति अपेक्षते अरविन्दः तु सा इच्छा नास्ति एव अरविन्दस्य सर्वदा तस्य स्वदेशः स्वराज्यं स्वातन्त्र्यम् इत्येव चिन्तनम् अथवा कविताः कुर्वन् किमपि चिन्तयन् स्वप्नलोकेषु विहरन् भवति श्री अरविन्दस्य उक्तिरपि तथ्यमिदं सुदृढीकरोति स्वयं साक्षात् अरविन्दोऽपि कथयति तद्यथा पितुः इच्छापूरणस्य अपेक्षया देशाय किमपि कर्तव्यम् अस्ति मम 30 कोटिः भारतीयानाम् अश्रूणि मार्जनीयानि एव इयमेव लोकचेतना वर्तते अरविन्दस्य प्रमुखरूपेण तदत्र श्री अरविन्दस्य उक्तौ संलक्ष्यते तदीया अपूर्वा मानवीय संवेदना अरविन्दस्य कृते पितृधर्मापेक्षया राष्ट्रधर्मः महत्तर वर्तते। वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम् इति भारतीयसंस्कृतेः उदात्तभावनामसौ निजीकृत्य देशवासीनां कल्याणार्थं पारिवारिकं प्रयोजनं नाम स्वार्थविशेषमसौ न्यक्करोति। श्री अरविन्दः स्वोपार्जितं ज्ञानं धनं यत्किमपि सर्वं वस्तुजातम् ईश्वरप्रदत्तम् इति मत्वा तत्सर्वं परमात्मने नाम। परमात्मा इति तस्य यत् तस्य चिन्तनं वर्तते, विचारः वर्तते, परमात्मा भवति न कोऽपि उपरि परमात्मा, परमात्मा तु जनता जनार्दनमेव परमात्मा। एतत् तथ्यं वर्तते। स कथयति जनता जनार्दनाय समर्पयितुमेव शेषकरं सो मनुते। तदिदं स्वकीयं महनीयं विचारजातमसौ स्वकीय अर्धाङ्गिनी या खलु मृळिनी अतीव सुन्दरी गुणवती च आसीत्, परन्तु तामपि परित्यज्य स कथयति भवती सर्वं किमपि त्यजतु, यदि आगच्छति तर्हि अत्रापि आगच्छतु, तत्र देशस्य रक्षानिमित्तं तस्यै कथयति अरविन्दः भगवता दत्ता अस्मभ्यं गुणाः सामर्थ्यम् उन्नतविद्या ज्ञानं धनं सर्वं तस्यैव सम्पत्तिः। तत्र किञ्चित् स्वकुटुम्बपोषणाय अपेक्षितम् अनिवार्यतया उपयोक्तव्यं तावदेव स्वीकर्तुं तावदेव व्ययीकर्तुम् अस्माकम् अधिकारः प्राप्तं सर्वं भगवते एव निवेदनीयं। सुखभोगाभ्यां तस्य व्ययं करोमि चेत् अहं चोरो भवामि। अस्माकं शास्त्रेषु ईश्वरात् स्वीकृतं धनं तस्मै यः न दाति स चोरः इति कथितम्। अस्मदीयानां कृते आयस्य व्ययस्य च गणनं न युक्तं। मृणालिनी अस्मिन् क्लेशकाले राष्ट्रमिदम् अस्माकं साहाय्यम् अपेक्षते। इदानीं 63 कोटिजनाः सहोदराः सहोदर्यश्च सन्ति, तेषु अत्यधिकाः अत्र राष्ट्रे बुभुक्षयाः म्रियमाणा इव सन्ति। इतोपि अन्ये केचन क्लेशैः पीड्यमानाः अत्यन्तं खिन्नाः दिनानि यापयन्ति स्म। तदस्मिन् वाक्यसन्धे घटे सागरस्य निधानमिव सन्निहितं वर्तते। अनन्तं जीवनदर्शनं शास्त्रीयोपनिषद् गतं। यथा ईशावास्योपनिषद् गतं यद् दर्शनं भवति तदपि प्रतिफलति। तत् कथं न उक्तम् ईशावास्योपनिषदि ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगात् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जिता मा गुध कश्यचिद्धनम्। अरविन्दस्य उदात्तं चिन्तनं यत् तद्वस्तु यद्वस्तु यस्य तत् तस्मैव समर्पणीयम् इति परमात्मनः यद्वस्तु परमात्मनः समर्पणीयं। परमात्मनः वस्तु इत्युक्ते जनता जनार्दनस्य एतदेव वस्तु। यत्किमपि अस्मभ्यं प्राप्यते, यदि वयम् अत्र किमपि सर्वकार्यसंस्थासु कार्यं कुर्मः तदपि प्राप्नुमः, तत् जनता जनार्दनेन यद् अर्जितं तदेव धनम् अस्माभिः प्राप्यते इति अरविन्दस्य लक्ष्यं वर्तते, उद्देश्यं वर्तते। तदर्थं स कथयति जनता जनार्दनाय एव एतन् सर्वं समर्पणीयम् इति। मानवत्रस्य कल्याणं जायते अनेन। तदिदं दर्शनं श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतायामपि सुष्ठु उक्तं। तत्र श्रीकृष्णेन यत् करोसि यदश्नासि यज्जुहोसि ददासि यत् तत्तपस्यसि कुन्तेय तत्कुरुष्व मदर्पणम् इति दर्शनं सम्यक् रूपेण अभिजानाति स्म श्री अरविन्दः। तदर्थमेवं स वारं कथयति यदि एवं न क्रियते, यदि अस्माभिः तद् उपभुज्यते समुदायरूपेण तर्हि वयं चोराः इति भवामः इति उक्तं गीतायामपि। इष्टान् भोगान् हि वो देवा दास्यन्ते यज्ञभाविताः तैर्दत्तान् प्रदायेभ्यो यो भुङ्क्ते स्तनेव सः यज्ञशिष्टाशिनः सन्तो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषैः भुञ्जन्ते ते तोघं पापा ये पचन्ते आत्मकारणात् इति। एवं यत्र गीतायां एतत् सर्वं वर्तते, न अधिकं कथयामि, अग्रे गच्छामि। तत्र एवं साधनचरितस्य उपयुक्ते गद्यांशे अरविन्दस्य पीडितान् बुभिक्षितान् च जनान् प्रति या मानवीय संवेदना वस्तुतः सा अत्यन्तं मार्मिकी हृद्या च भावग्रस्तेभ्यः दरिद्रेभ्यः सर्वस्व समर्पणमसौ आत्मनः धर्मं मानवजीवनस्य साफल्यं च मनुते। राष्ट्रं मातृभूमिं वा प्रति युगपुरुषस्य अस्य सजीवत्वानुभूति मातृभूमिमसौ साक्षात् मातृदेवतां मनुते। तत्र अनादिकं वच्मि, अग्रे गच्छामि। मन्ये बहु किमपि तथ्यमत्र आगतं। तत्र अग्रे कथयति कि एतद् यत् कार्यं सम्पाद्यं राष्ट्रस्य रक्षानिमित्तं स कथयति कतिपयजनैः एतत् कार्यं सम्पादयितुं न शक्यते, यतोहि सङ्गे शक्ति कलौ युगे तत् तथ्यमपि जानाति स्म। एतदर्थं कथयति एतत् कार्यं कतिपयजनैः साधयितुं न शक्यते। प्रतिग्रामं प्रतिनगरं तादृशाः गुणजना भवेयुः। प्रजाः चैतन्यवत्या करणीया वरीन् तादृशान् युवकान् निर्मातुं भवान् शक्नोति। न केवलं एतावत् तदीय तदानीन्तनैकपत्रपत्रिकासु राष्ट्रीयभावना सम्मिलिते निखितलेखनादिभिः श्री अरविन्द स्वराज्यसाधनाय दृढं प्रयत्नं करोति स्म। अरविन्दस्य स्वराज्यभावनाप्रयासेन प्रेरितैः नैकैः देशप्रेमिभिः जनजागरणाय नैकाः पत्रिका नैके ग्रन्थाश्च विरचिता। नैतावत् च उपरि गतमेव तत्र शास्त्रशक्ति उभयोः शास्त्रशक्तिं स अधिकं जानाति। स कथयति यत् मम शास्त्रचिन्तनं वा शास्त्रशक्तिः एव मम पार्श्वे वर्तते, अनया शक्त्या एव वा ज्ञानेन एव तत् राष्ट्रस्य रक्षणम् अधिकं भवेत् इति तस्य लक्ष्यमासीत्। नाधिकं वच्मि, अग्रे गच्छामि निष्कर्षरूपेण। तदेवम् उपयुक्तविवेचनेन सुष्ठु प्रामाण्यते यत् युगपुरुषः श्री अरविन्दस्य साधनचरितम् इति दृश्यकाव्ये युगपुरुषस्य चरित्रं यथा चित्रितं तेन तदीय राष्ट्रीयचेतना नाम लोकचैतन्यं सर्वथा अनुपमम् अद्वितीयं च। सो अरविन्दः स्वराष्ट्रस्य भारतवर्षस्य स्वातन्त्र्याय पितुरिच्छानुरूपं प्रशासनिकाधिकारित्वं लक्ष्यं नाम स्वार्थं तिरस्कृत्य नैकवारं काराबद्ध सञ्जात। तत्र कारागारे असौ बहु कष्टमयं कठोरं जीवनमपि यापितवान् इति तदीय त्यागः सर्वथा स्वर्णाक्षरैः लिपिबद्धः करणीयः। अपि च तदीयं कालजयीचरित्रं सकलदेशवासिभिः अनुकरणीयमिति नो मतिः। वस्तुतः महायोगिना युगपुरुषस्य लोकचैतन्यावबोधकं महत्प्रयोजनसापेक्षं धरावतरणं तज्जीवनवृत्तस्य वैशिष्ट्यजातं च विषयीकुर्व दृश्यकाव्यमिदं कालजयितं श्रयते इति नास्त्यत्र काचित् विपत्तिपत्तिः अलमतिविस्तरात् इति सं नमो नमः। धन्यवादः सर्वेभ्यः।
धन्यवाद Dr. Purnachandra Upadhyay. Now I request the chairperson to facilitate Dr. Purnachandra Upadhyay. Now I would like to call upon our next paper presenter, Dr. Savitri. She is Assistant Professor of Sanskrit, GIT Degree College, Rajanagaram, and her topic is Yuga Purush, Life Story of Sri Aurobindo.
Sabhaye Namaha. Visishya Mama Etasya paper presentation edasti tasya निर्णेता महोदयस्य विशेष प्रणामाः न्याय निर्णेता अतः अत्र एकं विचित्रम् अभवत् प्रायः पूर्णचन्द्र महोदयस्य नमो नमः यतः दिनद्वयात् मम बहु सिद्धता आसीत् मया किं वक्तव्यमिति अद्यापि किञ्चित् आसीत् अन्ते सर्वं त्यक्त्वा आगतवती अतः पूर्णचन्द्रराव महोदयस्य यः महोदयः क्षम्यतां नाम कदाचित् उत्तरभारतीयानां किञ्चित् भेदः भवति मम अहं न जानामि तेभ्यः प्रथमं धन्यवादान् व्याहरामि प्रथमं मम मूलतः मम परिचयं निमेषकद्वयं वदामि मम नाम डॉक्टर सावित्री प्रताप इति मूलतः आन्ध्रप्रदेशः मम पत्युः उद्योगकारणात् उत्तरभारते अधिकम् अटनम् आसीत् तत्र मम पितामहः साक्षात् श्रीमदरविन्दं दृष्टवान् अनन्तरं श्रीमात्रा सह मम कुटुम्बस्य परिचयः बहु आसीत् इति अहं वक्तुम् इच्छामि मम पिता अपि तस्य जन्मदिने गत्वा साक्षात् श्रीमातुः हस्तात् तत्र आशीः ब्लेसिंग पैकेट्स् ते ददति स्म तत् स्वीकृतवान् इति अतः एवं फ्रॉम 3 generations we are the followers of Sri Aurobindo philosophy प्रायः तस्मात् मम एतस्य उपरि रुचिः अधिका अस्ति किन्तु अत्र आगन्तुं तु प्रथमं तारादीदी महाभागायै धन्यवादान् व्याहरामि। अनन्तरं यद्यपि एषा न जानाति तथापि यत्किञ्चित् वदति चलति इति माम् अङ्गीकृत्य आहूतवान् आचार्य सम्पदानन्दमहोदयः, तस्मै अपि धन्यवादान् व्याहरामि। किमर्थं पूर्णचन्द्रमहोदयस्य विषयम् अहं प्रस्तावनं कृतवती, इतः पूर्वं सः महोदयः यत् पुस्तकम् उक्तवान् तस्य अनुवादकर्त्री अहमेव, डाक्टर् सावित्री प्रताप् इति। वस्तुतः अहमपि मम पुस्तकस्य विषयान्नेव अहम् अत्र वक्तुम् इच्छामि स्म। किमर्थम् इत्युक्ते अहम् उद्घाटनसभायां किञ्चित् दृष्टवती, यत्र श्रीमद् अरविन्दस्य विचारः भवति तत्र आङ्ग्लमेव भवति इति एकः तत्र विषयः आगतः अस्ति। प्रायः संस्कृतस्य श्रीमद् अरविन्दस्यापि महान् सम्पर्कः तत्र यदस्ति तत् जनाः न जानन्तः सन्ति इति विचिन्त्य एव सम्पदानन्दमहोदयः एतत् आरम्भं कृतवान् इति अहं चिन्तयामि। अद्भुता एषा वेदिका अस्ति, एतत् अवश्यमेव एतस्य आवश्यकता तु बहु अस्ति। यदि सर्वे परिशीलयन्ति कदाचित् तत्र यत् संस्कृतभाषायां मूलं प्राचीनग्रन्थाः ये सन्ति ते सर्वे आङ्ग्लभाषायाम् अनुवादं कुर्वन्तः गच्छन्तः सन्ति। यत्र श्रीमदरविन्दः अस्ति तत्र संस्कृतं नास्ति इति यदि वदन्ति इत्युक्ते तस्य ग्रन्थाः सर्वे आङ्ग्लभाषायामेव भवन्ति, तत् साहित्यं सर्वमपि संस्कृतेन आनेतव्यमस्ति। किन्तु एकं तु अस्माभिः स्मर्तव्यं, दृढं ज्ञातव्यं यत् वयं संस्कृतज्ञाः ये स्मः, यदि किञ्चित् प्रयत्नं कुर्मः श्रीमदरविन्दस्य फिलासफी वयमेव अधिकम् अवगन्तुं शक्नुमः। यतः महर्षिः श्रीमद् अरविन्दः वेदेषु उपनिषत्सु यदस्ति तमेव विषयं स्वतपसा सम्पादित अनुभवेन ज्ञानेन कथम् अस्माभिः अङ्गीकरणीयम् इति अस्मान् सूचितवान् अस्ति। अतः यत्र इदानीं मम पुस्तकस्य विषयं विहाय अन्यत् सर्वं वक्तव्यम् आपतितम्, अतः पुस्तकं दर्शितवान्। तस्य वस्तुतः अन्यत् पुस्तकम् इदानीम् आगच्छदस्ति, तत्र किञ्चित् नूतनपरिष्करणानि अपि सञ्जातानि सन्ति। अतः विशेषरूपेण यत् महोदयः श्रीमद् अरविन्दस्य पुदुच्चेरी पाण्डिचेरी गमनम् इत्यादिकं न उक्तवान्, अतः तान् अंशान् द्वित्रान् अहम् उक्त्वा समापयितुम् इच्छामि। यदा एतं तत्र स्फोटकनिर्माता इति एतं कारावासे निर्बन्धनं कृतवन्तः, कृपया पुस्तकं पठन्तु। वस्तुतः किञ्चित् वक्तव्यं, तेलुगु पुस्तकं पठित्वा अहं बहु आकृष्टा अभवं। किमर्थम् इत्युक्ते यद्यपि तत्र विषयः स्वल्पः अस्ति तदापि तत्र यदा पत्न्याः पत्राणि मृणालिनी देव्यै श्रीमदरविन्दः यानि पत्राणि लिखितवान् तानि पत्राणि पठामः तर्हि विशेष आदरः भवति, प्रेमा भवति। यदा विप्लवोद्यमः भारतदेशस्य स्वतन्त्रसम्पादनाय यां रचनां श्रीमदरविन्दः यदा आङ्ग्लेयाः न जानीयुः तथा कृतवान्, तस्य पठनेन अस्माकम् उद्वेगः भवति, आवेशः भवति। इतोपि अग्रे न्यायालयः, तत्र कारावासे तं बन्धितवन्तः, तत्र सर्वत्र वासुदेवस्य दर्शनं तस्य अभवत्। तस्य पूर्वं, तत्र कारावासात् पूर्वं लेले महोदयस्य समीपे योगाभ्यासं कृतवान् इति वयं जानीमः। तदा वस्तुतः विग्रहाराधने श्रीमदरविन्दः विमुखः आसीत्, किन्तु यदा गतवान् तत्र कालीमातुः मन्दिरे मातुः दर्शनेन तत्र तस्य मूल्यं ज्ञातवान् इत्यपि वदन्ति। कारावासं यदा प्रविशति तदा सः साक्षात् भगवन्तमेव पृष्टवान् इति वदन्ति। तत्र किम् अहं देशमातुः तत्र मातरं शृङ्खलाविमोचनं कर्तुम् इच्छामि स्म, भवान् एवं माम् अन्तः पातितवान्, भवान् मां रक्षति इति विश्वसितवान् इति। तदा भगवान् वदति, अहं पूर्वं बहुवारम् उक्तवान्, तत्र इत्युक्ते आकाशवाणी आगता इति। ओके, एकवारं चलनचित्रेषु यदा आगच्छति तत् स्मरन्तु। सः कारागारवासे अस्ति, उपरितः एकं वाय्स् आगच्छति, ध्वनिः। कथम्, अहं बहुवारम् उक्तवान् तत् कार्यं कर्तुम् अन्ये आगच्छन्ति, भवता करणीयं कार्यम् अन्यदस्ति इति। भवान् न श्रुतवान्, अतः आनीय अत्र पातितम् इति। ततः प्रभृति सः मौनमासीत्। कश्चन महोदयः तस्मै भगवद्गीतां दत्तवान् इति, तत् पठितवान् इति। कारागारे एव तत्र विवेकानन्दः अपि तत्र आगत्य तयोः सम्भाषणम् आसीत् इति इत्यादिकमपि सर्वं प्रायः सर्वे जानन्ति एतं विषयं सर्वं, किन्तु एतत् सर्वं सरलया संस्कृतभाषया अस्ति। कृपया तत्र अवधानं कुर्वन्तु। संस्कृतं यदि सरलसंस्कृतं यदस्ति तस्य प्रसाराय श्री अरविन्दस्य तत्र जीवनवृत्तं ज्ञातुम् अपि एतस्य पुस्तकस्य अपि उपयोगः भवेत् इति, भवतु इति अस्माकम् अपेक्षा अस्ति। कारावासे अभवतु, अत्र अस्माभिः स्मरणीयः प्रायः प्रातस्मरणीयः अस्ति, या स्मरणीया या व्यक्तिः अस्ति चित्तरञ्जनदासः। सः महोदयः श्रीमदरविन्दं बहिः आनीतवान्। न्यायवादिनः प्रायः जानन्ति किल, एकं किमपि वाक्यमस्ति तत् कथमपि तस्य यदा शिक्षा भवेत् तथापि वक्तुं शक्नुवन्ति, न भवेत् तथापि वक्तुं शक्नुवन्ति। तत्र अपराधः कृतः न कृतः इति न, तेन कृतं सर्वमपि कया दृष्ट्या कृतवान् इति चित्तरञ्जनदासः तत्र दर्शितवान्। तत्र न्यायाधीशः अस्ति कदाचित् श्रीमदरविन्दस्य मित्रमेव, तत्र यदा इङ्ग्लेण्ड् मध्ये पठनसमये। अतः सम्यक् विचारयन्तु, एषः सम्पूर्णमानवजातेः मार्गदर्शकः अस्ति। सः इदानीम् अत्र अस्माकं कारावासे न्यायनिर्णयस्य कृते निरीक्ष्यते। भवन्तः सम्यक् विचार्य निर्णयः करणीयः, निर्णयः देयः इति चित्तरञ्जनदासेन उक्तमासीत्। तत्र तदा बहिः आगतवान्। तस्य अनन्तरं जनेभ्यः एकं पत्रं लिखितवान् इति श्रीमदरविन्दः, मया मम कृते भगवता निर्दिष्टं कार्यान्तरमस्ति, अतः तन्निमित्तम् अहं गच्छन्नस्मि, गच्छामि इति प्रजेभ्यः पत्रं लिखित्वा तत्र सः तत्र चन्दोर् इति नगरं गतवान् इति, अनन्तरं पाण्डिचेरीं गतवान् इति। तत्र यदा प्रजाभ्यः पत्रं गतं तदा सर्वेपि तत्र एषः इतः परम् आध्यात्मिकजीवने भगवतः विशेषरूपेण अस्माभिः ज्ञातव्यम् आध्यात्मिकजीवनं भौतिकजीवनमिति भिन्नं नास्ति इति निरूपितवान् श्रीमदरविन्दः। पूर्वं मम तत् पुस्तके तदेव बुद्धभगवान् किं कृतवान्, शङ्कराचार्याः किं कृतवन्तः, विवेकानन्दस्वामी किम् उक्तवान्, तत्सर्वम् अस्ति। सर्वेपि मानवालेः उन्नतं मार्गं दर्शयितुमेव आगतवन्तः, तत्र नास्ति सन्देहः। किन्तु तावत्पर्यन्तं ये उक्तवन्तः ते आध्यात्मजीवनं यदि आवश्यकं तर्हि भौतिकजीवनं त्यक्तव्यम् इति एव ते पाठितवन्तः। तावत्पर्यन्तं तथा कृत्वा ते दर्शितवन्तः, किन्तु तन्नास्ति इति दर्शितवान् श्रीमदरविन्दः। तद्द्वयमपि भिन्नं नास्ति, एकमेव इति उक्त्वा अधिकं पत्न्यै यानि पत्राणि तत्र लिखितवान् तत्रापि वयं ज्ञातुं शक्नुमः भगवान् इत्युक्ते मम दृष्टौ किम् इति सर्वमपि मम तत्र उन्मत्ताः सन्ति इति। मम तु देशः देशमाता इत्युक्ते केवलं तत्र वृक्षाः इति वा पर्वतानि इति वा गृहाणि इति वा निर्वृक्षप्रान्तं वा न, सा माता, तस्याः अपि प्राणाः तत्र सन्ति, जीवती सा अस्ति इति मम अभिप्रायः अस्ति। अतः तस्याः रक्षणार्थं मया करणीयं, मया तत्र मम जीवनं तत्र समर्पणीयम् इति इति उक्तवान्। इतोपि तत्र मानवजातेः अपि मार्गदर्शनाय किमर्थम् अत्र वयम् आगताः, ध्येयः कः, तस्य ध्येयस्य सम्पादनाय कथं गन्तव्यं, कुत्र गन्तव्यम् इत्यादिकमपि सः दर्शितवान्। अतः देशभक्तिः भगवद्दर्शनाय अस्माकं तीव्र अपेक्षा, तत्र तृतीयं समर्पणं, जीवनं समर्पणम्। एतत्त्रयं सर्वेभ्यः वक्तव्यं, सर्वे जानीयुः इति अहं प्रयत्नं कुर्वन् अस्मि। भवती अपि मया आगन्तुं शक्नोति इति पत्न्यै श्रीमद् अरविन्दः पत्रं लिखितवान् इति सापि सन्तुष्टा, किन्तु एकवर्षमेव तस्याः जीवनम् आसीत्। सा अनन्तरं तत्र गच्छन्ति मार्गे एव तस्सा दिवङ्गता इति प्रायः जानन्ति। अनन्तरं 1908 प्रायः 89 मध्ये पुदुच्चेरीं गतवान्। पुदुच्चेरी मध्ये तत् तपोभूमिः इति तत्र जीवनम् आरम्भं कृतवान्। तत्र गमनानन्तरं तस्य सर्वेपि तत्र तेन सह यदा श्रीमदरविन्दः स्वातन्त्र्ययुद्धसमये आसीत् तदा तेन सह ये आसन् केचन, यदि एषः महोदयः तत् कार्यं स्वतन्त्रकार्यं त्यक्त्वा पुदुच्चेरीं गतवान् तदा तेन सह अपि केचन गतवन्तः, तेन सह स्थितवन्तः। तस्मिन् मार्गे एव ततः प्रभृति तत्र तम् अनुसर्तुं प्रयत्नं कृतवन्तः, केचन तत्रैव जीवितवन्तः इति। निमिषकद्वयं महोदय। एवम् अनन्तरं श्रीमातुः आगमनं। वस्तुतः श्रीमातरम् आरम्भे न अङ्गीकृतवन्तः, किन्तु अनन्तरम् अङ्गीकृतवन्तः। तत्र तस्य तपः श्रीमातुः आगमनानन्तरं निर्विघ्नं श्रीमदरविन्दस्य तपः प्रचलति स्म। नवम्बर् 24 दिनाङ्के श्रीमदरविन्दे श्रीकृष्णस्य चैतन्यं तस्मिन् आगतं, लार्ड् कृष्णास् कान्शियस्नेस् इति श्रीमात्रा तत्र उल्लेखितम् उट्टङ्कितं सर्वेभ्यः उक्तम् आसीत्। एतत् केवलम् एतत् सर्वं यद्यपि जानन्ति तदा सरलया भाषया अस्ति इति कारणात् पुस्तके यदस्ति तत् अहं वक्तुम् इच्छामि स्म। वयं सर्वेपि कृपया एतत् साहित्यं यदस्ति श्रीमातुः वचनानि, यद्यपि सम्पदानन्दमिश्रमहोदयः प्रयत्नं कुर्वन्नस्ति, सर्वेपि एतत् वेदान्तम् इत्युक्ते श्री अरबिन्दोस् फिलासफि यदस्ति तत् सरलभाषया आनेतुं प्रयत्नं कुर्मः। तत्र संस्कृतं वद, भारतीयो भव। नमस्कारः, धन्यवादः।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर सावित्री जी. Now I would like to request chairperson to facilitate Dr. Savitri ji. Now, I humbly request to the chairperson, Dr. Lala Shankar Gayawal ji, to conclude the session.
नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च नमो नमः. श्री अरबिंदो एंड संस्कृत इस राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी में के टेक्निकल सेशन 5 में आज श्री अरबिंदो इन मॉडर्न संस्कृत लिटरेचर में 2 शोध पत्र पढ़े गए. और ये बड़ा ही सुखद है कि जिस विषय पर भाई पूर्णचंद्र उपाध्याय जी ने शोध पत्र पढ़ा, उनके रचयिता यद्यपि तेलुगु थे, कौन्नगराय देव दाक्षिणात्य, और उनकी अनुवादिका सावित्री प्रताप जी यहाँ उपलब्ध हैं और उन्होंने अपना परिचय भी दिया, बताया भी. और जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने पुस्तक के बारे में बताया कि उसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें लिखी हुई हैं और पूर्ण भाई ने उसको यहाँ पे उसका वर्णन किया, उसके लिए उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और हमें जो सावित्री जी से ज्ञात हुआ कि सचमुच उसको पढ़ना चाहिए और अरविंद जी ने अपनी पत्नी मृणालिनी के लिए जो पत्र लिखा है उसे भी पढ़ना चाहिए और उसके बारे में जानकारी प्राप्त करनी चाहिए. मैं सावित्री जी के प्रति भी कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूँ. क्योंकि ये विषय अरविंदो और मॉडर्न संस्कृत लिटरेचर था. संस्कृत पत्रकारिता के अध्ययन में मैंने भी अरविंद जी के ऊपर कई सारी रचनाएं देखी हैं, कई सारे काव्य कथा वगैरह भी हैं, उसका यहाँ पर उल्लेख नहीं हो पाया. तो मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगा कि इस विषय पर अगर कुछ मैं प्राप्त कर पाया तो उस पर एक पत्र लिख के ज़रूर भेजूँगा. और बहुत सुंदर कल से मैं देख रहा हूँ संगोष्ठी का संचालन भाई संपदानंद जी के निर्देशन में हो रहा है. और जिस प्रकार से वो समय के पाबंद हैं और कार्य श्रेणी के पाबंद हैं, मैं उनको सचमुच नमन करता हूँ. मेरा यहाँ आने का विचार अनायास ही बना और जब मैंने उनसे निवेदन किया तब तक सारी चूँकि कार्य प्रणाली हो गई थी और शोध पत्र पढ़ने का अवसर मुझे नहीं मिल पाया, लेकिन फिर भी उन्होंने मुझे जो सम्मान दिया उसके लिए मैं इन सारी संस्थाओं के प्रति भी कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूं कि आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य पर सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी, राष्ट्रीय संस्कृत संस्थान, ऋषिहुड विश्वविद्यालय के सेंटर फॉर ह्यूमन स्टडीज़, ICPR, ICSSR, भारतीय विद्या भवन, अरविंदो आश्रम व भारत सरकार सबके प्रति अपनी कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूँ. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
So we are going for our next session, and the theme of this session is Shri Aurobindo, Sanskrit language and others. And I would like to call Professor Nandakishore Patrakine for the chairing. I request आरती जी सम्मान सूचक चिन्ह देकर प्रोफेसर नंदकिशोर पत्रकिने का स्वागत करें. So for the paper presentation, I would like to call upon first of all Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary. She is a coordinator IKS Division Ministry of Education, Government of India at AICTE, and her paper's topic is Sanskrit as a Dev Bhasha, Shri Aurobindo's Experiential Insight. Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary.
Hello. Hello, श्रूयते? नमस्ते. अस्तु. तर्हि ॐ श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः. ॐ वाङ् मे मनसि प्रतिष्ठिता, मनो मे वाचि प्रतिष्ठितम्, आविराविर्म एधि, श्रुतं मे मा प्रहासीः, अनेनाधीतेनाहोरात्रं सन्दधामि, ऋतं वदिष्यामि, सत्यं वदिष्यामि, तन्मामवतु, तद्वक्तारमवतु, अवतु माम्, अवतु वक्तारम्. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. ॐ या देवी सर्वभूतेषु मातृरूपेण संस्थिता, या देवी सर्वभूतेषु शक्तिरूपेण संस्थिता, या देवी सर्वभूतेषु शान्तिरूपेण संस्थिता, नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः. ॐ नमो नमः श्रीमीराम्बिकायै. ॐ नमो भगवते श्री अरविन्दाय. ॐ नमो नमः श्रीमीराम्बिकायै. श्री अरविन्द शरणं मम. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः. सभापतये नमः. उपस्थितेभ्यः ज्येष्ठेभ्यः गुरुजनेभ्यः मित्रेभ्यश्च मम नमस्कारान् व्याहरामि. पुनः आयोजकेभ्यः डॉक्टर संपदानंद मिश्र महाभागेभ्यः नीलम महाभागेभ्यश्च मम नमस्कारान् मम धन्यवादान् च उक्त्वा अहमत्र मम वचनं उपस्थापयिष्यामि. संस्कृते वक्तुकामा आसं, किन्तु अहं जानामि यद् मम यस्यां भाषायां मम अधिकप्रावीण्यं वर्तते सा आङ्ग्लभाषा एव वर्तते. अतः आङ्ग्लभाषायाम् अहं वक्तव्यम् इदानीं कथयिष्यामि. So I would like to do my presentation on the topic that is before us here, which is on Sanskrit as a Deva Bhasha, Sri Aurobindo's experiential insights. Just a little bit about my own background, because I had the great good fortune of growing up in the Sri Aurobindo Ashram school in Pondicherry, where we studied Sanskrit from a very young age. And the reasons for studying Sanskrit were because the mother and Sri Aurobindo strongly believed that Sanskrit is a language of India's soul. And if one really wants to connect to the spirit of this land, then Sanskrit is one of the most powerful gateways to help us achieve that connection. Because as the Sanskrit Bharti group often says, that you cannot say, bring me water and don't bring me the glass. So if you bring a glass of water, if you bring water, the glass is understood. Similar is the case with Sanskrit and Sanskriti. If you offer somebody Sanskritam, it cannot happen without the natural offering of Sanskriti along with it, or the whole culture, the whole of the Bhartiya civilizational repository is deeply embedded in the very knowledge of the Sanskrit language. Not just in the knowledge, as we will see, also in the structure. So I have some initial questions here for you, because once this topic was suggested and I decided to present about it, it allowed me the opportunity to start delving into this topic from various angles. And I personally found it very enriching, and therefore would like to thank Sampath Bhai for, again, calling me to, share my insights on this particular theme. So the question is, what really is language? Because when we are talking of different languages and looking at Sanskrit from Sri Aurobindo's perspective, the important question that arises is, what exactly is a language? What does language add to our life? And a few answers to that, but most simply, if we go to the root of the word itself in the English language, so when we say language, it comes from lingua, it has to do with the tongue, because the tongue is the formulator, is the articulator of language. But very interestingly, in Sanskrit, you do not really have a word that is synonymous with tongue that is used for language as such. We have words like bhasha, many others. Except for yesterday, there was a presentation that talked about the Rishi as being mantra jifvam, on whose tongue the mantras are there, but not so much of language as necessarily emanating from the usage of the tongue. So it's very interesting. But language as such has a connection with the fact that it is the most powerful output of our human system. So of the different kinds of outputs that we have as a human entity, that which communicates what is going on in our mind, in our heart, in our body, everything, is language. But is that the origin of language? So while this is, of course, just a presentation, I would just like you to, I will invite you to just maybe spend about 10-15 seconds to just think on what is the origins of your speech. So when we utter something, what is the source of that utterance? So if you would indulge me in just trying to do that exercise, it would be very helpful. So I can see somebody saying, yes, it's the throat. But does language begin in the throat? Because language is bhasha. It is an expression of thoughts. Where are those thoughts emanating from? Are they in our brain? Are they outside it? Where is that thought emanating from? So this was something that I was also trying to wonder about. And of course, reading Sri Aurobindo, he talks about different origins of thought themselves. So one is, the simpler answer about thought is that, one of the simpler origins of thought is that it is based, or it emerges from the existing data set of our mind. So whatever our mind has delved into is mixed and matched and expressed through the language that we use to articulate it. But in that articulation, there are a few things that are important. So when we think of language, so what are we saying? What are we saying in terms of content? In terms of the language itself, the medium of communication, which language? The second is, how are we saying it? So how correct is the grammatical usage? How precise is the articulation in terms of the pronunciation of the words we are using? Do they matter? Do they not matter? And then, what is the tone in which it is being expressed? All of these things play a very important role, a significant role in finally determining the experience, not just of the listener, but also of the speaker. That's why in the opening mantra that I did of Vang Me Manasi Pratisthita, so the speech, let speech be established in my mind. Mano me vachi pratishtitam. In the speech, let my mind be present, which is what is the normal case. Then avir maedhi. Let there be manifestations that follow. And then shrutam me ma prahasihi. Whatever is being heard, let it not just be mere kind of appearances. Let there be some truth within it. Anenadhite nahoratram sandadhami. Whatever I have been studying day in and day out, let that be re-established firmly in my being. Because what I'm learning is also coming to me through different forms of language, not necessarily only the spoken word or the written word. Even animals have their own language, signs. There are just so many kinds of languages. So let all this that I'm studying and learning, let it be established in me. Let me internalize what is coming my way. And then Ritam vadishyami. So I think this last part is what I personally find is reflective of the key aspirations of the Bharatiya civilization. Because they talk of Ritam vadishyami. This Ritam, Sri Aurobindo says, is dynamic truth in action. Rit. And my personal understanding of this term is that it reflects the most foundational aspiration of the Bharatiya Manas to understand what is the right way of doing things. So, Ritam vadishyami, I will speak what is right. But when we talk of right, it necessarily implies that there is a gold standard against which this right is being presented. So, Satyam vadishyami, that truth, things that are. So, Ritam vadishyami, Satyam vadishyami. And if I am saying that, then Tat Mam Avatu, Tan Mam Avatu, let me be protected by that. And how do we make this request? We can only make that request because my speech then is no longer a product of my limited mind. That speech comes out as a channel of something that is greater than myself. That Ritam, that Satyam, are qualities of the universe, of the cosmos itself. So, Ritam vadishyami, Satyam vadishyami, Tan Mam Avatu, let that protect me. Tad Vaktaram Avatu, whoever is the speaker, let that right protect that person. Avatu Mam, Avatu Vaktaram, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. So, what is the relationship again between language, speech, and writing? So we have, for example, as I've mentioned now, the speech itself. So do the words that I utter, what is its relationship with script? So I have an example for you. If I tell you the word peace, what is it that comes to mind? So you can think of peace of mind, which is the most popular usage of that word. But you can also think of piece of cake. Now, whether it's peace of mind or piece of cake can only be figured out if one is looking at how it has been written. So there is a written component that enters into the understanding of the meaning. And very interestingly here, our rishis and all, we are essentially, like all the Vedas and all, the writing came into this civilization much later. But this civilization was a civilization of Shruti. We were Shruti Paraha originally. And why that happens is something that I will also try and communicate in a short while. But just to present to you that speech is one aspect, origins of speech, where it's coming from. The second aspect is the written nature of language, and that when you have to read something, it necessarily gets processed through the mind. It's only then the mind will say, Acha, this is P-E-A-C-E is different from P-I-E-C-E. Although the hearing is doing, getting the same word. So speech is doing the written form, and even you have, for example, in the Chinese language, there they don't write in terms of sound combinations, phonemes. They write in terms of words. So when you're writing is depicting complete words, then what does that do to your thinking? What does writing clear phonemes like ka, kha, ga, gha versus a combination of letters that form a certain sound combination? What does that do to our mind, etc.? There are many very significant questions, aspects that can emerge, the psycholinguistic aspects that can emerge from there that are worth considering. And so that's it. So what is the origin of those and what are the implications? And I'm personally fascinated about what it does to the human mind. And therefore, where does Sanskrit come into the entire picture? So the origins of the Sanskrit language, as we know, are in the Vedas. So we see that the Vedic texts are the source of this language. And the later language, which came up after Panini systematized his grammar around 600 BCE, that is when the language became much more structured and systematized and also rigidized, if I may say, but also something that allowed it to be preserved for a longer time without interpolation. The Vedic language has a much more free and flexible nature because the source of it was a little different. And for this, Sri Aurobindo, he says that one might almost say that the ancient India was created by the Veda and Upanishads, and that the visions of inspired speakers made a people. So what was really happening? In the next one, he has another So he has another passage where he talks about the Vedas. He says, what is really the content of the Vedas? It's a long passage. I will read it quickly because it's a passage that's worth recording and listening to again and again as to why he thought the Sanskrit language was so important. It says, I seek a light that shall be new yet old, the oldest indeed of all lights. I seek a text and a shastra that is not subject to interpolation, modification and replacement, that moth and white ant cannot destroy, that the earth cannot bury nor time mutilate. I seek a skepticism that shall question everything, but shall have the patience to deny nothing that may possibly be true. I seek a rationalism not proceeding on the untenable supposition that all the centuries of man's history except the 19th were centuries of folly and superstition, but bent on discovering truth instead of limiting inquiry by a new dogmatism, obscurantism, and furious intolerance, which it chooses to call common sense and enlightenment. I seek a materialism that shall recognize matter and use it without being its slave. In short, I seek not science, not religion, not theosophy, but Veda, the truth about Brahman, the truth which is beyond opinion, the knowledge which all thought strives after, Yasmin vijñāte sarvam idam vijñātam, knowing which everything here is known. I believe that Veda to be the foundation of the Sanatana Dharma. I believe it to be the concealed divinity within Hinduism. But a veil has to be drawn aside, a curtain has to be lifted. I believe it to be knowable and discoverable. I believe the future of India and the world to depend on its discovery and on its application, not to the renunciation of life, but to life in the world and among men. So when I did my PhD in Sanskrit, in fact, one of the reasons I chose to pursue my PhD in Sanskrit and the Vedas was because there was this very powerful quotation by Sri Aurobindo, where he says that the recovery of the perfect truth of the Vedas is not merely a desideratum of modern intellectual curiosity, but a practical necessity for the future of the human race. So I said, if that's the case, then, and he says, Yasmin vijñāte sarvamidam vijñātam. So I said, it's a very good shortcut to get to try and tap into the greater secrets of life. And in that context, when we look at the word Veda itself, we see that the beauty of the Sanskrit language starts unfolding itself. Because Veda comes from the root vid, which means to know, to obtain, to be, and also to think. It has these four senses. So you have the essence of the Veda can be summarized as it's the knowledge to be obtained on how to be with sufficient amount of thinking, manana on it. This is an interpretative, a combining of all the different words that are there. So the important thing coming to the language connection, the point is that who is really the Rishi? Sri Aurobindo says, because the Rishis are the mantra drashtaraha. So he says the Rishi was not the individual composer of the hymns, but the seer, the drashta of an eternal truth and an impersonal knowledge. The language of Veda itself is Shruti, a rhythm not composed by the intellect but heard, a divine word that came vibrating out of the infinite to the inner audience of the man who had previously made himself fit for the impersonal knowledge. The words themselves, drishti and shruti, sight and hearing, are Vedic expressions. These and cognate words signify, in the esoteric terminology of the hymns, revelatory knowledge and the contents of inspiration. Now, what does this really seeing of language imply? So I was trying to make sense of it for myself, and I'll share with you what I came across. And this is connected with a certain exercise that I will make you do. So that exercise has to do with understanding the triple nature of universe, largely the adhibhautika, which is a sensorial experience of reality. Then there is an adhidaivata, which is in between. It's the gross and the subtle interface. And then there is the adhyatmika, or the spiritual. So I would just like you to do a small experiment here, which is to look at your hand and try and look at your hand, and just when you look at it as such, it looks, you can see the lines, you can see color, you can see texture. If you suddenly had an X-ray lens, you would not see the same reality. You would see bones, right? And if you see bones, then the behavior with that hand changes significantly. Like you'll not put Mehndi if you had a X-ray lens. Next, if you suddenly had a very powerful microscope and could go inside below your skin, then we start seeing cells and all. You go into an even more powerful lens of the quantum world, and suddenly the hand will disappear. So if we then apply that lens on the rest of the being, we see that there is a simultaneous existing reality. It's a parallel reality where you can look at the same hand as either being a fuzzy energy substance, you can look at it as being bones and a film of skin, you can look at it as being gross material reality. So when we look at it in these three dimensions, especially when you look at it from the fuzzy energy perspective, that, in my understanding, is what corresponds to the Brahma Chetana in a sense, where you look at energy as being the primary reality. And when we try and zoom back into a hand, we see that there is a place where the gross reality starts looking or becoming, taking the shape of the physical. And you come further down and you see it becomes the concrete hand. So there is this hand that I can see concretely with my senses. There is this midway thing where this gross hand is getting into an energy, subtle stuff. Both are simultaneously coexisting. And then there is the energy level, which is something that is beyond. So when the rishis, for example, they were in the heights of their meditation. So this is the triple nature that I understand it to be. And I think this quote of Tesla's is very significant of what I'm trying to say, because he says, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibrations. And that is what even the tantric worldview of Shabda Brahman and the entire flowing down of the creation from that perspective sort of seems to be reflecting. And then we have Sri Aurobindo who talks. He says that all Shabda or Vak, as it manifests out of the Akasha by the force of Matarishwan, the great active and creative energy, and is put in its place in the flux of form things, apas, carries with it certain definite significances, artha. These are determined by the elements through which it has passed. Shabda appears as Akasha, travels through Vayu, the second element, in which Sparsha is the vibration. By the vibration of Sparsha, it creates in Tejas, the third element, certain forms, and so arrives into being with these three characteristics. First, certain contactual vibrations. Secondly, a particular kind of Tejas of force. Thirdly, a particular form. These determine the bhava or general sensation it creates in the mind, and from that sensation develop into various precise meanings according to the form which it used to create it. And in this context, I had this drawing where I'm trying to show, where is the red light? Acha. Sorry, there was one thing. So this is what Sri Aurobindo, when he's in his Uttarpara speech, he sort of says something like that. He says that this is the word that has been put into my mouth. So it's Vak that has been put into his mouth. What I intended to speak to you, what I intended to speak has been put away from me. And beyond what is given to me, I have nothing to say. It is only the word that is put into me that I can speak to you. That word is now finished. So the utterance is not because of a need to establish a certain image of oneself, but the word is uttered because it comes from a source that seeks expression. And one says only as much as it is meant to convey and have an effect. So in this context, the next one that I have, this is just my kind of representation of an understanding that I have, that when we close our ears, there is this knowledge is out there. The rishis had certain important questions. What am I doing here? Who am I? Where am I going? What am I doing? And these were basic questions that they had. So this is for me the processing unit of the human system. Okay, so we have the senses that allowed that impact to happen. The rishis silenced their minds, and in the silence of their minds, they allowed the vibrations of the cosmos to impact their hearing. That created its ripples in the being, which then found its expression through the human vocal system. And this is what Professor Joycean was talking about in the morning, and many others have mentioned about the 4 levels of speech. There is a para. So the vibrations exist in cosmos whether I exist or not. But my entry into that is in 3 forms. I can either have a personal set of vibrations that is at a physical level of a certain nature, of an emotional level, of a mental level. I am also a vibratory being. So those vibrations can either be in harmony, which is what the Sattva Guna represents. It can either be dynamic or disturbed, which is what the Rajas, or it can be extremely disturbed, which is what the Tamo Guna of the being represents. So when the vibration, which I've tried to show by the red wave here, when that impacts the being, which is the para meeting an interface with the human system, which is Pashyanti, depending on the nature of the atmosphere, there will be a distorted signal output. So if the atmosphere is peaceful, like a Sattva Guna, then it will be a peaceful, calm, without distortion output, which is what the Rishis did. If there is disturbance of Rajas or Tamas, then the distortions are supreme. Now what creates these distortions? This is the quality of our inner atmosphere determined by our thoughts, our emotions, our physical condition. All of this play an important role. So I do this experiment with the ah. So I said if somebody does an ah sound and does an you hear that the atmosphere through which it is coming out is troubled. It would possibly resemble the Tamoguna atmosphere. But if you have an ah which is an it comes from a very different kind of a potentially atmosphere. And then the outputs that we have are our thoughts, our speech, and then the actions. But the speech is what we are looking at here. So when the atmosphere is pure like that, when it is undistorted, then what comes in is what goes out. And that was the origin of the Sanskrit language, where every sound carried its own vibrational experience. So the mantra is nothing but systematized sound technology, where sounds are placed in such a manner that they will necessarily deliver the original experience of the drishti. So we can have two ways of knowledge. There is either drishti, what we see and what comes through without distortion, or there is smriti, that comes to our system, which is channelized through the madhyama, through the mind stuff of the individual, and which is presented through vaikhari. Now, depending on the vaikhari, the precision of the articulation plays an important role, because it's like a password. It's like a huge web of sounds. If the passwords that are put in there are wrong, instead of a capital A, there is a small a, then that particular chamber will not open. So the need for precision is something that is an embedded feature of the Sanskrit language, and we'll see more so. It's not a puritanist requirement, it's just the nature of the source of this language. And here we see therefore that in the Sanskrit language itself, it says what is Sanskrit? It says that Sanskrit, we all know it comes from Sanskritam, well done. And this is a passive word. So it says, what do we mean by well done? Who did this language? Where did it come from? What does it do that is so well done? And it is also known as the Deva Bhasha and regarded as the most wonderful language. So Sri Aurobindo says, he says that the language of man is not framed on earth but in heaven, as indeed are all things that the soul uses in its internal journey. Hence, change, decay, death, rebirth, and the law of the world, all this takes place in the descent into the worlds of mind and the world of matter. Therefore, mankind has one original language based on certain eternal types of sounds, developed by certain laws of rhythmic variation, perfectly harmonious and symmetrical in its structure and evolution. This is the Deva Bhasha and is spoken in the Satya Yuga. Then it suffers change, detrition, collapse. Innumerable languages, dialects, vernaculars are born. The guardians of the sacred language attempt always to bring back the early purity, but even they cannot do it. They reconstruct it from time to time, compromise with the new tendencies, preserve something of the skeleton, lose the flesh, blood, sinew, much of the force and spirit. This reconstructed language they call Sanskrit. All else is Prakrit. So Sanskrit is an attempt at the recreation of the original truth vibrations of the phenomenon of universal language. Okay. And in his own personal experience, he tried to go down to the root of the sounds of every letter of the Varnamala and came with different meanings. So he says, A is absolute existence. And if, as an experiment, we do a sound A, you close your eyes and do the sound A, invariably it will correspond to a spreading out. So each of these sounds corresponds to an experiential quality. He's done it for every single letter there. And then he says, therefore, what about this language? because it found its perfect expression in the human vocal instrument, it is called, the language itself, as has been universally recognized, is recognized by those competent to form a judgment, is one of the most magnificent, the most perfectly and wonderfully sufficient literary instruments developed by the human mind, at once majestic and sweet and flexible, strong and clearly formed, and full and vibrant and subtle. And its quality and character would be of itself a sufficient evidence of the character and quality of the race whose mind it expressed and the culture of which it was the reflecting medium. Why does that happen? I will just go on and sort of... So what are the components of a language? There is sound, words, sentences, content. We see with the Sanskrit language that the arrangement of the letters is most perfectly formulated in the human vocal system. What's so unique about it? Why is that in any way different from any other language? Let's say one only speaks French, or you only speak, you only speak French in life, or only English for that matter. So what happens is that the sound combinations are such that you would never really have a full stimulation of the cerebral region. The English doesn't have a soft th, so there's no dental. It doesn't have the, the French language doesn't have the r, it has a kh. So the r, that part of the human vocal system is never stimulated physiologically. The Sanskrit has a very systematic stimulation of all the parts of the human vocal system, which in turn stimulate all the parts of the human brain. It's the only language that requires a very conscious decision on every breath that you take to utter this language. If breath is the most intimate part of our existence, one cannot speak the Sanskrit language without calculating how much of breath I will use, which means that it regulates even our breathing patterns. And that's why when we do these mantras and certain sounds, there is an automatic experience of pranayama and a certain peace that flows therein. Other phenomenal things, this of course is Panini's rearrangement in the Maheshwara Sutranis. But what is so fantastic about this is that there was this article that was written by Wiebke Peterson on a mathematical analysis of Panini's grammar. And what the article says is that the rearrangement of the letters in the Panini Sutras is the most perfect minimal combination to cover the entire grammar in its completeness. So there is a fantastic mathematical genius that is present in the Maheshwara Sutras that are there. And then this is what I personally find is another remarkable thing, is that each of the letters of the Sanskrit alphabet, when you talk of the mantra Purusha, corresponds to the different chakras of the petals. Therefore, if the pronunciation is wrong, it's not just a matter of a utilitarian, it's just not a matter of not a precision thing, but the fact is that the energy circuiting is wrong. If instead of saying shanti, one says shanti, the energy circuiting in the system that we are doing is wrong. So these are certain things that require a rhythm or a right pronunciation. And because the origin of this language is not the human mind, the mapping of the cosmos through the human system has been incredibly aligned, to the extent that the next slide that I have for you, this is a chart known as the Sarvato Bhadra chart in astrology, where different letters are assigned to different planets as well. So when we are uttering a sound in terms of a frequency, it is impacting the mind, the brain literally, it is impacting the chakras, the energy system, it is impacting the planets out there. So imprecision in that has different kinds of unrhythm that happen at various levels. So the quest for the Vedic Rishi was always to identify what is the very best in terms of potential, not a human mind requirement of the best that is there. And therefore, in terms of words, so in terms of sounds, we've seen that there is such an inherent perfection. So when we talk of Sanskrit as a tool of the human mind, in order to differentiate the sounds and produce them, requires a certain sincerity of the mind in wanting to be a good instrument of the swadharma of the language itself. And that is something that Sri Aurobindo talks of in great detail. No need for that. I will wrap up soon. So it says, these are the different words, and since it's a Sanskrit crowd, we also know that You have, for example, it's descriptive. So ya, three words that describe the function of the heart. Harati, dadati, ya, yati. The whole function of the heart is pretty much described there. Then you have 1,000 names for the sun because it describes the multiple functions of the sun. The word like khaga can mean a sky goer, it can mean a plane, it can have different connotations. Words like Shanti and Om are creative. It's not just communicative, it's creative of experiences. Non-translatable dharma, for example, cannot have an English single equivalent. And then you have practical psychology. So the word sukha means excellent spaces. Sukha, yo vai bhuma tat sukham, says Sri Aurobindo. That which is expansive is, so the mind, thoughts being expansive, all of this determine the word. Then in terms of grammar, we see that the arrangement of the words with the vibhakti allow us to have brevity. Then there is a free word order because the vibhaktis are, the prepositions are attached to the word itself. As a result, you can tell the order you can order the words in any manner. The psychological implication of that is that if you are expected to say things only in one way versus being able to say it in any way, has a very different kind of impact of the human mind. Similarly with spelling and pronunciation, if I give you a word with a certain spelling in English, a new word, you will not for sure be able to guarantee this is how it is to be pronounced. In order to know that, we have to look up to the English to tell us. But with Sanskrit, once you learn the Devanagari script, you know the associated sounds. There is a full independence. Even 10,000 years from now, if there is a Sanskrit word that is written in the Devanagari, we'll be able to pronounce it. So the kind of confidence that it gives an individual has certain benefits. So there was a friend in Australia who had dyslexia in English. And then when he learned Sanskrit, the dyslexic problem went away. Because with Sanskrit, he gained the confidence that I can read language as such. And that ability to read language as such allowed him to, to get over his lack of confidence with the English language. Special creations. This is one of those famous verses, Deva kanini kava de vahika swaswa kahiva, kaka re bhava re kaka niswabhavya vyabhaswini. So if you make this is a magic square, you put it as a mirror image, no matter what we do to it. This is from Sampath Bhai's book on the wonder that is Sanskrit. So no matter which direction you put it in, you can read it still the same way. There is also this, which is Swami Desikan's Sri Ranganatha Paduka Sahasram from the 13th century. It's a Chaturanga Turanga Padabandha, where you put the first verse, arrange it, then you rearrange the letters in this manner, and it gives a solution to how the horse would move in every square of the chessboard, cover it. So it's a mathematical genius that is represented here. 3 poets representing 3 ages. So I'll just move on, where he says, where Sanskrit and India's future, according to Sri Aurobindo, through his experience, he says, Sanskrit ought still to have a future as a language of the learned, and it will not be a good day for India when the ancient tongue ceases entirely to be written or spoken. But if it is to survive, it must get rid of the curse of the heavy pedantic style contracted by it in its decline with the lumbering, impossible compounds and the overweight of hair-splitting erudition. The Sanskrit articles in this number are learned and laborious, but they suffer heavily from this defect of style. If the contact established by the Sanskrit research can teach the new scholarship the patient thoroughness of the old and the flexibility and penetrating critical sense of the new, it will have done to both a great and much needed service. And to close, he says, what is the approach that we need to teach Sanskrit? He says the vital question is, how are we to learn Sanskrit and make use of Sanskrit and the indigenous languages so as to get the heart and intimate sense of our own culture and establish a vivid continuity between the still living power of our past and yet uncreated power of our future. That is the most important question. He says everyone should learn that, says the mother. Especially everyone who works here should learn that. Not the Sanskrit of the scholars, but all of them, wherever they may be, wherever they may have been born. This is a longish passage. I will try to quickly summarize it. This is my last slide. It says, yes, not Sanskrit from the point of view of scholarship, but Sanskrit, a language, how to put it, that opens the door of all languages of India. I think that that is indispensable. The ideal would be in a few years to have a rejuvenated Sanskrit as the representative language of India. That is, a spoken Sanskrit, so that Sanskrit is behind all the languages of India, and it should be that. This was Sri Aurobindo's idea when we spoke about it, because now English is the language of the whole country. But that is abnormal. It is very helpful for relations with the rest of the world. But just as each country has its own language, there should be. And so here, as soon as one begins to want a national language, everyone starts quarreling. Each one wants it to be his own, and that is foolish. No one could object to Sanskrit. It is more ancient language than the others, and it contains the root sounds of many words. This is something I studied with Sri Aurobindo, and it is obviously very interesting. Some of those roots can even be found in all the languages of the world sounds, root sounds which are found in all those languages. Well, this is what ought to be learnt, and this is what the national language should be. And very importantly, she ends, she says, every child born in India should know it, just as every child born in France has to know French. He does not speak properly, he does not know it thoroughly, but he has to know French a little, and in all the countries of the world, it is the same thing. He has to know the national language. And then when he learns as many languages as he likes. At the moment, we are still embroiled in quarrels, and this is a very bad atmosphere in which to build anything. I hope that a day will come when it will be possible. So I would like to have simple Sanskrit taught here. This is in the Ashram school. There's an E missing. As simple as possible, but not simplified. Simple by going back to its origin, all these root sounds, the sounds that are the roots of the words which were formed afterwards. I don't know whether you have anyone here who could do that. In fact, I don't know whether there is anyone in India who could do it. Sri Aurobindo knew, but someone who knows Sanskrit can. I don't know. So there have been various efforts. Dr. Sampadananda Mishra himself, Dr. Narendra Arya. There are many scholars who have tried to get back to the spirit of the Sanskrit language, the way Sri Aurobindo understood it and tried to transmit it. So in my brief presentation, I've tried to share with you how I have personally internalized this in my own life and trying to understand how in multiple ways it impacts the very thinking of a people. And that's the reason why Sanskritam punarapi asmin deshe rashtra bhasha rupena agantavyam iti mama hardika prarthana asti ityuktva jayatu bharatam jayatu sanskritam jayatu manukulam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary ji. Now I would like to request Manu to give certificate, and I would like to request from our chairperson to facilitate Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary ji. The last and the next paper presenter of this session is Dr. Jagmohan, who is Assistant Professor in Department of Sanskrit Hindu College, Delhi University, and his title of the paper is Shri Aurobind ki Drishti mein Vedic Sanskrit Avabodh ke Sutra. Dr. Jagmohan ji.
Om Bhadram Karnebhihi Shrunuyama Deva Bhadram Pashyemakshaviryajatraha Sthirairangayitushtuangusastun Bhirvyashemahi Devahitam Yadayuhu. नमः सभाभ्य। सभा को प्रणाम करते हुए अपने आज के इस प्रस्तुतिकरण में, जैसे कि मेरे विषय को आपको बताया गया है, श्री अरविंद की दृष्टि में वैदिक संस्कृत अवबोध के सूत्र। मैं कोई श्री अरविंद के विषय में बहुत ज़्यादा जानकारी नहीं रखता हूँ और न ही कोई मेरा ऐसा उनके विषय में गहन अध्ययन है, और वैदिक संस्कृत को जानने की एक जिज्ञासा हमेशा से रही है और वो अभी भी है और काफ़ी दिन से कह लीजिए ये जिज्ञासा चल रही है और ये शांत होगी या नहीं। इसी दृष्टि को लेकर मैं केवल यहाँ पर सुनने के लिए ही आने का मेरा मन था, लेकिन कुछ दिन पहले वैदिक संस्कृत के बारे में चर्चा करते हुए मुझे किसी ने कहा कि यदि आप थोड़ा वेदों को जानना चाहते हैं, वैदिक संस्कृत को जानना चाहते हैं, तो आप थोड़ा सा जो है वेद रहस्य को पढ़िए। तो मैं वेद रहस्य को ऐसे पढ़ रहा था, तभी अचानक पता चला कि एक ऐसा सेमिनार है। तो संयोगवश कह लीजिए मैंने जो उसमें पढ़ा और थोड़े से विचारों को आबद्ध करने की कोशिश की है। और मैं आपको ये पहले कह रहा हूँ कि मेरी जो जानकारी है, मैं इस विषय में बहुत अल्पज्ञ हूँ और जिज्ञासा जरूर है। तो इसलिए यदि मैं कोई बात यहाँ पर कह लीजिए कुछ मेरे से त्रुटि हो प्रस्तुतिकरण में, तो मैं सभी विद्वानों से उसके लिए क्षमा चाहूँगा। सबसे पहले तो जब मैंने संस्कृत अध्ययन आरंभ किया तो मुझे ये बताया गया यदि आपको संस्कृत को जानना है तो व्याकरण पढ़ना पड़ेगा। तो ठीक है, तो मैंने पाणिनि व्याकरण को परंपरा से पढ़ा, पूरी अष्टाध्यायी परंपरा से मैंने पूरी पाणिनि व्याकरण को पढ़ा। थोड़ा जब आगे बढ़े वहाँ पर, तो वहाँ पर जब हम महाभाष्य में पहुँचे तो वहाँ पर आया रक्षार्थम वेदानाम अध्येयम व्याकरणम ब्राह्मणेन निष्कारणो धर्मः षडंगो वेदो अध्येय जेयश्च। अब मेरे मन में ये प्रश्न हुआ कि जब ये पतंजलि कह रहे हैं यदि वेद को समझना है तो 6 अंग आने चाहिए, लेकिन मैं देखता हूँ कि मतलब क्या है कि मैं इसी सर्च में रहता हूँ कि क्या 6 अंगों का अध्ययन अध्यापन जो षडंग है कहाँ पर हो रहा है। क्या कोई ऐसा विद्वान है कि जिसने सारे के सारे 6 अंगों का अध्ययन किया है। यह मेरी जिज्ञासा बनी रहती है और मैं थोड़ा सा जानने का प्रयास करता रहता हूँ। तो ये केवल जिज्ञासा की मैंने बताई इसलिए मैं, और उसके बाद में जो अरविंद जी को मैंने पढ़ा अभी उनका वेद रहस्य, अभेदे विद्यालंकार जी ने जो हिंदी में अनुवाद किया है वही मैंने पढ़ा है। उसी के आधार पर जो छोटी मोटी बातें मुझे समझ में आई है उसी को आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास है। और ये वेदों के या वैदिक संस्कृत को समझने की समस्या मुझे नहीं लगती कि ये आज की समस्या है या श्री अरविंद जी ने जो उठाई वो समस्या है। महाभारत काल से ही कहीं ना कहीं ये समस्या उत्पन्न हो गई थी। जैसे कि महाभारत में ही एक श्लोक आता है, मद्यम मत्स्यां सुराम मांसम आशवम किशोरोदनम धूर्तै प्रकल्पितम ही एतत् नैतत् वेदेषु कल्पितम। तो वेदों में इस प्रकार की कोई भी चर्चा नहीं है, यह सब धूर्त व्यक्तियों ने इस प्रकार की कल्पनाएं की हैं। तो यदि व्यास महाभारत में ये कहते हैं कि वेदों के विषय में कहीं ना कहीं कन्फ्यूजन आ गया था, अर्थों के लेकर वहाँ पर जिसे क्या कहते हैं लोगों में अलग अलग प्रकार के विचार शायद आरंभ हो गए थे। और उसी का दिग्दर्शन यदि आप देखें तो यास्क जब कहते हैं कि साक्षात्कृत धर्मणा ऋषियो बभू, फिर वो साक्षात्कृत की बात करते हैं, फिर वो ग्रंथों की रचना की बात करते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं फिर उसके बाद में जब मैंने सायण को थोड़ा सा देखने का प्रयास किया कि भाई सायण तो इतने बड़े विद्वान हैं और उन्होंने तो 6 अंग पढ़े ही होंगे। स्वामी दयानंद को देखा, स्वामी दयानंद ने कहा कि जो है सायण जी ने जो अर्थ किए हैं वो बहुत जांगे उन्होंने गलत अर्थ किए हैं वेद मंत्रों के। तो बहुत ही कन्फ्यूज़न कह लीजिए बना हुआ है। उसी संदर्भ में जब क्या है कि मैं अब जो अरविंद जी को जब मैंने पढ़ा तो कुछ चीज़ें उसमें मुझे जो मिली मैं आपके सामने उनको रख रहा हूँ। सबसे पहले तो जो अरविंद हैं वे वेद रहस्य के उत्तरार्ध में अपने प्राक कथन की शुरुआत करते हैं। देखिए कैसे शुरुआत करते हैं कि वेद का अनुवाद करना एक असंभव प्रयास के क्षेत्र में प्रवेश करना है। यदि महर्षि अरविंद जैसे योगी यदि ये शब्द लिख रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब है कि ये बहुत ही कठिन कार्य हैं। और अपने प्राक कथन की समाप्ति कैसे करते हैं, और शायद वो जो उन्होंने 100 साल पहले जो बात लिखी थी कहीं ना कहीं वही बात जिसे क्या कहते हैं आज हम देख रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है। वो ऐसे करते हैं, इसका अंत इस प्रकार से इस बात की संभावना बहुत कम है कि ऐसे युग में जो हमारी आंखों को बाह्य जीवन के क्षणभंगुर वैभवों से चकाचौंध कर रहा है और हमारे कानों को जड़ प्रकृति व यंत्र विद्या के ज्ञान की विजय दुंदुभियों द्वारा बहरा कर रहा है, लोग बड़ी संख्या में ऋषियों की प्राचीन साधना के गुह्य वचनों पर बौद्धिक व कल्पनात्मक कुतूहल भरी दृष्टि डालने से अधिक कुछ करेंगे या उनके जाज्वल्यमान रहस्यों के अंतस्थल में बैठने का यत्न करेंगे। वेद का रहस्य पर्दा हटा दिए जाने पर भी रहस्य ही बना हुआ है। तो ये देखिए कितनी बड़ी बात है कि मतलब वो कहते हैं कठिन है, और इतना जब 100 साल पहले वो कहते हैं कि आज के समय में क्यों ये कठिन है, क्योंकि इसका भी उत्तर उन्होंने अपने आप ही आगे दिया। क्योंकि जो वैदिक संस्कृत है उसको आप केवल बौद्धिक और कल्पनात्मक दृष्टि से नहीं समझ सकते हैं। पहले किसी भी आप विषय को समझना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि वेदों का विषय ही जिसे क्या कहते हैं आज तक निर्धारित नहीं हो रहा है। कोई कहता है सर्व जानमयो ही सह कहता है, सर्वम वेदात प्रसिद्धति कहता है, कोई सायण कहते हैं कर्मकांड की यज्ञों की व्याख्या, कोई कुछ कहता है, कोई कुछ कहता है। लेकिन महर्षि योगी श्री अरविंद ने जो है इस विषय में जो कहा वो इसमें जो मुझे बात समझ में आई, क्योंकि वो कहते हैं कि बिना साधना के वेद के रहस्य को नहीं समझा जा सकता है। आप कितना भी शाब्दिक ज्ञान कर लीजिए, आप व्याकरण पढ़ लीजिए, निरुक्त पढ़ लीजिए, लेकिन बिना साधना के जो वेद की संस्कृत है आप उसको नहीं समझ सकते हैं। और इसका स्वयं जो प्रमाण है वो महर्षि जो योगी श्री अरविंद जी लिखते हैं कि श्री अरविंद वेद रहस्य प्रथम भाग में लिखते हैं, जैसा कि अधिकांश शिक्षित भारतीय करते हैं, मैंने भी स्वयं वेद को पढ़ने से पहले ही बिना परीक्षा किए यूरोपियन विद्वानों के परिणामों को कुछ भी प्रतिकार किए बगैर वैसा का वैसा ही स्वीकार कर लिया था। ऋग्वेद को मैं यही समझता था कि यह हमारे राष्ट्रीय इतिहास का एक महत्वपूर्ण लेखा है। इसका मतलब यह है कि जब महर्षि जो योगी अरविंद हैं जब तक वो साधना में नहीं गए उनको भी वेद रहस्य प्रकट नहीं हुआ। कब प्रकट हुआ वो अपने आप ही कहते हैं, वैदिक विचार के साथ मेरा प्रथम परिचय अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से उस समय हुआ जबकि मैं भारतीय योग की विधि के अनुसार आत्म विकास की किन्हीं दिशाओं में अभ्यास कर रहा था। तो इसका मतलब जो मुझे समझ में आया कि शायद जो वेदों की बात है, जो वैदिक संस्कृत है, उसको जिसे क्या कहते हैं हम कह लीजिए बिना साधना के नहीं समझ सकते हैं, जो मुझे समझ में आया। दूसरी बात, उन्होंने एक बात और कही कि जो वैदिक शब्द हैं वे प्रतीकों को लिए हुए हैं। प्रत्येक शब्द के अंदर कह लीजिए क्या है कि दो अर्थ छिपे हुए हैं, और यदि ऐसा एक स्थूल अर्थ है, एक सूक्ष्म अर्थ है, और क्योंकि अरविंद जी की स्थापना ये है कि जो वेद के जो सूक्त हैं या मंत्र हैं वे वैदिक ऋषियों ने जो साधना के रूप में साधना करने के पश्चात जो उन्होंने उसका दिग्दर्शन किया वे आध्यात्मिक सूत्र हैं, ये उनकी स्थापना है। इसीलिए उनका जो भाष्य है वो सारा का सारा आध्यात्मिक उसको लेके उन्होंने उसको प्रस्तुत किया है। अर्थात उन्होंने अपना विषय निश्चित किया कि वेद का जो विषय है वो आध्यात्मिक वचन है। वे साधना से जो ऋषियों ने देखा, दिग्दर्शन किया, इसलिए वे दृष्टा हैं, ऋषि हैं। तो वे लिखते हैं, आदिकालीन आर्य कवियों के पशु संबंधी, क्योंकि पशु संबंधी बहुत सारी बात आती है उसमें, युद्ध संबंधी, ग्रामीण जीवन संबंधी रूपक उनके वंशजों की कल्पना शक्ति के लिए, अर्थात वंशज हमारी कल्पना शक्ति के लिए अत्यंत दूरवर्ती और अनुपयुक्त लगते हैं। अथवा यदि ये स्वाभाविक व सुंदर लगे भी तो प्राचीन गंभीर अर्थ से शून्य प्रतीत होते हैं। आप एक अर्थ निकाल सकते हैं, बहुत अरविंद जी ने लिखा उसमें कि आप एक इसके वाक्य के कई अर्थ हो सकते हैं, लेकिन जो ऋषियों का तात्पर्य था, जो जिसके लिए उन्होंने कहा था, आप वहां तक नहीं पहुंच सकते हैं, वहां तक साधना तक ही पहुंचा जा सकता है। किसी विशेष सूत्र के अभाव में हम उषा और सूर्य के विषय में भी कई चातुर्यपूर्ण व्याख्या में भटकते फिरते हैं, अथवा यहां तक कि द्युलोक की कुक्कुरी शर्मा के विषय में यह कल्पना कर लेते हैं वह लूटे गए गोधन की पुनः प्राप्ति के लिए द्राविड़ राष्ट्रों के प्रति भेजी हुई किसी प्रागैतिहासिक दूती का एक व्यक्तित्वमय रूप है। इस प्रकार का जो रूपक वैदिक मन के लिए स्पष्ट, ज्योतिर्मय, सूक्ष्म एवं गंभीर प्रभाव उत्पादकता वह हमारे सामने अर्थ शून्य होकर या अपने अर्थ में हीनता और असंगति से भरा हुआ उपस्थित होता है। अब प्रश्न ये होता है कि यदि ऐसी संस्कृत क्यों लिखी, ऐसी वैदिक संस्कृत लिखने की आवश्यकता क्या थी? आप स्पष्ट ही लिख देते, क्यों आप ऐसे घुमा फिरा के बात को कर रहे हैं? हम भी आपस में बात करते हैं। तो इसका भी उत्तर जो है श्री अरविंद देते हैं। ऋषियों ने ऐसी वैदिक संस्कृत का उपयोग क्यों किया, इसके विषय में श्री अरविंद कहते हैं, आत्मज्ञान की तथा देवता विषयक सत्य ज्ञान की गुप्तता, वो गोपनीयता एवं पवित्रता रखना, यह रहस्यवादियों के प्रमुख सिद्धांतों में से एक था। उनका विचार था कि ऐसा ज्ञान साधारण मानव मन के को दिए जाने के अयोग्य बल्कि शायद खतरनाक था। हर हालत में यह ज्ञान यदि लौकिक और अपवित्रीभूत आत्माओं को प्रकट किया जाए तो इसके विकृत हो जाने या दुरुपयुक्त होने तथा विगुण हो जाने का भय था। इसलिए उन्होंने बाह्य पूजा विधि का रखना पसंद किया था, जो प्राकृत जनों के लिए उपयोगी पर अपूर्ण थी और दीक्षित के लिए एक आंतरिक अनुशासन का काम देती थी, और इसकी भाषा को ऐसे शब्दों और अलंकारों से आवृत कर दिया था जो कि एक ही साथ विशिष्ट लोगों के लिए आध्यात्मिक अर्थ तथा साधारण पूजार्थियों के समुदाय के लिए स्थूल अर्थ प्रकट करती थी। वैदिक सूक्त इसी सिद्धांत को विचार में रखकर रखे गए थे। लेकिन जैसे कई बार ज़्यादा गोपनीयता भी कई बार जो है विषय को नष्ट कर देती है। आज भी यदि क्या है कि एक बात कोई ऐसी है, यदि आपको ही पता है, जैसे कि आजकल हम पासवर्ड की ज़्यादा बात करते हैं, तो यदि पासवर्ड एक ही व्यक्ति को पता है और कुछ ऐसा हो जाए तो गया। कुछ ऐसा ही पासवर्ड हमारा भी शायद विलुप्त हो गया, यदि इसको मतलब उन्होंने ऐसे लिखा कि अति गोपनीयता भी तथ्यों को नष्ट कर देती है। ठीक इसी प्रकार ऋषियों का उपाय भी वैदिक संस्कृत के अवबोध में बाधक सिद्ध हुआ। श्री अरविंद लिखते हैं, परंतु बाद के युगों में यह उपाय ही जो कि ऋषियों द्वारा प्रयुक्त किया गया था वैदिक ज्ञान की सुरक्षा में प्रतिकूल पड़ गया। तो ये, और उसके बाद में जो पूरी पांडित्य परंपरा का उन्होंने वर्णन किया है कि सायण ने जो अर्थ किया, वह सायण का जो द्वारा अर्थ है उसकी बड़ी आलोचना की है। उन्होंने 3 विद्वानों को वेदार्थ को समझने में, या कह लीजिए उनको सपोर्ट किया है। उसमें जो है तिलक जी को उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है, एक शिव अय्यर जी हैं, और स्वामी दयानंद को बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट किया है। लेकिन इन सबको सपोर्ट करते हुए लेकिन सबको ये अंतिम किसी एक को नहीं माना, और सायण का तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा क्रिटिसाइज करते हुए अंतिम में के लिए जरूर लिख देते हैं कि लेकिन कितना भी वो हो सायण का वो, लेकिन वो एक चाबी है, उसके सायण के बिना आप जिसे क्या कहते हैं वेदार्थ की ओर बढ़ नहीं सकते हैं। इसलिए हमें कहने का अभिप्राय है कि जो भी पूर्व परंपरा है, यहाँ तक कि यूरोपियन विद्वानों ने जो भाषा वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि से नई दृष्टि प्रदान की है उसको भी, और इसका जो मैं उसके उस पर आता हूँ। जो सायण के भाष्य की महत्ता को स्वीकार करते हुए श्री अरविंद लिखते हैं कि सायण के भाष्य ने पुरानी मिथ्या धारणाओं पर प्रामाणिकता की मोहर लगा दी, जो कि कई शताब्दियों तक नहीं टूट सकती थी। फिर भी यदि सायण का ग्रंथ एक ऐसी चाबी है जिसने वेद के आंतरिक आशय पर दोहरा ताला लगा दिया है, तो भी वह वैदिक शिक्षा के प्रारंभिक कोठरियों को खोलने के लिए अत्यंत अनिवार्य है। यूरोपियन पांडित्य का सारा विशाल प्रयास भी इसकी उपयोगिता का स्थान लेने के योग्य नहीं है। और तो निष्कर्ष रूप में जो मैंने समझा कि श्री अरविंद जो है एक खुली दृष्टि रखते हैं, वो पूरी यहाँ तक कि यास्क का भी उन्होंने आलोचना की है और यास्क का उन्होंने पक्ष भी, सैण की भी आलोचना की है, लेकिन उन्होंने किसी भी परंपरा हो या किसी भी विद्वान को अंतिम कि ये जो इन्होंने लिखा है यही है, अर्थात हमें इन सब चीज़ों को पढ़ते हुए, इन सब चीज़ों से अपना कुछ जो उपयुक्त है उसको लेते हुए अपनी साधना के द्वारा उन तथ्यों को समझते हुए आगे बढ़ना होगा, तभी हम वैदिक संस्कृत को समझते रहेंगे। और यदि हम ऐसा नहीं करते हैं तो फिर जिसे क्या कहते हैं, वे कहते हैं कि यदि हम ऐसा नहीं करें तो जो वेद हैं, जो वैदिक जितना इनका हम गुणगान करते हैं, उसके बाद में जो है जब पूरी परंपरा को यदि हम एक उसी को प्रमाण मान लें तो ये हमें जो सर्वोच्च उसके सूत्र हैं वे हमें कहीं ना कहीं लड़खड़ाते हुए नजर आते हैं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर जगमोहन जी। मैं अध्यक्ष महोदय से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे डॉक्टर जगमोहन को प्रमाण पत्र प्रदान करें। अब मैं आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे यहाँ आएं और अपने अध्यक्षीय उद्बोधन से हमें कृतार्थ करें।
नमस्ते नमो। Before I conclude as the chairperson of this session, I want to take this opportunity to present my own paper. It has not been schemed first, but since that we have time at our disposal, I venture to tell it. Akhandamandalakaram vyaptam yena characharam tatpadam darshitam yena tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. In the last two sessions, only two papers have been submitted, presented here on translations. So I think I have got sufficient scope to present my writing on the same subject. Of course, looking to the paucity of time, I'll be brief and I will skip over. The topic is translations to creativity, readings in Aurobindo's translation of Sanskrit works. The literary world created by Yogi Sri Aurobindo is quite astounding. Is it Laudi or is quite astounding, wielding a facile pen in English with almost a gush of mother tongue. He had offered to the world a rich bonanza. He had blessed the theme and their expressions with his God-gifted power of communication, very dexterously balancing the sound and sense of the language. His treatment of the topic transformed into a new creativity. He had justified the ways of a famous English poet. Poet is an acknowledged legislator of the world. Yogi Sri Aurobindo's writing touched various subjects from politics to poetics, from spirituality to Sanskrit. Everywhere in his writings, we find the freshness of the dawn that brings the new rays of light. As the title of the paper speaks, I confine my scope to the translation of Sanskrit classics by Yogi Sri Aurobindo, but I cannot fail to recount the titles such as Agni Sukta in Rigveda, a mystic fire, Bhartrihari's Niti Shatakam, Bhasa's Swapna Asavadattam, Kalidasa's Kumara Sambhavam canto, first and second canto, Vikramorvashyam, and some portion of Malvika Agnimitram. He had expressed his thoughts on Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, and yoga. He had also dilated on the method of his translation of Kalidasa's plays, positing his own theory of translation. In course of his paraphrase, he dealt at length on Kalidasa's season in the Rudrasamhara, Vikrama and Neem, that is Vikramoroshiyam, and selected notes on the Kumara Sambhavam. Now, the prelude to the translation activities in Bengal. Why I am saying this? Because most of the translation activities went first in Bengal, then the later provinces of India. As we discuss the translation of Sanskrit works in English by Sri Aurobindo, it inevitably calls for the discussion on the background of translation activity in Bengal before Sri Aurobindo, nearly a century before. With the advent of British in India, Calcutta emerged as a center for cultural transformation in India. With the foundation of Asiatic Society in 1784 at Calcutta by Sir William Jones, Sanskrit studies received an impetus. The translation activity got a momentum until the time of Aurobindo. We get the 4 phases of activity of translation in Bengal. Professor Mrunmay Pramanik, a professor of comparative Indian languages and literature of the University of Calcutta, put the phases as follows. The first, Orientalist phase; second, Anglicized phase; third, Nationalist phase; and fourth, turn of the century phase. The Orientalist phase was totally dominated by British rulers. N.B. Halhead's translation of Vivadaranava Setu, that is Code of Law, Indian law. Then Charles Wilkins' translation of Bhagavad Gita marked this space, Oriental space. The objective behind this exercise was purely administrative. It was to facilitate the colonial rulers to run the Indian administration by running the Indian psyche. The beginning of the 19th century was termed as Anglicized phase, wherein the Indian intellectuals like Raja Ram Mohan Roy, favoring English education, began to intervene the colonial version of ancient text. Raja Ram Mohan Roy translated Isha and Ken Upanishad. Fidelity in translation was the assuring element, as again the British colonial versions of our ancient texts. The latter half of the 19th century was termed as the nationalist phase, wherein Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar and Michael Madhusudan Datta played a great role. As Professor Pramanik points out, the objects behind this translation was to establish the glory of Indian cultural heritage. It is said that these translations combated with the tendency of British rulers to denigrate our scripture. The fourth phase emerged with the turn of the century, of which Aurobindo, Rabindranath Tagore and Sri Aurobindo Ghosh were the unquestionable masters. This phase was marked by the process of resistance, expression of identity, and resurrection of native self. Sri Aurobindo had heard about the personalities like Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, Keshav Chandra Sen, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Swami Vivekananda from his grandfather, Rishi Rajanarayan Bose. This might have exercised a spiritual impact in the subconscious mind of Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo's flair for language, I will not read it out, but I can tell you that he had almost mastered Greek, Latin, French, German, Italian, that he could understand, read Goethe, the great poet of Faust, German, and Dante, who has written a divine comedy in Italian, Latin. Sri Aurobindo's florid achievements in European languages, besides English, certainly helped him to acquire a high degree of proficiency in understanding classics. At Cambridge, he won the approbation for his essay on Shakespeare and Milton in the linguistics parlance. He secured first division in classical tripos at Cambridge. This multi-pronged linguistic ability of Sri Aurobindo seems manifested in writing in English. This I have all told because his writing reflects the influence of these Greek, Latin, French. Now he had studied Bengali. This is something curious because his father wanted that our son should not have a native touch. And he had deliberately kept all the 3 sons away, sending them in England. And Aurobindo was, though it was his mother tongue, now he had acquired the knowledge of Bengali in Baroda. He came to Baroda and he sought a lecturership, a job there. He studied literature of Bankim Chandra Chatterjee and Michael Madhusudan Datta. The Baroda period, 1893-1906, was a very significant period in the life of Sri Aurobindo, as it was the period during which flowered the poetic genius of Sri Aurobindo. And the world at large realized the wonderful linguistic potentiality of this prodigious personality on the earth. Having realized that Sanskrit is a key to understand Indian life, culture, and philosophy, Sri Aurobindo had studied Sanskrit language and literature in all its intensity to master the sacred and profane literature in Sanskrit. And he blessed the literary world by his beautiful translation of Vedic scriptures and Sanskrit classics in English. The most cultivated Sanskrit language got a new birth in the highly idiomatic English language, the Queen's tongue, at the magic touch by Sri Aurobindo. In his writing, the themes and expressions embellished each other. A kind of puja puja vitikrama was there. These were not merely translations, but transcreations, where creativity had a divine dance. He did not rest content by doing only translation. He had also offered fresh interpretation of this text. Creativity and criticism thus went hand in hand and had been held in mutual cadence. During his Baroda days, Sri Aurobindo had already studied Marathi and Gujarati that helped him to run the local administration as a civil servant. Now I will skip up this. Then I will come to discourse on translation. Reading into the translations by Sri Aurobindo invariably calls for the desideratum to deal with the concept of translation as a discourse. A very commonplace quotation about translation is that of a French journalist, Jacques Bardin, who says, "Translation is not spinning a thread. It is to put a ballot on paper, sufficient reason, but no excuse for the inevitable blunder." To speak in terms of aesthetic, we may quote the great Italian scholar of aesthetic, that is Benedetto Croce, who says, "A corollary of this is the impossibility of translations insofar as they pretend to effect the remoulding of one expression into another, like a liquid poured from a vase of a certain shape into a vase of another shape. We can elaborate logically what we have already elaborated in aesthetic form only, but we cannot reduce what has already possessed its aesthetic form to another form, also aesthetic. Therefore, the translation is impossible. Indeed, every translation either diminishes or spoils, or it creates a new expression by putting the former back into the crucial and mingling with personal impressions of the so-called translator. Coming to Sanskrit terms, the word chaya is used to denote the transference of content from one language, that is source language, to another, that is target language. Vishnu Shastri Chipurunkar, the staunch exponent of Marathi in British days, wrote his essay on Bhashantara, the term he used for translation. For the first time, that term was used, Bhashantara, in Marathi. Whereas he emphasized that a translator must possess unquestionable command over both the languages. He also cautioned about the impediment coming in doing the translation. In illustration of his point, he referred to a Sanskrit quotation, and I repeat it. Sauvaranani sarojani nirmatum santi shilpina tatra saurabha nirmane chaturas chaturanana. Artisans are there to make golden lotuses, but to create fragrance therein, it is the creator alone, the very dexterous. It is also interesting to discuss the concept in the linguistics and cultural milieu. In the literary translations, we need to deal with the problem of cultural recontextualization. The known authority on translation and former professor of German at JNU New Delhi, Dr. Pramod Talgeri, said, "Let us summarize that literary translation basically revolves around the semantic congruence with the intentionality of the original text. In that, translator translates the literary source language text and records it in his translations. While doing this, he recontextualizes the literary experience of the source language text in a new cultural and linguistic recontextualization. Whereas another scholar, P. Lal, calls translation as transcreation when he says, faced by such a variety of material, the translator must edit, reconcile, and transmute his job in many ways, and it becomes largely a matter of transcreation. In the assessment of translation, one needs to address this issue. Why I have told all this? See, in fact, Aurobindo has his own theory of translation, but in doing so, some reflection is there also. It is customary that the translator in the introduction to the translation of text at hand gives his own views and experience about the translation. Sometimes a separate discussion could be found about translating Shastric text, such as Professor A. MacDonald writing on translation of Veda, or Professor George Cardona writing on translation of Paninian rules. Sri Aurobindo was a creative artist, a creative writer, as well as a conscious critic. He had written articles on translating Kalidas as well as translating the Upanishads, and in a way he had posited his theory of translation by substantiating evidences. For this lecture I confine myself to the views of Sri Aurobindo on translating Kalidas into Sanskrit. Yesterday in the morning, Pradnya Ghosh had read a very wonderful paper on translation of Upanishads. In an exhaustive essay on translating Kalidasa, Sri Aurobindo had explained his approach to the translation of Kalidasa into English, judiciously considering the potentialities and shortcomings of both the tongues in venturing such a delicate task. At the outset, it must be said that Sri Aurobindo's approach is that of a creative artist. He is not an indifferent onlooker to the translation. In the very beginning, he had made it clear that the life and surroundings in which Indian poetry moves cannot be rendered in terms of English poetry. Translation is not, this is my observation, translation is not just a transposition of words from one language to another. In the opinion of Sri Aurobindo, the business of poetical translation is to reproduce not the exact words, but the exact image. Association and potential beauty and flavor of the original. In the morning, Professor Joy Sen had read it, and he had cleared some concept. So those were the word images. Here, Sir Aurobindo corresponded with the view expressed by Croce in his aesthetic. Sri Aurobindo was in favor of poetical translation, wherein transmutation of feelings and transference of images are important than the literal translation, where word-to-word replacement is preferred. In the opinion of Sri Aurobindo, literal translation spares only erroneous impression to the general readers. Regarding the translation of mythological images from the source language text to the target language text, Sri Aurobindo preferred to use the corresponding mythological images from the Western mythology. In translating a line from Purva Megha, Shama Pado Baliniyamanat Abhyudatasyeva Vishnu, the reference to Bali in Indian mythology had been couched in translation as Titan, a figure in Greek mythology, as it appeals to the English mind and conveys the force and temperament conveyed by the word Bali in Indian mythology. Here I feel that there is a cultural reconstructualization in the translation, as mentioned by Professor Talgeri. Elsewhere also in Sanskrit translations, this is something drawing ahead. I will skip it. Sri Aurobindo elaborated his point saying, this method of eliciting all the values of original, of which I have given rather extreme instance, I have applied both great frequency and a pregnant mythological allusion, or striking or subtle picture or image calls for adequate representation, more especially perhaps in pictures or images connected with birds and animals, unfamiliar or slightly familiar to English reader. Sri Aurobindo had given two instances for the changes he had made in the translations. In the line, this is from Uttara Megha, Alpalpabhasam Khadyota Vilasita Nibham Vidyudunmesha Drushtim. Aurobindo's translation goes beyond the verbal meaning, catches the image, and articulate scene in the expression, a flickering line of fireflies seen in sleep. He apologizes for this translation, saying, Kalidasa says nothing equivalent to our suggesting seen in sleep, but I had to render somehow the impression of night and dim unreality created by the dreamy movement and whispering assonance of the line. So he failed the line, he failed the words. Similarly, the reference to Chakravaka bird and the poetic convention associated with it is shown in the line, Duri bhute mayi sahacharye Chakravaki miveka minuttar mega, had been rendered in the translation, soul like a widowed bird when all the nests are making. This entirely an English expression, and only English people who will read the translation in English, they will understand it. So see, the ingenuity of Aurobindo, when you translate in English, it must be English, it should not be Indian. So the original allusion to Chakravak is slighted, and a relative image in the expression mentioned above is suggested to bring home the real import to the English reader. Here Sri Aurobindo candidly confessed that I can only make an apology that translators are always incorrigible sinners. In this respect, and that I have sinned less than others. Moreover, except in one or two instances, these additions have always been suggested either by the sound or the substance of the original. To describe this stand by Aurobindo, one is reminded of the expression used by John Webster in his novel Duchess of Malfi, he is more sinned again than sinning. In translation, one has to approximate with the text. In dealing with the problem of adhering more closely to the text in the task of translation, Sri Aurobindo says, the answer to this is that such closeness is imperative, but it must be closeness of word value, not oneness of word meaning. Okay. Yeah. So, I will skip then. He sums up as follows. Everything therefore depends on the skill and felicity of the translator, and he must be judged rather by the accuracy with which he renders the emotional and aesthetic value of each expression, than brought to the regard for each word in original. Now we'll skip up. So, it can be summarized that the approach by Sri Aurobindo towards translation was of the nature of cognition and creativity. It is pertinent to quote Professor Pramanik, who thinks that the translation for Sri Aurobindo is a cognitive process that operates on three levels, namely Nama, Rupa and Swarupa. Nama is name, Rupa is the form of meaning, and Swarupa is essential figure of truth. Now actually I will touch the translation, the time is very short. So, for the fear of prolixity, I confine my domain to appreciations of translation by Aurobindo. Vikramor Vashyam I will take, because Kumara Sambhava has already been done by some other part. Avirbhute, now from Vikarmorvashyam. Avirbhute Shashanitamasam Uchyamane Varatrir Naishasyarchir Hutabhujaiva Chinna Bhuyishta Duma Mohe Nantar Varatanuriyam Lakshate Muktakalpa Gangarodha Patanakalusha Grunativa Prasadam. I have not evaluated the translation by Aurobindo. I am not competent. It is an offense to him. So I will point out the excellences in his translation over the translation done by British people, whose mother tongue is English. The translation by Professor Cowell, he was a professor of Sanskrit at Harvard, Oxford, and he used to compose poems. The translation by Professor Cowell, who had followed the translation by H.H. Wilson and consulted the edition of Lenz in Latin, is as follows. Like the night, when it escapes from the darkness at the rising of the moon, or like the flame of the nocturnal fire, when it bursts through the thickness of the smoke, is seen from the fainting like Ganga as she flows back to serenity when the fall of the bank hath troubled her waters. Now Sri Aurobindo's pen flashes the strokes of beauty as follows. So have I seen a glorious night, delivered out of darkness by the moon. Nocturnal fire breaks through the crest of brightness, its prison of deep smoke, her beauty awakening from swoon and almost rescued to my thoughts, brings Ganges as I saw her once overwhelmed, with roar and ruin of her banks race wild, thickening then gradually from the turmoil, grow clear, emerging into golden calm. E.B. Cowell was a professor of Sanskrit at Oxford and had displayed his test for Sanskrit composition, that a small couplets composed in Sanskrit are to his credit, which he read them in the beginning of his presidential address. He delivered at the 9th International Congress of Orientalists held at London in 1892. But following Wilson and Lenz, Cowell's translation is prosaic and lacks the grace and grandeur that adorn the translation of Sri Aurobindo. In the translation of Sri Aurobindo by Aurobindo, there is a modulation as the lines run, delivered out of the darkness by the moon, for Muchamaneva Ratrir, and the prison of dim smoke, Bhuishta Dumar, striking parallels. The force is Ganga Rodha Patana. I will conclude just now. The force is Ganga Rodha Patana. The force of this expression had been beautifully conveyed by the phrase, overwhelmed with the roar and ruin of her banks wild, and prasadam metaphorical rendered as emerging into the golden calm. All this speak about the rare flashes of poetic genius of Aurobindo. There is much to tell, but I will not go into the detail of the translation. And the last chapter, I will read a few creativity before. Only one line I will read about Shakespeare, Aurobindo. We are only left to marvel. The magic poetic touch of Aurobindo in his translation, the more we read, we get enraptured, feasted, fed. We are only left to marvel at his divine ministry. Here it may not be out of place to quote Matthew Arnold on Shakespeare, others abide our question, thou art free. We ask and ask, thou smiled and art still, outtopping knowledge. Creativity par excellence. As has been already said, reading the translation of Kalidas' work by Aurobindo, one gets bliss beyond beatitude. There is an expression of the kind of Vigalita Vedyantarmanandam to which a reader is subjected. This all happens because his translation turned out to be a new creativity that is born out of Sri Aurobindo's prophetic pratibha. Sri Aurobindo did not translate Kalidas. He recreated him in his own divinity of poetic firmament. Sri Aurobindo approached translation as a creative artist, as a poet. A poet is endowed with pratibha vishesha. Yes. Now I will avoid quotation. The prophetic or revealing power sees the substance. Creativity in Sri Aurobindo had transformed translations in the apurva vastu, a thing unconceived hitherto before. It is a kind of nirmiti or a creation which is ladaikamayim, of a nature of pure delight. The translating Kalidas' work by Sri Aurobindo is a creativity par excellence. In this translation, Sri Aurobindo had blessed the literary world twice. Not only the grace and grandeur of Sanskrit language and literature had been revealed, but the English literature had been enriched when the potentialities of the language were enlivened by the facile pen wielded by Sri Aurobindo. Thanks. Now, नाम कार्यवशात् अहम् इदानीं पुनः अध्यक्षा संवृत्ता तत् कारणवशात् अहं पाठकः संवृत्ता मान्यः अत्र अस्य अन्तिमसत्रस्य अध्यक्षरूपेण समापनं कर्तुम् अहम् आदिष्टः तर्हि अत्र अस्मिन् सत्रे निबन्धद्वयं पठितमासीत् तत्र प्रथमस्तावत् प्रथमारिबन्धः देवभाषा experiential insights. I can call it is a very innovative and very studied article. And in fact, the background has been very well explained by Professor Joy Sen. So in that light, this is more interesting and really intelligible rather. Then everybody knows that it is all a creation of his insight. So the words acquire a very different meaning. Dhyanavasthitatadgatena manasa pashyanti yam yogina. Through meditation they see it. They don't see with a morphological form, a morpheme or phoneme like that. So, and then Veda is the real knowledge. Yad vijnanam, anyad vijnanam, vijnatam bhavati. Then she had wonderfully given a graph. I'm sorry, I cannot do justice to what you have said here in my summarizing, so I will skip, or you please excuse me. So he had shown a very good graph, functioning of human system, and he had dealt with the Vedic phonetics, and the thought is in our mind that gets expression here. And I am reminded here that Allen, who wrote on Indian phonetics, ancient Hindu phonetics, he had appreciated that you Hindi people, your phonetics starts from inside, where our English phonetics start from outside. So then Sanskrit is not translatable, she said. So all that she deserves kudos for that. And second, because the time is short and I have been repeatedly asked to conclude. And the second is by Dr. Jagmohan, साधना के बिना ज्ञान नहीं. उन्होंने यही बताया है कि साधना के माध्यम से जो अर्थ निकलता है, जो चिंतन होता है, उससे जो है अर्थ प्राप्त होता है, वही सच्चा अर्थ है. So in the next program is there. So without taking much of your time, I thank you all. अत्र ये आयोजकाः अत्र वर्तन्ते, तेभ्यः अहं मम कार्तज्ञं विनिवेदयामि. यः विश्वासः एतैः मयि प्रकटितः, तदर्थं तेषाम् आन्ध्रुण्यम् अहं प्रकटयामि. सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः. धन्यवादः.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद नंद किशोर जी इस सत्र की अध्यक्षता करने के लिए. तो इसी के साथ अब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं समापन समारोह के लिए, और मैं अपने श्रोताओं से ये अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो बने रहें और नाश्ते के बाद ही यहाँ से जाएं. तो सर्वप्रथम मैं मिन्नती जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो इन्वोकेशन के लिए मंच पे पधारें. वेलकम मैम.
श्री अरविंद नमस्ते मातः नमोस्तुते जय जय भगवती मातः जय 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 भगवन् श्री अरविन्द जय जय भगवती मातरे जय 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 भगवन् श्री अरविन्द श्री अरविन्द नमस्ते मातर नमोस्तुते नमः सन्निधये तस्मै महसाम्निधये नमः नमोस्म जीवजीवाय देवाय गुरवे नमः निजपादाब्जनित्येषु निक्षिप्त निज तेजसे अरविन्द बृहन्नाम बिभ्रते परमोजसे वीक्षया दधते दीक्षां रक्षां सङ्कल्पमात्रतः शक्तिर्मातुः प्रसादेन शिक्षां वितरतीद्भुताम् हिरण्यज्योतिषो लक्ष्म साक्षाय धरणीतले निधाय पार्थिवे देहे मोहोदेहेन जीवति अभीतोऽस्मान् समादृत्य भुवमावृत्य पश्यति आदिव्यसम्पदो ज्योतिरध्वनिर्माण वेधसे तादृशाय पुराणाय पुरुषाय नमोऽस्तु ते शाधिनो यावत् भवत्कार्य समापनम् राजस्वदैव साम्राज्य प्रतिष्ठायै धरातले नमोऽस्तु भवते राजन् सम्पन्नाय नमो नमः श्री अरविन्दाय नमो नमः श्री अरविन्दाय नमो नमः श्री अरविन्दाय नमो नमः श्री अरविन्दाय नमो नमः।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मिन्नती जी इस सुंदर मंत्रोच्चारण के लिए और सभा में एक नई ऊर्जा भरने के लिए। अब मैं चाहूँगा कि नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू इंट्रोड्यूस आवर गेस्ट्स टू ऑल आवर पार्टिसिपेंट्स फॉर दिस वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन। And first and foremost, we have as the president for this valedictory session, Professor Prafulla Kumar Mishra ji. He is the Vice Chairperson of Maharishi Sandeepani Rashtriya Ved Vidya Pratishthan, Ujjain, and ex-Vice Chancellor of North Odisha University. And he is also an established researcher and author in Sanskrit. So I would request you, sir, to please come on the stage and take your seat. Then, for the special address, we have Professor Ramesh Bijlani ji. He is the lifelong student of yoga and permanent member at Sri Aurobindo Ashram, Delhi branch, and he is as a sadhak of Purna Yoga. So I would request you, sir, to please come on the stage. We also have our guest of honor, Professor Madhukeshwar Bhatt ji. He is the Director of Publication and Program at Central Sanskrit University, Delhi. So please, sir, I welcome you to the stage. And we have Professor Sampadanand Mishra ji, who is the Director, Center for Human Sciences at Rishihood University. So I would request Professor Sampadanand ji to felicitate our president for this session, Professor P.K. Mishra ji, by presenting him the Tulsi plant. Now I would request Sampath ji to felicitate Professor Ramesh Lal Bijlani ji. And finally, I would request you to felicitate our guest of honor for this event, Professor Madhukeshwar Bhatt ji. So moving forward, I would like to invite Abhishek Tripathi ji on the stage to present a summary of the seminar. Welcome, Abhishek ji.
Namaskar. So, I think, so this is the third and final day, and we are culminating this 3-day conference. And I'm here to summarize what we have learned during these 3 days. So, after the 3 days of philosophical deliberations, academic papers, artistic performance, nityam, recitation of Sanskrit poetics, songs, and poets' meet, and some profound keynote addresses, we are here to culminate this seminar on Sri Aurobindo and Sanskrit. On his 150th anniversary, this could be the perfect and a profound tribute to the great master, a polymath. We call him Maharshi Arvind. On these 3 days, we had 6 technical sessions spread over 3 days, 2 plenary sessions, and on the first day, we also had the inaugural session. In the 3 days of deliberations, we have almost 25 or more than 25 papers presented during the national conference. These 6 technical sessions were distributed among 6 sessions, and these themes on which these deliberations happened were Vedas, Upanishads, and the Gita. The theme Sri Aurobindo's Indian culture and Sanskrit. The theme on Sri Aurobindo on Indian classical literature and poetics. Sri Aurobindo's original Sanskrit writings. The 5th technical session, Sri Aurobindo in modern Sanskrit literature, Sri Aurobindo, Sanskrit language and other, the 6th technical session. On day 1, it was the inaugural session. On the inaugural session, we started with the Mangalacharan, and thereafter we had the Malcolm address and introduction by the convener of the conference, Professor Sampudanand Mishra ji. Thereafter, we had Indian Ambassador Shri Akhilesh Mishra ji, Indian Ambassador to Ireland, Shri Akhilesh Mishra ji, an online message to the participant and also giving his wishes for the successful completion of this 3-day seminar. Then we had the Vice Chancellor Shri Shobhit Mathur, Rishihood University, had a special address to the participants of this conference. We had a keynote address on the inaugural session by Professor Ramchandra Bhatt Kotarmani ji, who is the ex-Vice Chancellor of Aswasa University, and he recited in a very poetic way about the contribution of Sri Aurobindo Sanskrit and his writings. On these, the sessions were divided into technical sessions, and we had two very interesting plenary sessions. The first plenary session was by Shri Ved Veer Areji. The topic and theme he presented was the origin of language and Shri Aurobindo. He delved into the whole family of languages and where the Sanskrit language falls into the category of Indo-European. And I think it was very well received by the audiences, his deliberations on the origins of language and Shri Aurobindo. And we also had a plenary session by Professor Joyce Sain. He throws new lights on Sanskrit and its episteme based on Shri Aurobindo's Secret of Vedas. I think it was this morning and afternoon, where he had deliberated upon the work of Shri Aurobindo's works on Sanskrit and its epistemic based. So this seminar, we had very diverse number of participants from all across India, including very senior professors, vice chancellors, young faculties, researchers, and interestingly, the participants of this conference were comprised of both who know Sanskrit like their mother tongue, and also the people like me who are like very beginners in Sanskrit and understanding of Sanskrit. So I think these 3 days have given us a very good platform in order to, exchange and interchange both Sanskrit and non-Sanskrit way of understanding Maharshi Arvind. And at the end, I also like to thank because this conference, these 3 days of conference was actually a joint effort. As we know, joint effort was by Rishihood University, Aurobindo Ashram, Delhi branch, ICPR, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, Indian Council of Social Science Research, Bhartiya Vidya Bhavan, Central Sanskrit University, and many more. I think on behalf of all participants, paper presenters, we would like to thank the Aurobindo Ashram Delhi branch for their hospitality and warm receptions which they have given to all of us, the participants of the seminar. I would like to conclude in summary that these 3 days of seminar on Sanskrit, and as we have also delved during the inaugural session, this is probably the first time that Sri Aurobindo has been looked into from the lenses of Sanskrit as a language and his original writings or deliberations on Sanskrit. One thing is for sure, that after these 3 days of new understanding of Sri Aurobindo, there would be ways and means by which we would be researching on his writings and his deliberations. This could be the right way taking forward from this seminar. I would like to thank at the end the convener of the conference, Professor Sampana Mishra ji, and here I end my summarizing this 3 days of conference. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अभिषेक त्रिपाठी जी इस शॉर्ट समरी को प्रेजेंट करने के लिए। अब हमारे बीच गिरीश शास्त्री जी हैं। मैं चाहूँगा कि वो आएँ मंच पे और अपना अनुभव शेयर करें हमारे साथ इन 3 दिनों का।
मंचासीन अतिथिगण और उपस्थित साथी स्कॉलर्स और विद्वान महानुभाव, मेरा फील्ड वैसे तो संस्कृत नहीं है, मैंने वरिष्ठ उपाध्याय किया, उसके बाद में मैंने लाइन चेंज कर ली। लेकिन कुछ दिनों पहले अरविंद आश्रम जाना हुआ अयोध्या, तो वहाँ चूँकि पत्रकारिता मेरा फील्ड है तो सवाल मन में उपजते रहते हैं। उन्हीं सवालों के दरमियान पढ़ना लिखना हुआ और श्री अरविंद के बारे में जानने समझने की मन में एक कौतूहल जगा और पढ़ना शुरू किया। तो ये सेमिनार के बारे में पता लगा। इस सेमिनार में मैं आया तो 3 दिन में एक अलग ही एक्सपीरियंस रहा है इसका। श्री अरविंद का संस्कृत लिटरेचर से लेकर के और संस्कृत में भी उनका जो एक साइंटिफिक नज़रिया है उसके बारे में जानने को मिला, श्री अरविंद लिटरेचर। और मुझे तो बाद में पता लगा जब यहाँ पे संस्कृत साहित्य देखा मैंने श्री अरविंद का रचा हुआ, वह मुझे पता लगा। तो ओवरऑल कुछ अलग एक्सपीरियंस रहा, स्पिरिचुअलिटी, आध्यात्मिकता, यह सब का पता लगा। श्री अरविंद के द्वारा प्रतिपादित की गई पूर्ण शिक्षा, उसका होलिस्टिक अप्रोचेज का पता लगा। और मैं बहुत ही लाभान्वित हूँ इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से। मैं अपने आप को सौभाग्यशाली समझता हूँ कि मुझे इस कार्यक्रम में आने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद गिरीश जी, आपका एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करने के लिए, और इसी से हमें प्रोत्साहन मिलता है इस तरह की संगोष्ठियाँ और करते रहने के लिए। अब आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं अनुरोध करूँगा प्रोफेसर बिजलानी जी से कि वो आके इस सभा को संबोधित करें। वेलकम सर।
ॐ ध्यानमूलं गुरोर्मूर्तिः पूजामूलं गुरोपदं मन्त्रमूलं गुरोर्वाक्यं मोक्षमूलं गुरो कृपा। प्रोफेसर पी के मिश्रा जी, प्रोफेसर मधुकेश्वर भट्ट जी, प्रोफेसर संपदानंद मिश्रा जी, डॉक्टर अनुराधा अग्रवाल जी, संस्कृत के अनेक गणमान्य विद्वान, अतिथि, देवियों और सज्जनों, संपदानंद जी ने मुझे बोलने के लिए तो कहा है, लेकिन मैं ठीक नहीं हूँ यहाँ पे बोलने के लिए। जिसने संस्कृत केवल 3 साल के लिए स्कूल में सीखी 60 साल पहले, वो संस्कृत की कार्यशाला में क्या बोलेगा। कहते हैं कि अल्प विद्या भयंकरो, परंतु डरिए मत, अल्प विद्या है मेरी संस्कृत की, लेकिन कोई विस्फोट नहीं होगा। संस्कृत की वर्कशॉप में 3 भाषाओं का, कम से कम 3 भाषाओं का उपयोग जो है उसकी अनुमति दी गई है। संस्कृत, हिंदी और अंग्रेज़ी, कम से कम 3, क्योंकि जैसे मेरे से पहले युवा पत्रकार एक आए, उन्होंने उर्दू के कई शब्द इस्तेमाल किए, फिर भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। तो एक किस्म से तो ये एक हर्ष का विषय होना चाहिए कि हम इतनी सब भाषाएं समझ लेते हैं, इतने सारे लोग एकत्र होके। लेकिन इतने हर्ष का विषय नहीं भी है, क्योंकि इसका एक कारण है संस्कृत की दुर्दशा। ये एक संस्कृत की दुर्दशा का प्रतीक है कि संस्कृत की कार्यशाला में भी हमको एक दूसरे से बातचीत करने के लिए इतनी और भाषाओं का उपयोग करना पड़ता है। अपनी मर्जी से करें वैसे ही तो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन एक आवश्यकता हो गई है, वो बहुत अच्छी बात नहीं है। ऐसा क्यों है? संस्कृत जैसी सुंदर भाषा का यह हाल क्यों हुआ है? श्री अरविंद कहते हैं कि संसार में 3 मुख्य शक्तियां हैं, मनी, पावर एंड सेक्स। तो उनमें से 2 पावर, मतलब कि राजनैतिक जो एक ताकत होती है, और पैसा, इन दोनों से ही ये संस्कृत जो थी उसको कुचल दिया गया। अंग्रेज़ों ने जब मिनट्स ऑफ मैकॉले जो थे एजुकेशन के लागू करने चाहे, तो जो भी संस्कृत की पाठशालाएं, कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटी थे, सबको पैसा देना बंद कर दिया। पैसा देना बंद कर दिया, सपोर्ट विथड्रॉ कर लिया, तो भाषा जो थी वो ख़त्म होनी शुरू हो गई। लेकिन एक कृपा की उन्होंने, एक विश्वविद्यालय बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी को छोड़ दिया, वहाँ पे संस्कृत की पढ़ाई चलती रही। अब आज कल हम देख रहे हैं कि संस्कृत का एक पुनर्जागरण हो रहा है, और वो भी इसी कारण हो रहा है, राजनीतिक शक्ति और पैसा। पैसे से सपोर्ट दिया जा रहा है ताकि संस्कृत का विकास हो। तो वही दो शक्तियाँ अब इसको दोबारा रिसरेक्ट भी कर रही हैं, संस्कृत को। और यदि ऐसा ही क्रम चलता रहा तो हम आशा कर सकते हैं कि जैसे श्री माँ ने कहा था कि संस्कृत भारत की राष्ट्रभाषा होनी चाहिए, वो अभी भी हो सकती है और असंभव नहीं है। और हम सबकी जो मातृभाषा है वो चाहे कोई भी हो, उस मातृभाषा की मातृभाषा संस्कृत है। तो एक किस्म से संस्कृत हमारी नानी हुई भाषाओं के क्रम में है। तो वो इसलिए संस्कृत जो है उसका वो दर्जा है, और इसलिए हम सबके लिए जो है वो संस्कृत सीखना इतना कठिन नहीं है जितना हम समझते हैं। और थोड़ी कठिन ज़रूर है क्योंकि कुचल दी गई, तो इसलिए हमने कई पीढ़ियों से सीखी नहीं है संस्कृत, तो इसलिए कठिन लगती है, लेकिन वास्तव में इतनी कठिन नहीं है। और इसीलिए श्री माँ ने कहा कि यदि उसको राष्ट्रभाषा बना दें तो उसको स्वीकार करने में आपत्ति कम होगी, क्योंकि सबके लिए एक किस्म की कठिनाई होगी। इट विल बी इक्वली डिफ़िकल्ट फॉर एवरीबडी। संस्कृत जो है उसका जो महिमा है उसको हम कई तरह से देख सकते हैं, लेकिन एक कहावत है, फले न परिचीयते। फल से जो है हम अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि पेड़ कैसा है। तो यदि हम संस्कृत के हमारे जो ग्रंथ हैं पुराने उनको देखें तो वो एक किस्म से भाषा का फल है, और वो हज़ारों साल के बाद आज भी जीवित हैं और हमें इतना कुछ सिखा रहे हैं। यही एक सबूत है कि भाषा का फल कैसा है। जिनको संस्कृत समझ में नहीं आती वो भी कहते हैं कि यदि संस्कृत का कोई मंत्र सुनते हैं तो बहुत शांति मिलती है। तो शांति जो है दूसरा फल है जो भाषा में छिपा हुआ है। शांति, माधुर्य समझ में ना भी आए तो भी जो एक मन के अंदर एक सुकून महसूस होता है, वो जो है वो भी एक इसका फल है। और आधुनिक युग में एक और इसका फल जो है जुड़ गया है, और वो है कि कंप्यूटर के लिए सबसे अच्छी भाषा संस्कृत है, क्योंकि बहुत प्रिसाइज़ है। इतनी प्रिसाइज़, कंसाइज़ होना और उसके साथ इतना मधुर होना, इट्स एन एक्सेलेंट कॉम्बिनेशन। लगता है कि हो नहीं सकता। अगर भाषा को आप बहुत प्रिसाइज़ और कंसाइज़ करेंगे तो जटिल हो जाएगी, उसका माधुर्य चला जाएगा, रस तो निकल जाएगा, लेकिन इस भाषा में वो रस फिर भी रह गया है। यही एक चमत्कार है संस्कृत का। तो संस्कृत जो है वो वापस आएगी, ज़रूर आएगी। और क्योंकि किसी भी अच्छी चीज़ को आप बहुत समय तक दबा के नहीं रख सकते। कीर्तिर्यस्य स जीवति, कीर्ति है तो जीवित भी रहेगी और वापस आएगी, लेकिन कुचल दी गई, फिर वापस आ रही है। समय का जो है खेल है सारा, और इसलिए ज़रूरी नहीं है कि कोई चीज़ अच्छी है तो हमेशा प्रोग्रेस करती ही चली जाए, उसकी प्रगति होली चली जाए, एक सीधा रास्ता हो उसी पे अग्रसर होती रहे, ज़रूरी नहीं है। कालस्य कुटिला गतिः, तो समय का खेल जो है वो कुटिल होता है, जटिल होता है, कॉम्प्लिकेटेड होता है, मुश्किल होता है, कठिन होता है। इसी के साथ ही मैं प्रोफेसर संपदानंद मिश्रा जी को धन्यवाद दूंगा, आभार व्यक्त करूंगा कि संस्कृत जैसी सुंदर भाषा को जो है दोबारा लाने के लिए मेन स्ट्रीम संसार भर में वो जो है इतना काम कर रहे हैं। इस तरह की एक्टिविटीज़ तो करते ही हैं, लेकिन और भी बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने अभी हाल ही में नेशनल बुक ट्रस्ट द्वारा प्रकाशित 30 बच्चों की पुस्तकों का संस्कृत अनुवाद किया है, और मूल रूप से भी अपनी कई पुस्तकें वो संस्कृत में लिख रहे हैं, और इस तरह की कई एक्टिविटीज़ कर रहे हैं। उसके लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करूंगा, क्योंकि संस्कृत में भाषा में एक एंट्री जो है वो बहुत कम लोग जो हैं इतने एंथुजियाज्म के साथ और इतना विलिंगली करते हैं अपनी स्वेच्छा से। तो ऐसे लोगों का जो है एक बहुत विशेष स्थान है हमारे समाज में। ओम पूर्णमद पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णम् एवावशिष्यते। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रमेश जी इस सभा को संबोधित करने के लिए। आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं इस वैलेडिक्टरी सेशन के गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर मधुकेश्वर भट्ट जी को आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा ताकि वो अपना संबोधन दें। वेलकम सर।
ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृधः कस्य स्विद्धनम्। अधिवेदे विराजमानाः अस्य सत्रस्य अध्यक्षाः आचार्याः प्रफुल्लकुमारमिश्र महाभागाः गुरुकल्पाश्च, एवमेव मुख्यातिथयः आचार्याः रमेश बिजलानी महाभागाः, अस्याः संगोष्ठ्याः आयोजकाः आचार्याः सम्पदानंद मिश्र महाभागाः, एवमेव उपवेदि विराजमानाः विद्वांसः आचार्याः सभ्याश्च। अरविन्दः संस्कृतञ्च इति विषयमाश्रित्य इयं संगोष्ठी आयोजिता। अरविन्द एंड संस्कृत, वस्तुतः तस्य अनुवादं यदि करिष्यामः अरविन्दः संस्कृतञ्च, अत्र प्रायः चकारः समुच्चयार्थः, समुच्चयार्थम् अयं चकारः वर्तते। समुच्चयः इत्यस्य अर्थः एकीकरणं, द्वयोः पदार्थयोः यत्र समावेशः भवति तत्र समुच्चयः इत्यर्थः संस्कृतभाषायां विद्यते। अरविन्दः संस्कृतम् अरविन्दं विना क्वचित् न भवति, यतोहि तेषां वयं व्याख्यानं वा अथवा तेषां वयं ग्रन्थं वा यदि वयम् आलोचयामः अथवा परिशीलयामः, संस्कृतस्य यः मूलभूतः यः अंशः वर्तते तम् अंशमाश्रित्यैव सर्वदा व्याख्यां करोति। यतोहि महर्षिर्वर्तते, महर्षेः वस्तुतः अर्थः ऋष्यति, प्राप्नोति, ज्ञानेन यथार्थान् सः ऋषिर्भवति। ऋषिस्तु मन्त्रदृष्टारः, ऋषयस्तु मन्त्रदृष्टारः इति व्याख्यामपि कुर्वन्ति। वस्तुतः यथार्थस्य विस्तरः यः करिष्यति सः ऋषिर्भवति। यतोहि वयं महर्षेः अरविन्दस्य यदि व्याख्यां वयं परिशीलयामः, तत्र नूतना काचित् परम्परा ततः आयाति। वयं वेदं यदि परिशीलयामः, काव्यानि परिशीलयामः, सामान्यदृष्ट्या वयं सामाजिकदृष्ट्या वयं परिशीलयितुं शक्नुमः, किन्तु तत्र काचित् आध्यात्मदृष्टिरपि वर्तते इति यत् चिन्तनमारब्धम् अरविन्दमहोदयेन। दुरदृष्टवशात् अस्माकं प्रायः आधुनिकपाठ्यक्रमेषु, संस्कृतपाठ्यक्रमेषु अरविन्दस्य जीवनमाश्रित्य वा अथवा अरविन्दस्य यत् योगदानमाश्रित्य वा क्वचित् वयं संस्कृतविश्वविद्यालयेषु वयं ज्ञातुं न शक्नुमः। यतोहि ईशावास्य उपनिषद्वा भवतु, तस्य व्याख्या कालिदासस्य व्याख्या आश्रित्य, कालिदासस्य काव्यानि आश्रित्य यत् व्याख्यानं तैः विहितं, तं व्याख्यानम् आश्रित्य कुत्रापि आलोचना वा अथवा विमर्शनं वा वयं ज्ञातुं न शक्नुमः। अतः वयं प्रायः संस्कृतज्ञाः अरविन्दस्य विषये अपरिचिताः एव भवामः। यतोहि दर्शनस्य काचित् विशेष परम्परा अस्मासु वर्तते, किन्तु वयं तावत् परिशीलयामः यदा शङ्करस्य भाष्यं वा उपनिषदाम् उपरि यानि व्याख्यानानि अथवा यानि भाष्यानि वयं शृणुमः, प्रायः दर्शनस्य प्रायः 17 शतकपर्यन्तं तादृशं व्याख्यानं वयं श्रोतुं वा अथवा परिशीलयितुं वा शक्नुमः। ततः परं या व्याख्या आरब्धा, गतदिन प्रायः अस्मिन् विषये एव काचित् चर्चा अस्माकं कुलपतिवर्यैः प्रायः परह्यः काचित् चर्चा सम्पदानन्दमिश्रैः विहिता वर्तते। यतोहि तावत्पर्यन्तं वयं ज्ञातुं शक्नुमः, ततः परम् आध्यात्मदृष्टिः कथम् आसीत्। यतोहि काव्यमाश्रित्य वा भवतु, वेदमाश्रित्य वा भवतु, काचित् आध्यात्मिकी दृष्टिः अस्माभिः न दृष्टा अथवा न परिशीलिता वा इति कश्चन काचित् विप्रतिपत्तिर्वर्तते। अतः तां दृष्टिं, नूतनां दृष्टिम् अस्माकं पुरस्तात् स्थापितवन्तः अरविन्दमहोदयाः। सा दृष्टिः अस्माभिः वस्तुतः अवश्यम् अस्माभिः अनुसरणीया, पालनीया च वर्तते। तेषां या व्याख्या वर्तते, वस्तुतः व्याख्यायाः इदमेव महत्त्वं वर्तते यत् यथा मल्लीनाथः वदति, नामूलं लिख्यते किञ्चित् नानपेक्षितमुच्यते। तादृशं व्याख्यानं तैः प्रायः कृतमिति मन्ये। विशिष्टा नूतना काचित् दृष्टिः ततः आरभेत। सा दृष्टिः तैः परिकल्पिता। तां दृष्टिं वयं प्रायः दिनत्रये अत्र अस्यां संगोष्ठ्यां वयं ज्ञातवन्तः इति अहं भावयामि। यतोहि इयं संगोष्ठी अरविन्दमहोदयस्य संस्कृतम् अथवा संस्कृतभाषायाः इति केवलं न, यत् ज्ञानं यद्वर्तते, संस्कृतशास्त्राणां वा भवतु, वेदानां वा भवतु, अथवा काव्यानां वा भवतु, प्रायः काव्यस्य या परम्परा वर्तते तत्र प्राय काव्यस्य लक्षणम् अथवा काव्यस्य यत् स्वरूपम् उच्यते, काव्यं यशसे अर्थकृते व्यवहारविधे शिवेतरक्षतये सद्यः परनिर्वृतये इति यत् सद्यः परनिर्वृतये यत् व्याख्यानं प्रायः तैः कृतम् इति अहं भावयामि। यतोहि व्यवहारविधे तु वयं ज्ञातुं शक्नुमः, सद्यः परनिर्वृतये यत् व्याख्यानं यत् वर्तते, काव्यस्य यत् स्वरूपम् अथवा काव्यस्य यत् परमतत्त्वं यद्वर्तते तत् तत्त्वम् अरविन्दमहोदयेन ज्ञातं। प्रायः तत् यत् ज्ञातं तत्तु सर्वेषां कृते तैः दत्तम् इति अहम् अत्र भावयामि। अतः दिनत्रयव्यापिन्याः अस्याः संगोष्ठ्याः वस्तुतः समायोजनम् इत्युक्ते बहु कष्टकरं भवति। वस्तुतः सर्वेभ्यः प्रदेशेभ्यः नाना विद्वांसः अत्र समागतवन्तः। तेषां समावेश एव यतोहि दुर्लभं भवति, यतोहि योजनं महत् कष्टकरं। तादृशं योजनं कृतवन्तः आचार्याः सम्पदानन्दमिश्रमहाभागाः। तेषां कृते अहं केन्द्रीयसंस्कृतविश्वविद्यालयस्य पक्षतः हार्दम् आधमर्ण्यञ्च एवं कार्तज्ञञ्च अहं विनिवेदयामि। पुनः सर्वेषां कृते धन्यवादं व्याहृत्य विरमामि। धन्यवादः।
बहुत धन्यवाद मधुकेश्वर भट्ट जी इस उद्बोधन के लिए। आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं समापन समारोह के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर पीके मिश्रा जी को मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा और ताकि वो अपने विचार हमसे साझा कर सकें। वेलकम सर।
इदानीं संस्कृतज्ञानं कृते नूतनतया दिशोद्घाटनं जातं। यतोहि गवेषणकार्ये वयं नूतनविषयं प्राप्नुमः। प्रागेव श्री अरविन्दस्य फ्यूचर् पोयट्री अस्ति, तदुरस्कृत्य अस्माभिः बहु वृष्टिभिः विद्वद्भिः किञ्चित् लिखितमासीत्, परन्तु एतद् खलु भगीरथप्रयत्नः यद् अस्माकं मित्राणि प्रोफेसर् सम्पदानन्दमिश्र महोदय नूतनं दिशम् उद्घाटयन्ति। इदानीं इतः अस्माकं ये विविधेभ्यः विषयेभ्यः विचक्षणाः विद्वांसाः सन्ति, न केवलं संस्कृते अपि तु इतरेषु विज्ञानेषु वर्तन्ते, ज्ञानेषु वर्तन्ते, तेपि एतत् संयोजयितुं क्षमाः सन्ति। अस्माकं चक्षुषः उन्मीलनं जातं यथा पण्डितमहोदय प्रोफेसर् महोदय सेन् महाभागाः अपि च अस्माकं ये आसन् नागपुरतः संस्कृतभवितव्यं सम्पादकाः अनुरागः अपि अन्ये सर्वे ते विविधविषयम् आनीय श्री अरविन्दस्य श्री अरविंदास्तु अंतिम आचार्य यतोहि आचार्य परंपरायां यथा भाष्यम् अस्ति प्रस्थानत्रये भाष्यं तत्र उपनिषद भाष्यं तस्य स्वकीयं भाष्यम् अस्ति जानन्ति आङ्ग्लभाषया तेन लिखितम् अपि च उपनिषद उपनिषद वर्तते संक्षेपेण अपरं भवति किं गीता ऐसे यदि गीता लाइव डिवाइड सूत्र लाइव डिवाइड मध्ये प्रत्येकेषु अध्यायेषु वेद मंत्रस्य उद्घाटनं तेन कृतम् अथवा मंत्राणाम् उद्घाटनम् आदौ एव भित्तिरूपेण सूत्र तथा सूत्रस्य भाष्यं विरच्यते तथैव भित्तिरूपेण मंत्राणाम् उट्टङ्कनं तत्र क्रियते विमनास्त्रेषु तत्र अनन्तरं टु नेगेशन् मन्त्रः एवं प्रकारेण दिव्यग्रन्थानामपि ग्रन्थस्यापि पुनश्च तेषां सर्वेषु ग्रन्थेषु अत्र समयः नास्ति नन्तु तथापि भित्तिरूपेण अस्माकम् आचार्याणां परम्परानुगुणं तैः सकलं तावत् स्वकीयं तत्त्वं तथा भाष्यस्य लक्षणं वर्तते न स्वकीयं च तदर्थं भाष्यं विदो सूत्रार्थं वर्तते यत्र भाष्यं सूत्रानुकारिणी अतः सूत्रानुकारिणी वर्णितमस्ति अपि च स्वकीयमतं यथा नूतनतया प्रपञ्चितं तेन तत् खलु भारतस्य ज्ञान परंपरायां नूतन दिशम् उद्घाटयति परन्तु वयं न जानीमहे संस्कृतस्य न केवलं ज्ञान परंपरायां योग परंपरायां साधनायां परंपरायां वर्तते सिद्ध साधकानां पश्यन्तु एतत् तन्त्रविषये लघु किमपि तेन लिखितं परन्तु तन्त्रविषये यत् किमपि केनचित् लिखितं हिन्दुधर्मविषये यत् किमपि केनचित् लिखितं तत् सर्वं श्रीअरविन्देन एव ज्ञातम् श्रीअरविन्दस्य ग्रन्थान् पठित्वा ज्ञातव्यमस्ति अहो दौर्भाग्यं यथा निरीक्षकाः तेषाम् उपरि यथा चर्चा भीता आसीत् सा नैव जाता इदानीं बेटर् लेट् देन् नेवर् इदानीमपि समयः अस्ति अस्मिन् स्वाधीनतायाः स्वतन्त्रतायाः अमृतमहोत्सवे स्वतन्त्रवीरस्य स्वतन्त्रविषये वाक्यं तदानीमेव यथा विहितं तत् अस्माकं ध्येयवाक्यरूपेण स्वीकृत्य वयम् अग्रेसराः भवामः विश्वस्य गुरुरूपेण भारतः भविष्यति इति वाक्यं केन उद्घाटितम् आदौ सर्वादौ त्रिचुरापल्ले आकाशवाण्यां सप्ताधिकचतुर्विंशति ऊनविंशतिशतसप्तचत्वारिंशत् दिनाङ्के त्रिचुरापल्ले आकाशवाण्यां तेनैव उद्बोधितम् इण्डियास् ब्यूटिफुल् वर्ल्ड तेनैव उद्घाटितं तद्वाक्यम् इदानीं ध्येयवाक्यरूपेण अस्माकं सर्वे राजनेतारः समाजशास्त्रिणः स्वीकुर्वन्ति तत् कुर्वन्तु नाम इदानीं श्रीअरविन्दस्य वाक्यस्य ध्येयवाक्यस्य ध्यानस्य समयः समागतः एतत् न समाप्तं गच्छति एषा चर्चा न समाप्तं गच्छति एषा चर्चा समारभ्यते पुनः पुनः विविधेषु क्षेत्रेषु विविधेषु स्थानेषु एषा चर्चा प्रभविष्यति इति धिया सर्वान् मद कार्तव्यम् आविष्कृत्य विरमामीति सम् जयतु भारत
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
संबोधन के लिए। तो इसी के साथ हम इस 3 दिन की राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के समापन की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। और अब मैं अनुरोध करूँगा इस संगोष्ठी के संयोजक संपदानंद मिश्रा जी से कि वो आके समापन टिप्पणी दें और धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव को भी प्रस्तुत करें।
ओम नमो भगवते। नमः सभाभ्य सभापतिभ्यश्च। 12 अगस्त 2020 को श्री अरविंद के 150तम जन्मोत्सव कैसे मनाया जाएगा, इस विषय की एक प्रारूप प्रस्तुत करते हुए 2-2.5 साल पहले 12 अगस्त 2020 को इस प्रकार के एक द्विवर्षीय कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन मैंने पांडिचेरी में किया था। और उस समय एक प्रारूप मैंने बनाया था कि इस 150तम जन्मोत्सव में किन किन विषयों को लेकर हम इस प्रकार की चर्चा सत्र रखें और हर प्रकार के कार्यक्रम हम समग्र भारतवर्ष में रखें, ताकि श्री अरविंद का योगदान है संस्कृत के क्षेत्र में, दर्शन के क्षेत्र में, योग के क्षेत्र में, पोइट्री के क्षेत्र में, हर विषय में ऐसा कोई विषय नहीं जो श्री अरविंद ने छुआ नहीं। इस विशाल ग्रंथ राशि को हम जन जन तक कैसे पहुंचाएं, इसका एक ब्लूप्रिंट, एक प्रारूप तैयार किया गया था। इस प्रारूप के बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा भारत सरकार ने अपनाया था और उनके कार्यक्रम के अनुसार बहुत कुछ इस साल भारत के जो स्वतंत्रता दिवस का 75 इयर्स की पूर्ति और श्री अरविंद के 150तम जन्मोत्सव, इन दोनों को मिलाकर भारत सरकार ने भी बहुत प्रकार के प्रयास किए। और भारत सरकार के पास 150तम जन्मोत्सव के कार्यक्रम किस प्रकार होना चाहिए, कैसे होना चाहिए, इसके लिए भी जिन्होंने अथाह श्रम किया था, आज जहां हम बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ के जो संस्थापिका है सुश्री तारा दीदी, वो भी 2 साल से भारत सरकार के हर एक विभाग के पास जाके इसके विषय में चर्चा की थी, जिनके कारण आज भारतवर्ष सरकार ने इतने प्रकार के कार्यक्रम ये 2 उत्सवों को मनाने के लिए किया है। और आज हम सबको ये भी खुशी की बात हुई थी कि इस प्रसंग में तारा दीदी को पद्मश्री की उपाधि भी प्रदान की गई थी, जो हम सबके लिए एक सम्मानजनक विषय है। उनका भी हम स्मरण करते हैं, उनको हम धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करते हैं। उनके कारण आज ये त्रिदिवसीय संगोष्ठी जो है वो संभव हो पाई। ये जो श्री अरविंद और संस्कृत, ये विषय पूरे कार्यक्रम में बहुत सारा विषय था, बहुत सारे विषयों को लेकर संगोष्ठियाँ भी हुई। मैंने खुद 3-4 संगोष्ठियाँ ये 1-1.5 साल के भीतर हमने करवाया। श्री अरविंद के लाइफ डिवाइन को लेकर, श्री अरविंद के जीवन को लेकर एक पूरा 1 वर्षात्मक कोर्स भी हम लोगों ने चलाया श्री अरविंद के प्रमुख ग्रंथों को पढ़ाने के लिए। और श्री अरविंद और संस्कृत इस विषय को लेकर मुझे डर था, जो डर था वही हुआ, क्योंकि जैसे प्रोफेसर श्रीनिवास वरखेड़ी जी ने पहले दिन बताया था कि संस्कृत के क्षेत्र में श्री अरविंदो इज़ मिसिंग और श्री अरविंदो के क्षेत्र में संस्कृत इज़ मिसिंग, तो ये दोनों सही बात है। और जो डर था, क्योंकि ये संगोष्ठी मैंने 1 साल पहले उसका उद्घोषणा की थी। जब पहली बार उद्घोषणा किया गया था, डेट भी तय किया गया था, कहाँ से पैसा आएगा, कैसे होएगा, वो सब बिना सोचे हमने इसे अनाउंस कर दिया था कि ताकि हम देखें कि कितने लोग इसमें भाग लेना चाहते हैं। 3 महीने के अंदर हमारे पास 8 या 9 पत्र आए पूरे भारतवर्ष में, और मेरे सोशल मीडिया में मैं बहुत एक्टिव हूँ। ऐसा कोई सोशल मीडिया का हैंडल नहीं था जिसमें मैंने बहुत इसका प्रचार नहीं किया था। इसके बावजूद भी हमारे पास सिर्फ 8 से 9 पत्र आए, 8 या 9 लोग इंटरेस्ट दिखाए इस विषय पर। तो फिर हमने सोचा कि अगर लोगों का इतना ही इंटरेस्ट नहीं है तो कैसे करें हम एक संगोष्ठी। इसको हम पोस्टपोन किए गए, 2 बार पोस्टपोन हुआ है। फिर तीसरे बार जब मैंने प्रोफेसर श्रीनिवास वरखेड़ी जी से उनके ऑफिस में मिला, भारतीय विद्या भवन में जाके उनके निदेशक और उनके टीम के साथ मिला, ICPR में जाके सच्चिदानंद मिश्रा जी ने बोला, जिसे बात की, और इन सब के राय लेके फिर हमने सोचा कि नहीं, इसको एक सम्मिलित प्रयास के हिसाब से हम शुरू करते हैं और ये कुछ हद तक सफलता प्राप्त कर सकती है। तब इन लोगों का जो सहायता है आप लोग देख रहे हैं, ये सहायता के बिना हम आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते हैं। जो भरोसा प्रोफेसर श्रीनिवास वरखेड़ी जी ने दिया, जो भरोसा ICPR के मेंबर सेक्रेटरी सच्चिदानंद मिश्रा जी ने दिया, जो भरोसा यहाँ पे तारा दीदी ने दिया कि हाँ यहाँ आप आके निसंकोच इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, जो भरोसा भारतीय विद्या भवन के प्रोफेसर शशिबाला जी, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अशोक प्रधान जी और उनके रजिस्ट्रार राजेश मिश्रा जी ने दिया, इन सब के सम्मिलित प्रयास पर, और हमारे ऋषिहुड यूनिवर्सिटी का सहयोग तो हमेशा रहता है। हमारे टीम आप लोग देख रहे होंगे, तो जिस दिन से आए हैं अभी तक पूरा 8-10 लोगों का जो टीम है, नीलाव, आरती, संगीता, मनु, तनु, मोनिका, सौरभ, अजय भाई और हरीश जो देखभाल कर रहा था आप लोगों की वास व्यवस्था की, इन सब का आभार क्या प्रकट करें। हम उनको हृदय से अभिवादन करते हैं और उनके पास ऋणी हैं हम। एक दृष्टि से ये है, दूसरी दृष्टि से हम देखें तो हम सब सौभाग्यशाली है कि इस प्रकार के एक महायज्ञ में हम सब शामिल हो पाए। हर कोई नहीं आ पाता है, हर किसी के भाग्य में नहीं होता है। मैं अब देखिए यहाँ पे काली प्रसन्न शतपथी जी है, उन्होंने सोचा कि मैं तो जाऊँगा, कुछ भी हो जाए मैं तो जाऊँगा। ये जो उनकी इच्छा है कि मैं जाके इस महायज्ञ में शामिल होऊंगा, इस प्रकार अनेक लोग आप में से होंगे जो ये तय करके आए हैं कि हाँ इस महायज्ञ में हम भाग लेंगे। आप सभी का मैं अभिवादन करता हूँ, धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करता हूँ। और यहाँ की जो टीम है, आप देखो यहाँ बैठे हैं, रिया है, विजय भारती जी है, इंद्रला है, और बहुत सारों का नाम मुझे पता भी नहीं है जो बैकग्राउंड में इतने सारे काम करते हैं। हमारे जो फोटोग्राफर भैया 2 लोग बैठे हैं, कोई भी एक शायद 1-2 फोटोग्राफ मिस ही हुआ होगा, बाकी सब फोटोग्राफ लिए हैं, आप सबके पास भेजा जाएगा। सभी का मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करता हूँ। और अंत में इस सभा को समापन करने से पहले हम श्री अरविंद और श्री माँ के चरण कमल में हमारी जो कृतज्ञता है उसको ज्ञापन करते हुए हम एक क्षण नीरव में प्रार्थना करेंगे। और हमारे जो कुछ भी ये 3 दिन में हुआ है और इस काम को फिर आगे कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं, उसके लिए उनके आशीर्वाद भी चाहिए। तो उनके आशीर्वाद की प्रार्थना करते हुए कुछ समय शांति में बैठेंगे और उसी से इस संगोष्ठी का समापन होगा। पुनः एक बार आप सभी को धन्यवाद, नमन।